Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hi, I'm Reina. I'm female and I'm 25. Online dating, it was one of those things that I thought about, laughed off, and then forgot about it. But one day, I don't know why, I just decided to set up a profile, browse through the sea of faces, and eventually match with a guy named Greg. He seemed alright, friendly, decent looking, with a job that he seemed to enjoy. And after a few days of chatting, we agreed to meet up for a drink. We chose a pub that was smack in the middle of the city, a bustling place where it felt safe, surrounded by other people. We exchanged pleasantries, and it all seemed to be going well. We talked about work, hobbies, and the typical stuff that you cover on a first date. He was polite, attentive, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. But a few days later, something odd happened. I received a message on social media from a profile that I didn't recognize. The message was brief, just a few words saying, "Be careful with Greg. He's not who he seems." At first, I shrugged it off. Internet trolls are everywhere, right? Plus, I didn't even know this person, and it could easily have been a random warning sent without any real basis. Ignoring the message, I went on with my routine. Greg and I continued to chat online and even planned another meetup. But then, more messages came, each from different accounts, all saying similar things. They were vague warnings, hints that Greg had a past that I should be wary of. It was unsettling because these weren't just spam messages. They seemed targeted, deliberate. I decided to pay them no mind though. Greg hadn't done anything to raise any red flags. Yet, a part of me couldn't shake the feeling that something was not quite right. I resolved to do a little digging just to ease my own mind. A quick search didn't really reveal that much. Just his usual social media profiles and some standard information. There was nothing alarming, but the messages kept coming, each one poking at my growing unease. A week passed, and I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched, or worse, manipulated. Every time that my phone buzzed with a notification, my heart would race, expecting another anonymous warning. It was as if someone was trying to drive a wedge between us before anything really had the chance to start. I began to wonder if maybe Greg had an angry ex who had taken it upon themselves to intervene. But without proof, it was all just a speculation. When we met again, I was on edge, trying to act normal while the messages lingered in my mind. Greg didn't seem aware of anything amiss. He was just as friendly and engaging as before, making it hard to reconcile the warnings with the person in front of me. Part of me wanted to confront him, to ask if he knew anything about what was happening. But I didn't. I didn't want to come off as paranoid or accusing based on the words of strangers. In the days that followed, I started noticing small strange things. A car seemed to appear on my street more often, parked just a bit too long to be coincidental. My social media accounts were getting unusual login attempts, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was keeping tabs on me. I changed my passwords, double-checked my privacy settings, but the feeling of being watched persisted. I decided to take a step back from online dating altogether, at least until I could figure out what was happening. I told Greg that I needed some time and space, using work as an excuse. He seemed understanding, which only added to my confusion. If he was involved in any way, he was doing a great job of hiding it. Eventually, the messages stopped, and with them, the strange occurrences. It was as if someone had flipped a switch and then decided to leave me alone. I never found out who was behind it or what their true intention was, but the experience left me more aware, more cautious about who I meet and how I share my life online. Looking back, I wonder if there was any truth to those warnings, or if it was just someone with too much time on their hands. So for now, I'm taking a break from online dating. I had been working at my job for about 7 years when I met Jeno. He was super quiet and didn't ever talk. He was about 6 foot tall and probably 150 to 175 pounds. He was always tan with a bowl-shaped haircut. He kept to himself at breaks, but was one of the best selectors that I have ever had. He never made a mistake and was friendly when I did speak with him. Throughout his first year, we slowly began speaking more and more and had become friends. He was always listening to country music as he worked, and it drove me nuts. We worked in a dry food warehouse. Sometimes, if I was a few aisles over and I could hear his country playing, I'd yell, "Turn that shit off!" To which he would yell back, "Huh, fuck you." It was all in good fun. As we became better friends, he would tell me stories at the bar after work about sneaking into his girlfriend's house and having sex with her. He was 21 and this girl was quite a bit younger, maybe 16 or 17. I thought that it was a little strange, but he was a little strange anyway. To be totally honest, I don't think he was all there. He had trouble pronouncing certain words that were quite common and couldn't add or subtract very well and seemed maybe a little slow. Maybe he just had a learning disability. Jeno started coming over to my place after work, and he would get online and play Gears of War for hours while drinking some beers. He would come to shows to watch the band I was in play. We did normal shit guys in their 20s do. And after a couple of years hanging out and getting to know each other better, I finally met his girlfriend, Tabitha. She was cute and definitely smitten with him, although she didn't talk much. Well, at least while he was around. She spoke to my wife in the kitchen while him and I played some Gears. Jeno let me know that Tabby, as he called her, was pregnant. I was shocked, but he seemed happy about it, and she was as well. At this point, they have been together for quite some time now. Fast forward to 2012. I had my first child in 2010, and Jeno's child was probably about 4 at this time. Clayton was his name, and he reminded me a lot of Jeno. They'd stop by to hang out and have a few beers while the kids played. He hasn't told me that he and Tabby were having trouble or even fighting that night. He just seemed like his usual goofy self, and we sat on the front porch watching the kids play. He left my house at around 9 p.m., and I was going to go to bed myself. Sometime later that night, the phone rang, and it was a girl that I was with before my wife. She knew Jeno and asked me what I thought about what had happened. I had no idea what she was talking about until she said, "He killed Tabby, and he took off out of state with his kid." I couldn't believe it. No way Jeno killed anyone. This guy was the nicest dude in the world. We had never had an argument in the years that I'd known him, and I had never seen him even get mad. The guy didn't have much of a backbone, or that's what I thought. Apparently, when he got home, Tabitha and him got into a fight. He punched her in the throat and then damaged her windpipe, and then she died. He then took her body out to her car, drove it out into the country, and then put her in the driver's seat, and then set the car on fire. He then ran the car off the road. He ran home losing one of his shoes on the way back, picked up his son who was presumably asleep, and then fled to Kentucky. He was apprehended in a day or two. He will be out in 5 years, although they are petitioning to keep him locked up. I never thought that I would be the type of person to try online dating. It always seemed a bit too modern for me. But after seeing a bunch of my friends doing it, and some even getting as far as being engaged, I figured, why not give it a shot? Plus, I was tired of sitting around on weekends, binge watching series alone. So, I downloaded this popular app and I started scrolling through profiles. A few weeks in, I matched with a guy named Mark. He seemed nice from his profile, an ordinary guy in a good way. He wasn't trying too hard to impress. He was just a regular guy with a job in tech and some hobbies that matched mine. We started messaging back and forth, and pretty quickly, we decided to meet up. We chose a cafe downtown that I'd been to a few times before. It was cozy, with that hipster vibe, brick walls, lots of plants, and good coffee. I put on my best casual clothes, and when I arrived, I was nervous. But seeing Mark put me at ease. He looked just like his photos, which was a relief because I had heard horror stories of people looking nothing like their online selves, like those catfishing stories. The date actually went well. We talked about a lot of things, since he was very easy to talk to, and it felt comfortable like catching up with an old friend. After we finished our drinks, we walked around a bit, checking out nearby shops. We then said our goodbyes and he suggested doing it again sometime. I agreed, thinking that it might be nice. A few days later, I was at the grocery store near my apartment, and I saw him again. He was in the produce aisle, examining the avocados. It felt a bit awkward at first, seeing someone from a date in your everyday life, but we ended up chatting for a bit, and he made a joke about our next date happening right there in the aisles. I just laughed it off, thinking that it was just a funny coincidence. The next weekend, I headed to my favorite park for a morning jog. It was one of those perfect crisp mornings with blue skies and just chilly enough to need a light jacket. But as I rounded a corner, there he was again, sitting on a bench, scrolling through his phone. I stopped, a little surprised. He then looked up and then we exchanged smiles. He mentioned being there to clear his head and enjoy the weather. We talked a bit about our plans for the day before I continued my run. And by now, I was starting to wonder if these encounters were just chance or something more deliberate. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself that we just happened to live in the same area and that it was bound to happen, you know? But as the weeks went by, I kept running into him at my favorite lunch spot, the local bookstore, even at the gym. It was like he was always there, just a few steps ahead or behind me. I started to feel a bit uneasy about all of it. The city isn't that small, and while I'm sure some overlap in hangout spots is normal, this was getting a bit too close for comfort. I talked to a couple of friends about it, and they suggested that maybe he was just into the same things, hence the frequent run-ins. But I just couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about it. One night, I decided to do a little experiment. I chose a different route home from work, something that I have never done before. It added an extra 10 minutes to my commute, but I wanted to see if anything changed. As I neared the intersection by my apartment, I spotted him again, just as I turned the corner. He was on the opposite side of the street, seemingly on a walk, when we caught each other's eyes and he waved, but this time I did not stop to chat. I started to wonder how he knew where I would be. Was it all a strange coincidence, or was he somehow tracking me? I thought about all the information that I shared online, check-ins, Instagram stories, photos tagged with locations, and it was possible that he was piecing together my routine from those. Feeling uneasy, I decided not to respond to his text for a while, hoping that distance might help. I also tightened my social media settings, making things more private, and stopped posting about my daily activities. For a couple of weeks, the sightings stopped, and I began to relax, thinking maybe it really had been a fluke. But just as I was beginning to feel safe again, I noticed a familiar face at my usual Sunday morning brunch spot. I didn't approach him, pretending to be engrossed in my phone. It was clear now that our encounters weren't random. He was showing up too consistently in places that I frequently visited. The realization hit me hard. I knew that I had to be more proactive about my safety. I started varying my routine, choosing different times and places to do things. I even changed gyms, and I found a new park across town for my runs. It was very inconvenient, but it felt necessary for my peace of mind. Eventually, the encounter stopped altogether. I don't know whether he realized that I caught on or if he just lost interest. Either way, I was relieved. I learned a valuable lesson about being cautious with information online and trusting my gut when something doesn't feel right. So, that's what happened. It wasn't dramatic or scary in the traditional sense, but it was enough to remind me to stay vigilant and trust my instincts. If you ever find yourself in a similar situation, listen to your gut. It might just be telling you something important. Let me tell you about this one time that I met someone through online dating. It's a tale that taught me so much about expectations and reality. I met Julie on an online dating website. Her profile picture stood out. She looked incredible. She was captivating with her bright and joyful smile, and she had an aura that seemed to shine even through the screen. Naturally, I was intrigued. We started chatting, and I discovered that she was witty and charming. We had a lot of back and forth banter, and the conversations flowed smoothly, as if we had known each other forever. One day, she mentioned that she was unbeatable at Scrabble, a game that I fancied myself quite good at. That piqued my interest even more. And after a couple of weeks of chatting online, Julie and I decided to meet. I was excited but a little bit nervous. Would the chemistry we had online translate to real life? I don't know, but I was excited for it. On the day that we agreed to meet, I drove over to her place. It was a trailer park on the outskirts of town. I felt a mix of curiosity and apprehension. As I knocked on her door, I took a deep breath, and Julie opened it. And I quickly realized that she looked quite different from her profile picture. She was much heavier than I had imagined. And she also looked unkempt, like she hasn't showered for days. My immediate reaction was surprise, which I tried to cover, reminding myself that everyone deserves kindness and respect. After all, looks aren't everything. Though I was a bit taken aback by the hygiene. Julie greeted me warmly, and I could tell that she was genuinely happy to see me. As I stepped inside, I noticed how cluttered the space was. There wasn't anywhere for me to sit comfortably, which made things a bit awkward right off the bat. The trailer was filled with books, papers, and a strange collection of knickknacks. It did seem cozy in a way, but also overwhelming, as if every corner had a story to tell. We tried to make small talk, but it felt different than our online chats. There was a slight tension, perhaps the result of the mismatch between our online personas and the reality. Eventually, I suggested that we play Scrabble, hoping that it would ease the awkwardness. She seemed genuinely excited about it, and we set up the game on a small coffee table. The first game started, and I was surprised by how competitive Julie was. She was good, no doubt about it, but I happened to win by a small margin. She was a gracious loser, laughing it off, and insisted that we do another round. And as we played, I noticed more about her concentration, her love for words, and the little quirks that made her unique. The second game was even more intense, but I managed to win again. I could see disappointment flicker in her eyes, even if she tried to hide it with a smile. And at that moment, I was actually feeling good about this meeting. Julie was nice and fun. If anything, I had found a new friend. I also felt bad for judging her at the beginning. We played a couple more rounds and had fun. When we were done, I gathered the tiles to put them away, and I sensed a shift in her mood. Julie became quiet, and the air filled with an awkward silence. Feeling that it was time to leave, I thanked her for the games and then I stood up. But just as I reached the door, Julie started crying. And I mean, bawling. Tears were spilling down her cheeks, and then she was on her knees and she was begging me to stay longer, and then even suggested that we sleep together. That really caught me off guard. I gently declined, trying my best to be kind and understanding. I explained that I wasn't comfortable with that, and that it was important for us to feel safe and at ease and respected. But Julie didn't relent. Her tears continued, and she was bawling and screaming. I wish I could do something more to help her feel better, but I was feeling uncomfortable at this point. So I just opened the door, walked out, and closed it. As I left, driving back home, I couldn't help but think back about the whole experience. It was a roller coaster of emotions. When I got home, I checked my phone and I saw that there were a lot of messages from Julie. It ranged from getting angry to desperation to going back to being friendly and asking me for another game next time. I couldn't help but think that she was a bit unstable, and I don't think I'm the best person to handle people like that, so I just blocked her and then moved on. I genuinely believe that Julie is a nice woman, but that she needs some help in some way. And I also hope that she got the help that she needed. Back when I was single, I worked a night shift at a popular fast food place. It was one of those nights where everything was slow. I had finished all the closing tasks and I was just hanging around, waiting for the rare customer to wander in. To pass the time, I was swiping through Tinder on my phone from my spot in the drive-thru area. While swiping, I came across a profile of a girl who seemed pretty cute. Her name was Sarah. Her bio caught my attention because it started with a cheesy joke, and she mentioned how much she loved koalas, which I found a bit unusual. When we matched, I couldn't resist starting the conversation with, "Why koalas?" She replied with a laughing emoji saying, "Well, they're cute and a little dumb, like me." Her humor was right up my alley. We chatted back and forth on the app, nothing too deep, just some enjoyable small talk. Sarah asked me what I did for work, and I told her that I was a student during the day and I worked at that fast food place at night. There were so many around town that I didn't think twice about mentioning it. After we chatted for a while, Sarah had to go but asked if we could meet up after my shift. I was pretty excited, but then I realized that I had been working in the back of a fast food joint all night, plus I had classes the next morning. I suggested Friday night instead since I had the day off. She agreed and everything seemed set. A couple of hours later, as my shift was nearing its end, a car pulled into the drive-thru and I did my usual spiel. "Welcome, how can I help you?" The voice on the other end said, "Hi, I'm looking for Daniel." My heart skipped a beat. Why would someone be looking for me at work? I hesitated, but I responded, Okay, I'm Daniel. How can I help you?" The person replied with relief and then said, "Finally!" As the car pulled up. I was stunned. It was Sarah, the girl that I matched with on Tinder just a few hours ago. I gave her a smile, completely confused and unsure of how to react. "Oh, hi, how are you?" I managed to say, trying to keep things light despite my surprise. "I'm good now. This is the fifth of this chain I've been to just to look for you," she said with a smile that was more unsettling than friendly. It was like she was thrilled to have finally tracked me down, and that made me uneasy. She then added, "So, do you want to go get drinks now?" I blinked, trying to process what was happening. I was still at work, clearly in my uniform, and she had been on a mini adventure around town just trying to find me. I looked at her, then down at my uniform, trying to convey with my eyes that this was not the time or place. Sarah's smile didn't waver as she stared at me expectantly, and after a few awkward moments, my manager, who had been watching from a distance, came over. He gently tapped my shoulder and then motioned for me to step aside. And I did. I was grateful for the intervention. He addressed Sarah, asking how he could assist her. She explained everything, repeating how she had been searching for me that evening. My manager, ever the professional, politely asked her to leave, reminding her that I was at work. But Sarah didn't take it well. She started yelling at him, causing a scene. And eventually, she drove off, leaving both of us stunned. After Sarah left, my manager told me he had seen how uncomfortable I looked from across the restaurant and felt that he needed to step in. I thanked him, admitting that Sarah's behavior was strange and a bit scary, and he agreed. After my shift ended, I checked Tinder to see if Sarah had left any messages. She hadn't, but I noticed that she had blocked me. I guess she got the hint. It was probably the weirdest thing that I have ever experienced from online dating, and thankfully, I didn't hear from her again. The next few days, I was on edge though. I was expecting her to show up unexpectedly and then cause a scene, but she didn't. Sometimes, I wonder about Sarah and what made her go to such lengths to find me. Was she just overly enthusiastic, or was there something more to it? I will probably never know. I'm choosing not to share personal details about myself here. Given the nature of this story, it's best if I remain anonymous. But I believe that it's important to share what happened as a warning, a reminder for other women to stay vigilant and protect themselves. But just for context, I'm a female. Growing up, my life was anything but a fairy tale. I was born into chaos, with parents who were more interested in their next fix than parenting. They were deeply entangled in drugs, consistently choosing substances over stability. My older brother, who I once hoped would be my protector, joined a gang and vanished into a world that glorified violence and crime. Home was not really a refuge for me. It was a place of danger and unpredictability. And from a young age, I have faced more than one assault. I wish I could say that I fought back, but at that time, I had neither the strength nor the resources to defend myself. I was a child, alone and scared, without friends or family to turn to for comfort and mostly for protection. My experiences left me wary of the world, instilling a fear that followed me into adulthood. But despite the grim reality of my upbringing, I was determined to escape that life. I found solace in books, losing myself in the stories where protagonists overcame adversity. I was so inspired by their lives. I know they weren't real, but I mean, who else would I look up to? I studied hard, pushing myself academically in hopes of creating a different future for me. My focus and determination paid off, though, when I earned a scholarship to a university far from the chaos of my home. I had to go. I just had to. This was my one chance to make my future better. It wasn't easy. I had to balance work and school, and it was tough. But it became my new normal. I juggled classes during the day, and I worked in the evenings, sometimes pulling late-night shifts to make ends meet. It wasn't easy, but it was so much worth it for the promise of a better life. And slowly, I began to build a life for myself. Fast forward to now, and things have really improved. I'm not rich by any means, of course, but I can afford my rent, ensure that I have enough to eat 3 times a day, and I've even managed to budget for therapy, which has been crucial in processing my past and learning to trust again. And therapy has helped me a lot and helped me unpack years of my trauma. One thing that I did take away from my past, though, is the importance of self-protection. So I carry 2 cans of pepper spray in my bag at all times, one readily accessible, and another one tucked away just in case. I've also taken some self-defense classes, learning techniques to protect myself if the need arises. I've also become adept at assessing my surroundings, always aware of escape routes and potential dangers. With therapy's help and my own resilience, I gradually started feeling more confident in myself, and this newfound confidence led me to consider dating. I downloaded a dating app. I was cautiously optimistic, but I was fully aware of the risk. I do apologize for the long background. I just wanted to make sure that you guys understood my part. Anyway, I was on the app, swiping through the profiles, and it became a sort of a game, a mix of hope and skepticism guiding my choices. I chatted with a few guys, but nothing and no one seemed to click to me. Well, that was until I started talking to Francis. His profile was intriguing, showcasing a mix of humor and intelligence that drew me in. He was tall, dark, and handsome, as the saying goes. But more importantly, he seemed genuine and polite. Our conversations were engaging, was filled with laughter and shared interest. And after a week of chatting, we decided to meet in person. I was excited but cautious, so I chose a public place for our first date. We settled on seeing a movie, a neutral setting where I felt relatively safe. I also insisted that we meet there separately. I didn't want to reveal where I lived just yet. Francis turned out to be as handsome as his photo suggested. In the theater, we exchanged polite smiles and then settled into our seats. But as the movie began, I noticed something odd. Francis wasn't watching the film. Instead, he was staring at me intensely. At first, I brushed it off, blushing even, thinking maybe he was just really interested in me. But as the movie continued, his gaze became more unsettling. It was as if he was studying me and not the movie. By the time the credits rolled, I had made up my mind I wouldn't be seeing him again. There was no second date for this. But I wanted to end the date respectfully, so I agreed when he offered to walk me to my car. We had parked a bit further out since the lot was full earlier. It was late, the last showing of the night, and the parking lot was nearly empty. And as we walked, Francis asked if I wanted to come back to his place. I politely declined, mentioning that I had to be up early for work, which wasn't exactly a lie. But he wouldn't take no for an answer. His tone shifted from inviting to insistent, and then to pleading. Anxiety started to bubble up inside me. My instincts were screaming that something was wrong. I kept a firm grip on my bag, fingers wrapped around the can of pepper spray inside it. The night was still and unnervingly quiet, adding to the tension. Francis' demeanor changed abruptly, his voice rising with frustration as he demanded that I come home with him. Fear surged through me, a familiar yet unwelcome sensation. I quickened my pace, trying to keep the growing panic at bay, but before I could reach my car, he grabbed my arm, pulling me back with surprising force. The world narrowed down to that moment, the threat looming large in my mind. My survival instincts kicked in, and without hesitating, I raised the pepper spray and I unleashed it. Of course, the effect was immediate. Francis let go, screaming as the spray hit his face, and I saw him stumble down. I didn't want to see what happened next, so I slipped out of his grasp, rushed to my car, and locked the doors behind me. My heart was pounding, and my hands were shaking as I started the engine, adrenaline propelling me to safety. And once I was home, I made sure all the doors and windows were locked. I showered, trying to wash away the fear and tension. Then I changed into comfortable clothes. In the safety of my room, I blocked Francis on every platform, erasing our connection. I know some might wonder why I didn't call the police, and that is very understandable. But my history with them isn't really positive. Growing up, they failed me repeatedly. I learned the hard way that sometimes you have to help yourself because no one else will. Francis hasn't appeared in my life since that night, and I hope that it stays that way. Sharing the story is difficult, but if it serves as a warning to be cautious, then it's worth sharing. Trust your instincts and protect yourself. In this unpredictable world, being cautious and prepared can be your greatest defense. I had been chatting with a guy named Leo on a dating app called OkCupid. He seemed genuinely nice, with a quirky hipster vibe that I found appealing. He had the typical hipster look, big clear glasses, and a penchant for vintage clothing. He lived about 2 hours away from me, but we had been getting along well online, so he decided to drive down for a visit. I was open to it, curious to see where things might lead. When Leo arrived though, he looked nothing like his photos. In his profile, he claimed to be 5'7" and thin. In reality, he was around 5'3", a bit pudgy, and his teeth were quite crooked. It was a little surprising, but I reminded myself not to be too shallow. I wanted to give him a fair chance, because everyone deserves that. Leo brought a bottle of wine with him. I'm not much of a drinker, but it was a nice gesture. We went out to lunch at a cozy cafe nearby, and the conversation flowed easily enough. He was charming and funny, and despite the initial shock of our mismatched expectations, I was okay with him. After lunch, we headed back to my apartment to hang out. I poured us each a glass of wine, and I just sipped mine. But Leo finished the whole bottle before 4 p.m. As the afternoon sun filtered through my windows, he suddenly leaned in, asking if we could make out. I hesitated, but I decided to give it a try. After all, chemistry can sometimes surprise you. However, it didn't work for me. We kissed for a minute, but I felt no spark. Gently, I pulled away, trying to handle it kindly. Leo seemed a bit disappointed, but we shifted back to chatting casually, hoping that the awkwardness would pass. As the afternoon wore on, Leo began complaining that he was tired and a little drunk. I told him that he could crash on my couch if he needed to rest before driving back. He then asked if he could sleep in my bed instead. I was taken aback by this, but I told him that it was fine and that I would take the couch. This didn't seem to sit well with him, and out of nowhere, Leo started raising his voice, clearly upset. He insisted that he wanted to sleep in my bed with me for him not to be alone. His emotions escalated quickly, and before I knew it, he was throwing a fit, yelling, and storming out of my apartment. I was shocked and I was worried. He seemed too drunk to drive, and I tried to convince him to stay, but he was determined to leave. As he slammed the door behind him, I felt a mix of concern and also relief. I hoped that he'd make it home safely, but I also knew that I couldn't continue any kind of relationship with this guy after this. Later, I found out Leo got home safely, but we didn't speak after that day, and I felt a bit unsettled about how the entire meeting had gone. A few weeks later, I received an unexpected message on the app. It was from Leo. He was apologizing for his behavior. He explained that he had been dealing with some personal issues, and he acknowledged that he had acted inappropriately. He didn't ask for a second chance, just wanted to express his regret. His message gave me some sort of closure. I thanked him for reaching out, and I wished him the best. I'm a 30-year-old guy, and I went through a rough patch with dating not too long ago. Things were pretty terrible after breaking up with my fiancée. I found out that she had been cheating on me for the last 6 months of our relationship, which really crushed me. So I was in no shape for anything serious after that. I just wanted to explore a bit, maybe make a friend or two. I decided to give online dating a shot. I made a profile and I matched with a few women that I found interesting and attractive. The experience was mixed. Some women seemed to like me, while others weren't as interested. That's just how it goes sometimes. But one woman, let's call her Lisa, seemed nice at first. She was a nurse and pretty busy, which was perfect for me given my own busy schedule as a lawyer. I wasn't looking for someone who might become too clingy. Lisa and I started messaging each other. We were exchanging pictures and even had a few phone calls. She had a really nice voice, which I liked. I never told Lisa where I worked, but she somehow figured it out. I work as a lawyer at a local law firm. One day, out of the blue, she showed up at my workplace. This was unexpected because we hadn't even gone on a date or met in person yet. Seeing her there wasn't a pleasant surprise. I went outside to talk to her, remaining polite even though I was uncomfortable. I asked her not to come to my workplace again, explaining that it was inappropriate. She agreed that it probably wasn't the best idea, and everything seemed alright. But her behavior had put me off, and I decided that I didn't want to continue communicating with her. And later that day, I messaged Lisa to tell her that I didn't want to talk anymore. In hindsight, maybe I should have just ghosted her, but I thought being upfront was better. I then removed her and I blocked her from my contacts. The next day, when I got to the office, the security guard came up to me. He mentioned that my friend was back again, waiting outside the company property. I turned to look, and there she was, just standing and staring. I told the security guard that I didn't want to see her, and I asked him to keep her away, and he agreed to handle it. I thought that would be the end of it. But I started noticing Lisa around more often. She seemed to hang out around the places that I frequented. At first, it was unsettling, but eventually, I managed to put her out of my mind. I started seeing someone new, a woman who genuinely made me smile. We hit it off well and decided to start dating. Things were going great between us. Then one day, my girlfriend called me. She sounded so upset. She asked if I was cheating on her, which took me by surprise. I assured her that I wasn't, and she said that someone named Lisa had messaged her on Facebook, claiming that we were together. So I had to explain to my girlfriend about the whole situation. She believed me, and then she told Lisa to back off. But Lisa didn't stop there. She kept trying to contact my girlfriend, creating unnecessary stress. It took a few months of harassment before Lisa finally disappeared from our lives. I don't know why she stopped or how, and honestly, I don't care. I'm just relieved that she's out of the picture. The whole experience was a roller coaster. It's a story that I often share with friends to remind them how unpredictable and sometimes scary online dating can be. I had been trying out online dating for a while, just hoping to meet new people. It wasn't always easy, but occasionally I would find some interesting enough to meet in person. That's how I ended up planning a walk with Tom at my favorite park. We had been messaging for a couple of weeks and he seemed nice, maybe a bit quirky, but who isn't in their own way, right? The day was sunny and perfect for a walk, and I was looking forward to it, hoping for an enjoyable chat, even if there wasn't any romantic connection. Tom arrived right on time, and initially, he seemed really normal. We greeted each other, and I pushed aside the typical first meeting nerves. As we began walking, I noticed that Tom was more eccentric than expected. He had this intense look in his eyes, like he was always thinking about something deep. At first, we talked about the weather and the park, just small talk really. But then, the conversation took an unexpected turn. Tom started telling me that he had special abilities. He claimed that he was a psychic and had magical powers. I chuckled, thinking he was joking, but as he went on, it was clear that he was serious. He passionately talked about his supposed powers, like sensing things about people just by being near them. I nodded politely, but inside, I was feeling like maybe Tom was a bit too out there for me. The more he talked, the stranger his claims got. He talked about seeing auras and predicting events with such certainty that I wasn't sure how to react. I just let him talk while I try to steer the conversation back to normal topics. The park, usually my place to relax, felt different with Tom's odd stories. The sunlight through the trees and chirping birds seemed distant as I focused on the path ahead, wondering how much longer I'd have to pretend to be interested. and after about an hour, it was time to end the walk. I was ready to leave. But then Tom asked if I could give him a lift to the bus station. He didn't drive himself to the park, which surprised me, but I agreed, although feeling a bit uneasy about more time together. The drive was short, just 5 minutes, but it felt longer than that. We talked about random things, music, movies, and normal stuff while I drove him. I mean, where were these topics earlier? But then, Tom suddenly said that he needed a bathroom. The bus station was nearby, so I told him that we were almost there. As I pulled up to the station, Tom looked uncomfortable. But then out of nowhere, he wet his pants right there in the car. I was so shocked and disgusted, I didn't even know what to say. He mumbled an apology, grabbed his things, and then quickly got out. And once he was gone, I drove away. I was trying to process what just happened. Of course, I had my car cleaned. It's just that it was one of the weirdest experiences that I've had from online dating. When I told my friends later, they laughed at how bizarre it all was. But I also felt a bit of sympathy for Tom. Maybe he truly believed in his abilities. Or maybe he was just trying to be different in a world where everyone wants to stand out. When I first met Brad on an online dating app, everything seemed perfect. I had been single for a while and I was looking for companionship. Just someone to share my free time with, to laugh and explore life together. And Brad appeared to be that person. His profile was filled with interests that mirrored mine, from hiking to trying out new recipes in the kitchen. He was handsome too. He had an easy smile that showed in the photos, and our conversations flowed effortlessly, like we had known each other for years. We chatted for a few weeks before finally deciding to meet in person. When he suggested that we meet at a small cafe downtown, I felt a mix of excitement and nervous anticipation. I remember that day clearly. The sun was shining, the streets were bustling with people going about their weekend routines, and I felt a sense of optimism that had been absent for some time. And Brad was even more charming in person. He carried himself with a laid-back confidence. Our conversation over coffee was filled with laughter and shared stories about our lives. He told me that he was a freelance photographer, which explained his flexible schedule and his ability to travel often for work. I admired his adventurous spirit, feeling a tinge of envy for his freedom to chase sunsets and capture the world through his lens. Our first date was followed by many others, and we clicked in a way that made me feel like I had found someone so special. Brad was attentive, always texting good morning and staying up late into the night just to chat with me. He made me feel important, cherished even. And it wasn't long before we started spending most weekends together, just exploring the city and venturing into the countryside for scenic hikes. After a couple of months, Brad began hinting at wanting to take our relationship to the next level. He mentioned how much he loved spending time with me, how he felt more at home in my apartment than anywhere else. It was flattering, that level of affection and comfort. But then one day, after a long hike and a picnic by the lake, he dropped the bombshell. He wanted to move in with me. At first, I was taken aback. We had only been dating for a few months, and while things were going well, moving in felt like a big step. I liked my space. It was my sanctuary, a place where I could unwind and recharge. But Brad was persuasive. He made it sound so romantic, the idea of waking up together every day, sharing meals, and building a life as partners. It was tempting, and in a moment of optimism, I agreed. He moved in quickly, almost too quickly, with just a couple of bags and his camera gear. I remember thinking that it was odd how little he brought with him. But he explained it away, saying that he liked to travel light and that his work didn't require much. At first, everything seemed to go well. It was nice to have him around, to share my space with someone who seemed to care genuinely about me. But soon, little things started to nag at me. Brad seemed to always be at home, claiming his freelance work allowed him to edit photos on his laptop all day. He rarely mentioned new photography jobs or clients, which struck me as strange given how passionate he had initially seemed about his career. When I asked about his work, he would brush it off, saying it was all under control and moving smoothly. As weeks turned into months, I started noticing other things. Brad avoided any conversations about his family or past, quickly changing the topic whenever I asked about it. He didn't seem to have many personal belongings or memorabilia, nothing to indicate a life that he lived before we met. And then, there was his phone. It never rang, and messages were scarce, almost like he didn't want anyone to know where he was. My unease grew, but I pushed it aside, not wanting to ruin a good thing with my paranoia. After all, here was a man who seemed to adore me, who was attentive and caring. Maybe I was overthinking, letting my imagination run wild. But despite my attempts to rationalize, the feeling in my gut persisted. Things took a darker turn one evening when I returned home from work earlier than usual. As I walked through the door, I noticed Brad hurriedly closing his laptop, looking startled to see me. He forced a smile, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of something else. Fear, perhaps, or guilt. My heart skipped a beat, and alarm bells were ringing softly in the back of my mind. Curiosity gnawed at me. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Brad than he was letting on. And that night while he slept, I did something that I had never imagined doing to anyone that I had cared about. I checked his phone. My hands trembled as I scrolled through his messages, finding nothing but a few exchanges with an unknown number discussing mundane things like meeting up and vague mention of financial troubles. So, there was nothing bad, I guess. But the following days were filled with tension. I pretended everything was fine, but inside, I was wrestling with growing doubts and a creeping sense of dread. I needed answers, some clarity about who Brad really was and what he was hiding. One afternoon, when Brad was out running errands, I decided to search the apartment. I felt guilty invading his privacy like this, but the need to know outweighed my hesitation. At first, I found nothing of note, just his clothes, camera gear, and a few toiletries. But tucked away at the back of the closet that I let him use, just behind a pile of winter coats, I found a shoebox. Inside were various IDs, each with Brad's photo but different names. My mind raced, piecing together a chilling realization. Brad wasn't who he said he was. Panic gripped me as I tried to process what this meant. I couldn't confront him, not yet. I needed more information, a plan to get out of this situation safely. My thoughts spiraled into worst-case scenarios, each more terrifying than the last. I needed to be careful and discreet, to protect myself until I figured out my next move. That night, I barely slept. I was awake as Brad slept soundly beside me, oblivious to the turmoil brewing within me. I needed to act, and quickly. I reached out to a friend who worked in law enforcement, sharing my concerns without revealing too much detail. They agreed to help, promising to look into Brad's background discreetly. Days passed in a blur of anxiety and pretense, and I had to carry on as if everything was normal. But inside, I was a mess of nerves and fear. My friend finally called with the news confirming what I had feared. Brad had a history of identity fraud, moving from place to place, latching onto people and situations where he could exploit their trust. Now, having this knowledge, I knew what I had to do. I needed to get Brad out of my life without provoking him. I carefully crafted a story about just needing my space back, hinting at personal issues that I needed to address. And to my surprise, Brad took the news without much protest. He packed up his things under the guise of moving on to new opportunities. It was such a relief to see him go, to reclaim my space and sense of security. In the weeks following Brad's departure, I was wary of everything and everyone. I changed my locks, updated my security system, and I took a break from online dating. Looking back, I realized how lucky I was to have discovered the truth before things escalated further. It's crazy how for a couple of months, I really didn't find any definitive proof. I should have just moved on, you know? But something was screaming from inside of me every single day that something was wrong. So, I guess our takeaway from this should be, trust your gut. It won't betray you. I grew up in a small town in Alabama. A little bit after I graduated high school when I was 18, I started dating this guy in his early 20s from a nearby city. He was very handsome, tall, muscular male that we'll call Sean for this story. He told me on our first date that he used to be part of a very well-known gang in the United States. Sean explained that he'd only been a part of this gang in his younger years because he had grown up in a bad area and hadn't really had any other options. He also did have proof of being in the said gang, including being aware of gang signs associated with the gang and having tattoos about that gang. Which I did Google to see if the tattoos and gang signs were in fact associated with it. I know that there are some people who like to lie about being ex-gang members and the like for some reason just to seem cool. And Sean didn't seem like the type to lie about that too. I gave Sean the benefit of the doubt because he didn't really give me any bad vibes. I remember he was always a gentleman to me and treated me very well. So of course, I didn't really suspect anything about him. We dated for a few weeks before the night that I found out the truth about him. I was staying over at Sean's apartment one night, and everything was seeming pretty normal. This was the first time that I'd ever stayed that night at his apartment, since I do tend to be a bit cautious. So, regardless of his background, it wouldn't have mattered. I just don't really like staying over at people's homes until I get to know them a bit more, and I do have at least a 3-date rule. And also, I'd been too busy before to really stay over at his place. So, that night when I was staying over, Sean's best friend was visiting for a bit, and that's when the red flags started to show up. It did seem weird to have a friend over when the girl you are seeing is staying over for the first time. And it was revealed to me in private that Sean's friend was another ex-gang member from a well-known gang that is the enemy to the gang that he was a part of. Of course, I can accept that people all have their backstories, but it was definitely just a weird thing to suddenly tell me out of the blue. Additionally, Sean had not even told me that his friend would be at the apartment that day in the first place. In an additional note, Sean's friend did corroborate that he and Sean were both ex-gang members. Then after Sean's friend had left, we were hanging out in his room, And this guy had a literal arsenal in his room. I'm not exaggerating when I say that he had enough weaponry to arm a small militia. This included things like grenades, bulletproof vest, and an AK-47 or a gun similar to it, to name a few of the weapons he had in his room. Needless to say, that was the second red flag of the day. That night we were in bed together. I can't remember what led him into revealing to me what he said in our conversation. He confessed to me that he was still a part of the gang that he had told me that he said that he was out now. So of course, I was immediately giving him this look like, "I'm sorry, what?" Then he proceeded to go on and tell me that he actually was a hitman for the gang, and while he hadn't been active as a hitman as of late, he would still accept hits if they were given to him. The entire time he said this, he just looked me dead in the eyes with the most deadpan casual look, no feeling in his eyes, and spoke like he was talking about the weather. It was extremely creepy, and I knew right then that this guy was a straight-up sociopath. I don't doubt that he was lying. I've met people who tried to get clout by lying about things like this, and he was definitely not one of those types. I did stay the rest of the night, and I then left the next morning and never talked to him again. I was definitely not going to keep dating someone like that. There's not really anything to the story after that. He never really tried to contact me too. I'm sure people will probably wonder why I didn't just leave right after he told me that he was a hitman. I didn't think that it was a good idea to react strongly and immediately storm out of the apartment. I also didn't actually feel like he was a danger to me personally. But he definitely had the vibe of someone who had killed people. The reason why I recognized that kind of vibe is another story. He was always very polite to me, but regardless, there was no way that I was going to keep dating him, no matter how hot he was. I want to tell you about a strange date that I went on a while back. You know, I've always been a bit skeptical about online dating, but after hearing so many success stories from my friends, I thought, why not give it a try? So there I was, scrolling through different profiles, trying to find someone who caught my interest. And after chatting with a few people, I started talking to this guy named Tim. He seemed nice enough. He had a decent job, similar interest, just an ordinary guy looking to meet someone. We talked on the app for about a week, sharing the usual fun facts about ourselves. He liked hiking and photography, and we even shared our favorite author. There was nothing that set off any alarms to me. So when he asked to meet up for coffee, I thought, why not? We decided on a small cafe in the city, a cozy spot with good reviews. I remember arriving a few minutes earlier, feeling that mix of excitement and nerves that you get before meeting someone new. I deliberately chosen a public place because it felt safer to me, given that this was my first time meeting someone from a dating app. When Tim walked in, I recognized him right away from his pictures. He was average height, neatly dressed, and his smile seemed genuine. Everything looked normal, and that really put me at ease. We exchanged pleasantries. We ordered our drinks before settling into one of the corner booths. The conversation flowed easily at first. We talked about work, hobbies, and our favorite places in the city. He seemed really interested in my job, asking thoughtful questions about it. It was nice to feel like someone was genuinely listening. And as we sipped on our coffees, I started to relax, thinking that this might actually turn into something. But if that was the case, then I wouldn't be posting on here, right? Well, something shifted. Tim's tone became more intense. as he started talking about his future plans. At first, it was the usual stuff, like wanting to travel, maybe buy a house, but then he started sharing things that felt oddly specific, a bit too much for a first date, really. He began outlining a detailed plan for his life, and not just in terms of career goals or travel destinations. He was talking about his ideal number of kids and the exact age he wanted to achieve certain milestones. It was like he had his life planned out to the minute. I could have dismissed it as someone who just knew what they wanted, but the way he spoke about it was very unsettling. It was as if he was narrating a script with no room for deviation. The more he talked, the more uncomfortable I felt. He wasn't just sharing dreams, he was laying out expectations. It felt like I was being slotted into a role that I hadn't auditioned for. I tried to steer the conversation back to safer ground, asking about his hobbies and interests again, hoping to bring back the light-hearted exchange that we had earlier. But Tim didn't seem interested in that anymore. Instead, he started talking about his past relationships in a way that made me very uneasy. He was oddly detached, listing out reasons they didn't work as if he was analyzing a failed project. His tone had shifted from friendly to something more clinical, almost like he was ticking off boxes. It was then that I realized Tim wasn't really seeing me as a person. I felt like I was being assessed, measured against his checklist for a perfect partner. Suddenly, everything felt heavy. The air, the conversation, even my cup of coffee seemed burdensome. I glanced around the cafe, trying to find some distraction to break the tension. But it was no use. The pleasant chatter of other patrons faded to the background, leaving just Tim's voice and his unsettling plans. I could feel the discomfort knotting in my stomach. I'd never experienced anything like this before, and I didn't know how to handle it. As he continued, I noticed he didn't seem aware of how off-putting his words were. He kept going, like he was completely oblivious to my growing unease. It felt as though I'd been drawn into someone else's life plan without my consent, and I needed to find a way out. I began to think of excuses to leave early. Maybe I could say that I had to meet a friend, or that something came up. But as I opened my mouth to speak, he paused, finally noticing my discomfort. There was an awkward silence as he waited for me to respond. And trying to stay polite, I mentioned needing to check on something in my car, hoping to create an opportunity to leave. I gathered my things, and as I stood up, Tim seemed to realize that things hadn't gone well. His face fell slightly, and I felt a twinge of guilt for leaving so abruptly. But I just needed to get out of there. Once I was outside, I took a deep breath, feeling the cool air on my face. It was refreshing after that overwhelming tension inside. I walked to my car, trying to shake off the encounter. The whole experience had been unsettling, and I needed time to process it. Driving home, I kept replaying the conversation in my head, wondering if I just misread the situation or if I was overreacting. But deep down, I knew my instincts were right. There was something about the way Tim spoke, his detailed expectations, and his detached tone that didn't sit well with me. When I got home, I decided to take a break from the app, at least for a little while. I needed to reset, to remember why I'd started looking in the first place. It was about connecting, finding someone who shared my interest and my values, and not fitting into a predetermined role. I haven't given up on dating entirely, but I am more cautious now. I take things slower, allowing time to really get to know someone before meeting face to face. It's about finding balance between being open to new experiences and also protecting my own well-being. Looking back, I'm grateful for the encounter with Tim, strange as it was. It taught me to be more discerning, to listen to my gut feelings, and to prioritize my own comfort and safety in any situation. That's a valuable lesson that I carry with me as I continue my journey in the sometimes bewildering world of online dating. This isn't something that I would normally post, and I hope that I don't regret it somehow. I saw someone briefly mention this subreddit in a YouTube video, and I thought that it would be the perfect place to share the story of a horrific thing that happened to me, a story that I have never told anyone. I'm not sure if anyone will see this, but I'm sharing in hopes that it will inspire someone to stay safe, safer than I was. I'm not sure if trigger warnings are needed or suggested here, but it's just out of consideration of others. I'd like to warn everyone that I will be briefly mentioning sexual assault with as little details as possible. 1 year ago around this time, I was bored and I was scrolling on the web, which was nothing unusual for me, when I decided to go on Omegle. Omegle was a website that allowed you to talk to strangers via video or text chat. It was around for a long time, and I used it frequently when I was younger as a time waster. There were plenty of creeps on there, sure, but I've had an equal amount of pleasant interactions and conversations on the site too. On the site, you could type in tags. Basically, they are keywords that describe the type of conversation or person that you are looking for, and then you would match someone with the same ones. I always use alt for alternative. I feel like it weeded out a lot of rude people and then connected me to more people my age. For reference, I was 19 at that time. I connected with someone who called himself Kane, and then we started chatting via text. He said that he was 23 and I said my age back. We exchanged some small talk, and before I knew it, we were talking all night. And I mean all night. We lived in the same time zone, and I had stayed up until 6 a.m. chatting about philosophy and life and our interest just because he was so entertaining and I was having fun. When we were talking about our general areas that we live in, he said abruptly, "Hey, we should meet up sometime." I laughed, but it turns out that he was serious, and it turns out that we only lived 3 to 4 hours away from each other, so he was really considering this. I am an anxiety-ridden person, but for whatever reason, I thought that he might be normal due to the fact that I just spent hours and hours talking to him and I didn't pick up on any red flags. So I said, sure, why the hell not, right? I know. This is an incredibly stupid mistake. I have a big heart though, and frequently make the mistake of giving others the benefit of the doubt. So, just like that, we started planning a camping trip. He was set on doing it just days after that morning because that was when he was off work next. I agreed because I didn't have anything to do at that time. I asked for his number so we could talk somewhere else about the trip other than Omegle. He gave it to me, I texted it, and I noticed the messages showed green on my iPhone. This indicated that he was using a Samsung or an Android. Teasingly, I said something along the lines of, "What's up with the Samsung?" And after a few minutes, he texted back saying that he had 2 phones and that one was for work. That was the first red flag that went off in my head. Why would you need 2 phones for work at this age? I mean, of course, there's possible reasons, but it just set off that intuitive feeling, one that I regret not listening to. I asked what his job was, and he said that he worked for the state. He added that he isn't allowed to share details about his job because he signed papers saying that he wouldn't, and that he could get fired if he were to violate this agreement. I was still wary of this, but I just figured that he worked for a police station or the town council or something that does with law enforcement, and that I was probably overthinking things. Days passed, and the date for our camping trip approached quickly. He wanted to take me someplace close to where he lives, Nimham Mountain in New York. Don't worry, this isn't near my house at all, and I don't give a fuck about violating his fake privacy after what he took from me. Obviously, I wanted to do at least a little research about where I was going, so I popped the name into Google. A bunch of results popped up about the soil on Nimham Mountain being contaminated with arsenic due to the old mines in the area. All of the government and state articles that I read said that it was still safe to hike there and that you should wash your skin and shoes after hiking. But I still had a feeling of unease about the whole thing. I texted Kane and I asked him why we were going to some place that could potentially be dangerous. He assured me that nothing would happen and said that he chose the spot because it's somewhere him and his friends frequently camp. This slightly reassured me. He does know the area better than me after all. My parents are definitely over-suspicious of everyone. Strict is also a safe word. But for good reason though, they are just protective. I told them that I was meeting up with a friend that I met over a video game and that I already know him for a month. I knew this would be less likely to freak them out than the truth. They were adamant that this was a horrible idea, but finally let me go off when Kane pulled into my driveway. He didn't come inside and waited outside of his car for me. After a brief introduction, my mom rushed out to meet him and ask a few questions about the area that we were headed to. And then we were off. We pulled into the Starbucks by my house so he could get a coffee, since he was tired from the drive up. We sat in his car for about an hour and a half afterwards. During that time, he asked me to rate the playlist he put on and showed me how he writes down every single song that he likes in a little notebook that he kept in his car. I thought that it was weird but kind of sweet. Like, what guy these days writes down songs, right? After an hour or so passed, I told him that we should get going so we can get to the campsite before dark. He kept saying just 5 more minutes, and after about 30 minutes of insisting that we need to leave to make it on time, he finally let us start onto the road. While we drove for the 4 hours up to our destination, Kane mostly talked about himself. He told me long stories about his friends and a girl that he used to date that he doesn't like. I thought that this was strange. Who talks about another woman to a girl like this? After telling stories for about 2 hours, I tried to deviate to a brighter topic and ask what kinds of things he's into hobby-wise. I already knew the stuff he told me online, but I was trying not to suffer from awkward silence or any more of his weird ramblings. He said that he thinks that eating healthy is important and that people who eat junk food are stupid. He also says that he only wears sustainable clothing that's made from cotton or wool. I don't have a problem with being sustainable, but he was saying it in a really obnoxious way. He turned to me and asked the first question about me since we got in the car. "So, what brought you to Omegle?" I told him that I was bored and that I liked meeting new and interesting people, and that was about it. He nodded slowly in thought and grinned, showing the most expression that I've seen on his face so far. He said that he likes to go on there and tell people that he's a soldier in Russia and that he was torturing people as he spoke to them. I just sat there in silence and kind of just stared at him, waiting for him to say that he was just kidding and that it was just some fucked up sense of humor. But he didn't. He just laughed and said, "What?" As we neared the campsite, I mentioned that I was getting kind of hungry. He said that we can stop at Whole Foods before going to camp for the night. In my head, I sighed about this, knowing he was probably going to judge me for whatever I picked out there. But it wasn't a problem for me. I was hungry and so I agreed. In Whole Foods, he made me pay for both our meals because his card wouldn't work there. He didn't even try, and this annoyed me, but I was just eager to get to camp, so I paid and we sat down outside to eat. After about an hour, we were finally ready to get to camp. We drive up the mountain, and he pulls into a small parking area with about 3 spots. Cars were parked there, and older men were surrounding the cars smoking weed. Nothing they were doing was wrong, at least morally to me, but it just made me uncomfortable that they were also there so late at night. Before I could even mention it, Kane says that it's too cold for him to carry our supplies to the campsite, which was about a 10-minute walk, and then to set up camp. I was taken aback by this. I said, "What do you mean? I'll help you. We didn't come up here for nothing." He insisted and told me to get out of the car to feel how cold it was. He said that it would take a while to pitch our tent and that it was too much for us. There was no way that I was getting out of the car and facing the men in the parking spot next to us. I rolled down the window halfway and I stuck my hand out. It was freezing. He was right about that. And that night, it was in the 30s and the wind chill felt worse being higher up. I was annoyed that I agreed sleeping in his car for the night. I was just sad that our trip was basically wasted. He sat in silence for a while, seemingly uncomfortable that I was annoyed and unsure how to comfort me. I slinked back into the passenger seat and I started to scroll on social media, trying to pass the time. He grabbed my phone out of my hand and said, "Come here." He patted his lap. I was already annoyed at the situation and confused on what he thought he was doing. I said, "You're funny." And then I reached for my phone that he had tossed onto the floor of the car. But before I could get to it, he reached over and scooped me up out of the seat and then tossed me onto the back seats. He then proceeded to rape me. I don't remember most of it. My eyes were squeezed shut and I was praying for it to end. And after he was done, he pushed me back into the seats and got dressed. He smiled at me and said, "So, how was it?" I just stared back at him with tears in my eyes. He climbed back into the front seat, propped his feet up onto the wheel, and then went to sleep. I didn't know what to do. I sat there motionless in the back seat for about 2 hours trying to process what just happened to me. I considered calling my mom, calling 911. I thought about it for what felt like forever. I already had been assaulted once in my life, and it broke my parents' hearts. I knew that learning of this would absolutely destroy them. I was also afraid what would happen if I told them. I didn't want my dad or my brother to go to jail for life because they were angry and got revenge against this guy. So I just sat there all night, watching the men outside stare into the car and smoke on their joints. I don't remember falling asleep, but eventually I woke up to wind hitting the car. I was in a fetal position, sitting upright, holding my legs with my arms. Kane noticed that I was awake and said that it's time to go. I was so scared of him. It felt like my heart was leaping out of my throat. Adrenaline was pumping through my body, and I started scanning the back seat and our overnight bags for something that I could use as a weapon in case he were to pursue me again. I ended up holding onto my full metal water bottle. It wasn't deadly by any means, but it could knock someone out, and holding it made me feel safer. I stayed in the back and Kane started driving. I asked where we were going and he said that we were going to get breakfast, almost as if that was obvious, and it was silly of me to ask. After driving down the mountain back into the city, We pull into a parking garage, and then he tells me to get out and that we're here. I get out of the car, and I cling close to it, not wanting to let him get behind me. I was thinking about making a run for it, but I didn't want to risk getting chased and overpowered by him. I followed him to a little Mexican spot on the corner, and he told me to order pancakes so that he could have some. This obviously made me more pissed than I already was, but I didn't say anything because I was afraid that there would be consequences if I showed negative emotions at this point. I ate a few bites of my food, and then he happily ate the rest of my plate. He paid quickly with cash and then took me back to the car, where he laid down in the back seat. He said he was going to take a nap because he didn't sleep well last night. I didn't want to argue with him, so I let him sleep. How could he sleep so soundly after what he did to me? He slept for about 3 hours. The whole time I was watching videos, trying to calm myself down and keep a clear head. It was about 9 a.m. and around this time my mom was waking up and texting me, saying that she wants me to be home. I told her that Kane was taking a nap and that I would be home soon. She didn't like the sound of that and insisted that I come home. I was happy to have a reason to get the fuck out of there, one that might be convincing to Kane. I woke him up and he became angry with me, saying, "Don't wake me up next time. Play on your phone or watch TikTok or something." I was shaking, but I managed to say that my mom wanted me home and that we needed to go. He said to let him sleep for 30 more minutes and told me to set a timer on my phone, and I did. 30 minutes felt like 30 hours, and once it went off, I woke him once again. This time, I filmed myself waking him up because I was afraid of what was going to happen. He was angry once again, and I told him that 30 minutes was up. I asked to leave, begged him to leave, and he said no, over and over, and he said that we aren't leaving yet. I was shaking uncontrollably. I put on a brave face and I pretended like I was being playful. I said, "Okay, I'll just get an Uber then." I turned around and started to open the car door when I felt his hand grab my shoulder and then dig into it, yanking me back into place. I honestly think that I blacked out from fear for a few seconds. He said, "What the fuck are you doing?" His hand was still on my shoulder, his fingers squeezing into my skin. My mind was racing and I was on the verge of tears. This caught his eye, and I quickly played it off by saying that my mom would call the police to come get me if I wasn't home soon. I had mentioned earlier that my dad works in law enforcement, so this was a little bit more believable of a lie. At the mention of police, something changed in his face. He looked frantic, he let go of me, and unhappily agreed to drive me home. I felt a deep relief, the deepest relief that I have ever felt, and swallowed the lump in my throat as he climbed into the front seat and started our 5-hour drive back to my house. The drive back was much quieter than the drive up. I didn't say anything unless he initiated. I just gripped my phone in my hand and I tried not to make eye contact with him. I wondered if he had any remorse for what he did in those moments. When we reached the town where I live, it was 11:30 at night. Kane pulled onto the main strip to get to my house, and I saw flashing lights behind me. My first instinct was to be scared shitless because my dad is a cop, so I've always made extra sure not to break any traffic laws. The police pulled us over and 2 men stepped out of the cop car, and I frantically rolled down my window so they could see my familiar face, the daughter of their boss. One of them greeted me and looked both concerned and disappointed that I was in the car with someone getting pulled over. The other cop told Kane to get out of the car while I explained what we were doing out so late. I spared the illegal and horrific details. I was tired and scared, and I needed to be safe in my own home. I also didn't want them waking up my sleeping dad with such bad news. I overheard the second officer ask Kane about his info when he said, "What's your name, son?" Kane mumbled, and he said to speak up. The name he gave was not Kane, and he told the officer that he was 22 and not 23. My heart sunk into my feet, and I sat motionless while they explained to Kane that he missed the stop sign and that they are letting him off with a warning. They told me to get home, and I nodded my head. When we pulled off, I let my emotions take over and started screaming at the stranger that I was sitting next to. "Why did you lie to me? What the fuck is wrong with you?" He looked distressed from the volume of my yelling and told me to calm down and that he's sorry he lied. He said that he only lied for his identity for his own safety. That honestly baffled me considering that he just assaulted me. I screamed at him all the way to my house, and as we pulled in, I threw the car doors open and I started throwing my stuff out onto the lawn, desperate to just get far away from him. He tried to talk to me, to offer more pitiful excuses for his disgusting actions, but I screamed at him to get the fuck away from me and that I never wanted to see him again. I gathered my stuff off the lawn and I hauled it into my room while my parents slept soundly, unaware of the terrible secret that I had. I woke up my mom and told her that I was home, as she requested. And once I got to my room, I broke down. What happened to me started to sink in. As I was sobbing silently into my blanket, my phone lit up from a text from him. It read, "I'm sorry about what happened, I really am. If it makes you feel any better, I just got pulled over, so that's my karma, I guess. Let me know if you want to talk." I felt a wave of nausea hit me like a train. I screenshotted the message, blocked his number, and deleted his contact. And I haven't heard from him since. And I haven't hung out with anyone else besides my boyfriend. I still think about what happened almost every day, and I still feel sick when someone I don't know gets close to me, even if it's just a stranger passing by in the grocery store. I know that what happened was the product of my own irrational teenage actions. I know that I shouldn't have met up with someone that I didn't know, but I had faith that he would be a normal person, somewhat at least. I wish I would have listened to my instinct and to my parents' warnings. I don't know what would have happened if I didn't make up that police story, and I don't even want to think about it. I will never meet up with someone that I don't know again. While trying to cope with what happened to me, I googled Nimha Mountain again. I found a link that said, Cane Mountain North Trail Loop, New York. If you made it this far, or you take anything away from this story, please let it be this. Trust your instinct. Trust your gut. If something feels wrong, it probably is. Don't meet up with strangers, no matter how good they look or how normal they seem. This was a lengthy story, and I apologize for that. It was hard for me to share after all of this time, after carrying the secret for so long. I am doing this in hope that it inspires someone out there to follow my advice and help keep themselves safe. What happened to me was disgusting and horrible, and I never want it to happen to anyone else again. And that being said, Kane, let's not meet again. Fuck you, and I hope you're rotting in jail or hell right now. Edit. I'd like to assure everyone that yes, I am getting help to cope with what happened. I go to EMDR therapy weekly, and my doctors, therapists, and psychiatrists all know about the event. I am not interested in sharing my story with my parents or friends as it would just cause me more pain. I am doing well now, and I will continue to get support. I never heard from Kane after that night that I got home, thankfully. He has been pulled over multiple times that I know of, so his name is already in the police database. I pushed myself to share the story in hopes of spreading awareness about online safety and trusting your instinct. I give everyone permission to share my story. Share it with your little sisters, cousins, nieces, and every young woman in your life who might make the same mistakes that I did.
Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hi, I'm from California. I'm 32 and female. Being single on Valentine's Day wasn't something I usually fretted over. I've always been comfortable on my own, focusing on my career and my friendship. Relationships had come and gone, but nothing ever made me want to settle down. Maybe I was just picky, or maybe I just enjoyed my independence too much. But either way, life on my terms suited me just fine. But so much for that, and now for the story. This happened 2 years ago, 2 weeks before Valentine's Day. I started noticing small gifts appearing at my apartment door. At first, it was just a few chocolates wrapped in red foil. No card, no note, and just left there like a little mystery. It was charming in a way, like something straight out of a movie. I wondered if it was a neighbor being friendly or someone trying to brighten my day, but I didn't give it too much thought. But the gifts continued. A bouquet of roses one day, a scented candle the next, and every other day I would find something new waiting for me. It was delightful, I have to admit. The surprises filled my days with a bit of excitement and curiosity. I couldn't help but feel flattered at the attention, even if I had no idea who was behind it. It was a pleasant distraction from my usual routine. I didn't feel threatened or creeped out at first, because all the gifts were fairly normal. But then, things took a turn when I saw the next gift left for me. A journal appeared, exactly like the one that I had been using. Same brand, same color. It was too specific to be a coincidence, and something about it made me feel uneasy. Well, yes, it could be a coincidence. That could be an option. But really? That specific? The next gift I got after the journal was a picture frame holding a photograph of my favorite spot in the park. It was a quiet corner by the lake, a place that I went to clear my head. Well, that's when I started to feel the chill of being watched. And that gift was different too, because this time it came with a note. A simple, unsettling message that said, "See you soon." It was short, but the implications were enough to keep me awake at night. I tried to shake it off, to convince myself that it was just some harmless prank that a friend was doing. Yet deep down, I couldn't deny the growing anxiety. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, constantly checking if someone was following me or lingering too long. Every creak in my apartment seemed amplified, every shadow suspicious. It took a toll on me. It was affecting my sleep and my peace of mind. I wondered if I was just being paranoid, but the feeling persisted. I was not at peace at all. I started doubting people around me. Was it a friend? A coworker? I mean, who? Who could this person be? Every time that I left the house, whether it was for work or groceries, I felt a pair of eyes on me. I couldn't tell if it was real or just my imagination running wild. My friends noticed my distraction, but I brushed off their concerns, not wanting to draw more attention to the situation. I just wanted to figure it out, to uncover the mystery and put it to rest. Valentine's Day arrived, a day that I'd usually spend treating myself to a nice dinner and a good movie. I try to keep it normal, to stick to my tradition despite the gifts and the note and everything happening around me. I settled in for the evening, sinking into the couch with a bowl of chocolates. And it felt good to relax, if only for a moment, and I let myself enjoy the film, trying to forget the unease of the past days. When I was on my second movie, the doorbell rang, pulling me from my thoughts. My heart skipped, a mix of curiosity and fear. I was not expecting someone to drop by this day. Most of my friends had partners, so of course, they were doing their own thing. And those that didn't, I was aware that they had other plans. So I stood up, peered through the peephole, and my pulse quickened at the sight of a man in a hoodie standing outside. He didn't look familiar. My instinct screamed at me to stay quiet and not to make a sound. Mind you, this was around 9:30 p.m. The man then tried the doorknob and a surge of panic hit me. I went and I grabbed my phone, dialing for help while backing away from the door. He started knocking, louder and more insistent, as if he knew that I was inside. My mind raced, thinking of what to do. I moved to the kitchen, grabbing a frying pan. Well, it may not be the best weapon, but it was something. I stayed on the line with emergency services, whispering my situation, when the man on my porch started banging on the door. It felt like forever, each second stretched thin with anxiety, but the operator assured me that help was on the way, so I just focused on my breathing, on trying to stay calm so that I don't hyperventilate. Eventually, the banging stopped, leaving a tense silence. I waited for a bit, but there was really nothing. I dared to peek through the peephole again, and the man was gone. The police arrived shortly after, checking the premises, but they found no trace of him. The ordeal ended without confrontation, but the impact was lasting on me. I did tell the police everything that had happened so far, and that night, they really couldn't do anything more for me other than telling me that they will patrol the area. I filed a report too, just in case something happens again, so at least this is already documented. The next day, I decided to increase the security in my home. I got a Ring doorbell camera and some other stuff, and I made sure to inform my landlord about the incident. It was a wake-up call, a harsh reminder of personal safety and the boundaries that I'd let slip. I was so flattered with the attention that I was getting that I didn't even think about the very fact that this person knew where I lived and how dangerous that is. Well, sometimes we are really not the sharpest tool in the shed. In the end, I never figured out who did it. The gifts also ceased, and life returned to normal. But the experience really stayed with me, because every time Valentine's Day is approaching, I can't help but feel a little nervous. So stay safe, everyone, and I hope that you get to spend it well with your loved ones. Valentine's Day had always seemed like a day full of expectations, but this year, I found myself excited for a different reason. I had a blind date set up, something that I hadn't done in a while. The idea came from a friend who thought that I should meet this girl he knew. I didn't have any plans, so I figured, why not, right? She sounded interesting enough over the phone, and meeting new people can be fun. The plan was straightforward. I would pick her up, and we'd go to a nice restaurant downtown. She gave me her address, and I didn't think much of it until I punched it into my GPS. The neighborhood was known for being a bit rough and around the edges, if you get what I mean. But I didn't want to judge too quickly. I thought maybe she just happened to live in a less than ideal area. So there I was, suited up and ready, driving my car through the streets that grew more unfamiliar and a little sketchy as I went. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the blocks as I navigated through the maze of narrow streets. I pulled up to the address she gave me, parking under a flickering streetlight. The house matched the neighborhood, a bit run down but not abandoned. I took a deep breath, trying to shake the unease creeping inside of me. I then got out of the car, glancing around before walking up to the door. There were no lights inside that were on, but I just knocked anyway. I waited, but there was no answer. I knocked again, a bit louder this time, hoping that she was just running late. But that's when I heard footsteps behind me, the kind that make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. I turned around to see 3 guys approaching, their demeanor anything but friendly. They were casually dressed, but there was an edge to them that set off alarm bells in my head. One of them asked how I was doing, his tone smooth yet unsettling, as if he'd rehearsed this scene before. Then came the question about money, whether I had any on me. My mind raced, trying to process the situation, and it didn't take long to realize that I had been set up. This was no blind date, it was a trap. I tried to play it cool, telling them that my wallet was in the car, hoping to buy myself some time. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a countdown to what I needed to do next. As they exchanged glances, I saw my chance. Instead of going back to my car where they could corner me, I bolted in the opposite direction, running as fast as I could down the street. My breath came in sharp bursts, fueled by adrenaline and fear. I didn't look back, and I just kept running, hoping to put enough distance between us. I wasn't worried about the car, since I had locked it. I then found refuge in the shadows of an alley, hidden behind a dumpster. I crouched there, trying to steady my breathing, listening for any sign of someone following me. Time seemed to stretch out, each minute dragging by as I waited, every sound amplified in the quiet night. Eventually, I dared to peek out, scanning the street. I haven't seen them or heard them in a while, so I assumed that the guys had given up the search. But I stayed hidden a bit longer just to be sure. When I was confident that the coast was clear, I crept back towards my car, sticking to the shadows. I didn't reveal myself because in my mind I was thinking that they were expecting to see me again and they might jump back out and then catch me. When I was near my car, my heart was racing with the fear that I would be caught again. But they were nowhere in sight, so I sprinted as fast as I could, opened the car and then slid into the driver's seat, starting the engine with trembling hands. The street was empty now, the flickering streetlight casting an eerie glow as I drove away, and relief washed over me as the neighborhood disappeared in the rearview mirror. That night taught me a valuable lesson about trust and caution. It was a really close call, a reminder that not everything is as it seems, and that sometimes intuition is your best guide. And if you're curious about my friend who set the date up, well, I was never able to contact him again. He was a friend I knew from university, and after that I tried calling him and texting him, but I was blocked, so I just assumed that he was in on it. Anyway, I'm just grateful to be safe and sound. So my advice to everyone is that stay safe and make sure your dates do exist and not just some kind of setup. Hi everyone. I'm a 27-year-old female, and I wanted to share an unsettling experience that I have had while having a date with my boyfriend. For this year's Valentine's, my partner and I booked a cozy table at a restaurant known for its intimate ambience and great cuisine. It was one of our favorite places to go to. The dim lighting, soft music, and aroma of delicious food made it the perfect setting for a special evening. Also, they had the best steaks in town. As we settled in, I noticed the man at the table beside ours. He was alone, sitting stiffly with a bouquet of flowers on the table. His eyes darted to the entryway every few minutes, scanning the room with a tense expression. His clothes were neat but seemed slightly rumpled, like he'd been sitting there for a while. It didn't take too much to guess that he was waiting for a date who hadn't shown up yet. Throughout our meal, I couldn't help but glance over occasionally. The man didn't order food, just a drink, which he sipped slowly with his eyes fixed on the door. And as the time passed, his demeanor shifted from hopeful to visibly frustrated. He checked his watch repeatedly, drumming his fingers on the table with increasing agitation, and he checked on his phone a lot. And near the end of our meal, a waiter approached his table, politely asking if he wanted to order anything else. Well, that's when everything changed. That must have triggered something in him, because the man's face turned a shade of red, and then he stood up abruptly. His chair was scraping on the floor loudly. His voice, previously subdued, erupted in anger, and it was echoing through the restaurant. He started shouting about how he had been stood up, his voice filled with a mix of rage and hurt. It was unsettling to witness. His emotions raw and very unchecked. People turned in their seats, attention drawn to the unfolding scene. The man then went on a rant. His words were very bitter, expressing his disdain for women. He accused them of only caring about money, ignoring the fact that he was, in his words, a nice guy who will treat her right. How he felt betrayed and hurt, and that someone needs to punish her for this. The staff was trying to de-escalate the situation. They approached cautiously, asking him to calm down. But he was beyond reasoning. His movements erratic, he began pushing the staff away, his frustration boiling over into aggression. The atmosphere shifted from romantic and serene to tense and uneasy. It was one of those moments where you feel a mix of sympathy and fear. Sympathy for his situation, being let down in such a public way, and fear from the unpredictability of his actions. The restaurant, which was once filled with soft laughter and clinking of glasses, was now heavy with silence and the sound of his anger. Eventually, the situation became serious enough that the police were called. They arrived promptly, entering the restaurant with a calm authority. The man, still fuming, was escorted out, and his protest growing fainter as they led him away. The restaurant gradually returned to normal, though a lingering unease remained. As we finished our dessert, I couldn't shake the event from my mind. I had mixed emotions about the whole thing. We then left the restaurant hand in hand, and then we drove home. The night ended peacefully for us, but the experience stayed with me. It's a reminder that everyone carries their struggles, and sometimes they spill over in unexpected ways. Valentine's Day has always been a special occasion for my wife and me. We've never let it pass by uncelebrated, no matter how busy life gets. It's a day to acknowledge all the small things that makes our relationship what it is. I remember the first time I met her at a mutual friend's get-together. She had this warmth about her that was really hard to miss. Her laughter drew me in, and it felt like we clicked instantly. So from then on, we were inseparable, always finding joy in the little adventures of life. And now, years later, I still want to make her feel special. And that's why on Valentine's Day, I made plans to surprise her with all of her favorite things. I set out early in the morning, hoping to beat the usual Valentine's rush. My mission was simple: cupcakes from her favorite bakery, some bright balloons, a bouquet of her favorite flowers too. I also picked up a card, one with a simple but heartfelt message. Words never quite capture how much she means to me, but I try my best. After picking up the flowers and balloons, my final stop was the cupcake shop. As I drove through the town, the sky was a bright blue, the perfect backdrop for a day like this. The bakery was bustling, as expected. I parked and I joined the line, which snaked out of the door at first. The place smelled heavenly though, a mix of sugar and freshly baked goodness. I didn't mind the wait. It was all part of the day's excitement. While I was in line, I noticed a man standing by himself. He was separate from the crowd, but conspicuous enough to catch my eye. He wasn't too shabby, but there was something about him that seemed off. His clothes looked a little rumpled, hair a bit unkempt. He seemed jittery, pacing back and forth, glancing around with quick, restless eyes. Most people seem to ignore him. I guess they're just focused on their own task and getting things done. I also tried not to stare, assuming that he was just anxious or in a hurry. But there was this kind of tension about him, like a tight coil ready to spring. I kept an eye on him, feeling a slight unease as I inched forward in the line. But the chatter and warmth of the bakery actually made me forget about the man. Then, just as I was nearing the counter, everything shifted. The man suddenly moved forward, not in line. He went to the front, pulling out something from his jacket. And then I see it. A gun. My heart lurched as he shouted for everyone to stay calm and hand over their valuables. Fear rippled through the room, turning the atmosphere thick with panic. My mind raced, trying to process the situation. In those tense moments, I remembered the self-defense class that I had taken ages ago. They taught us to stay calm, to assess the situation, and if possible, to act. No. If you are guessing that I tried to stop the guy and grab the gun, absolutely not. I am not equipped for that. I would have probably been shot if I did. But instead, I watched him carefully, noticing how his hand shook and his eyes darted wildly. He was nervous, perhaps as scared as we were. I'm assuming that this was his first time doing this. But I needed to do something without escalating the situation. I slowly moved, inching towards a side door near the counter. The door was already open from the long line earlier, but nobody dared to go out or run. I tried my best to keep my movements subtle, trying not to draw his attention. I felt the eyes of the others on me, with a shared understanding that we needed to stay safe. And once near the door, I looked at the man and I waited for the right moment. Luckily, the man was distracted by something that was going on behind the counter. I couldn't see what it was. I took a deep breath, and then I slipped out, barely making a noise. Outside, I rushed towards the street, with my heart pounding. I pulled out my phone to try and call the police, but by the stroke of luck, I found a police officer patrolling nearby. I flagged him down, and breathlessly I explained the situation. He then called for backup, and within minutes, more officers arrived, moving quickly and efficiently. To make the long story short, the situation inside the bakery was resolved without any harm, and the man was taken into custody without hurting anybody. Relief washed over me, though my hands and my body trembled as I finally purchased the cupcakes. I returned home, gifts in hand, grateful that I was able to live another day unharmed. As I handed my wife the surprises, I felt a deeper appreciation for the ordinary, for the safety, and for the comfort of our routine. The day really didn't go as planned, but it reminded me of what truly matters: being together with people I love, safe and sound, no matter what. So, happy Valentine's Day to everyone, and please, stay safe.
Back in 2019, I, an 18-year-old female, decided to download Tinder a few months after a rough breakup. I was very inexperienced with dating and pretty shy, so it seemed unlikely that I would meet a potential partner in person. Anyway, after a few matches that led to nothing, I came across the profile of someone that I found very attractive. He was 21 years old and male. We matched, exchanged Snapchats, and continued to set up a date. Our first date was relatively normal and enjoyable. We saw a movie, and by the end of it, I felt like we hit it off. However, our relationship was extremely short-lived. Not long after I had agreed to be his girlfriend, after about a month of going out, he began to behave very erratically and would sometimes fall completely silent in the middle of a conversation, ignoring me when I tried to ask him what was wrong. He became hot-tempered, slamming doors and speeding on the road when he got mad, and I started to feel really uncomfortable about our relationship. This went on for about a few weeks until one night, when we were on our way to have dinner downtown. He fell silent mid-conversation. I became extremely anxious as he pulled into a nearby parking garage, wondering what I had done to upset him. And as we parked, I decided to ask him what was wrong. He did not answer, and when I asked him again, he shouted at me to shut the hell up. I was completely frozen for a moment, but I finally got up the courage to tell him that we were done, gather my belongings from the car, and I walked over to the nearest coffee shop to call an Uber. It was fairly late that night, so I walked as fast as I could, hoping that he wouldn't follow me. When I made it to the shop, I noticed that I had several missed calls from him. And when I made it home that night, I blocked him on all social media and decided to never contact him again. I am fairly familiar with the dynamic of toxic relationships, and I knew that if he could talk to me that way, completely unprompted, it was likely that he was capable of much, much more. About a week goes by as I start to settle my emotions a bit. I decided to confide in a friend who had never met a guy about what happened, feeling completely embarrassed. And a few nights later, I received a text from the same friend. It was a screenshot of an Instagram DM from someone she didn't follow. It was from my now ex. It said something to the effect of, "Hey, I'm sorry for having to meet like this, but your friend is ignoring me and I need to talk to her." My heart sunk. I decided to message all of my friends separately and let them know what happened just in case. And later that week, I start receiving several DMs from various accounts, all without profile pictures or posts. And eventually I gave in and I responded to one, asserting that the relationship was over and that I didn't want to hear from him ever again. I blocked the accounts immediately afterwards. As time went on without hearing a word in weeks, I figured that I had reached the end of the situation. Until one morning while I walked to my car, I noticed something dangling around the handle of my car door. It was a necklace I gave him. He had only picked me up once from my house before. The thought of him driving to my house earlier that night freaked me out. I was shaken up for a while. It was by no means an expensive necklace, and I had the exact same one. But I kept it pushing. I thought maybe it was his way of acknowledging that we were done. And 2 months later, I was working my job at a small boutique near my house. I was used to answering the phone several times a day, so when the phone rang, I thought nothing of it. But when I picked up, I immediately recognized his voice. He started rambling about wanting his sweatshirt back, but I hung up before he could finish. That was the last time that I would ever tell someone I was stating where I worked. I was completely losing it at this point, especially considering that he had never called me at work while we were together. I didn't even know how he knew that I was working that day or time. I told my older sister the situation, and she, being very protective, decided to message him herself. She told him to leave me alone and even offered to give him back the sweatshirt for me. He refused and insisted on meeting up with me in person to get it. And when it became clear that he didn't actually want the sweatshirt back, she threatened him with a PPO, to which he never responded. And that was the last time that I had heard from him. We've all had bad dates, right? Well, this is the only date that I've had to date that rang every alarm bell and waved every red flag. I'll preface this by saying that I don't go on many dates, but when I do, I make sure that I follow safety protocol by only meeting my date in public places, let either my family or friends know where I'm going, and park in a populated place close by to wherever we meet. Anyway, this date initially suggested that we meet at his house to watch a movie and have a few drinks, and I said no, that I don't feel comfortable with that and I only want to meet in public. He seemed okay with this, but then brought it up a few more times, and I said, if money is an issue, we could meet up another time, or forget about it altogether. But my date backtracked and went with my idea of meeting at a cafe that I chose. It was a place that I was familiar with and equidistant to where we both lived. Anyway, he turns up in a 2-door car, which this detail will be relevant later, and then goes into the cafe, and I follow behind and introduce myself. And after a polite introduction, things began to get weird. I order a Coke and he says, "Don't you want a drink? I was going to pop into the bar and get one," which the bar is connected to the cafe. I say no, that I'm not drinking, and then he looks at me like as if I was being unreasonable. I already explained in messages that I don't drink as I'm on medication, so having to re-explain it again pissed me off. He seems disappointed and goes to order a cider from the bar while I get a table. Anyway, we sit down with our drinks and my date immediately goes on about going back to his place again, even though the original plan was to stay here and order food, and I already stated that that was not happening. He says something along the lines of having a few drinks and eating at his place, and I said we don't have to eat, we can just have our drinks and leave. He gets defensive and says he has the money, but prefers it if we go back to his. I make a joke and say, You're not a killer, are you?" And instead of laughing it off, he stares at me uncannily and says, "You don't think I would hurt you, do you?" I laugh uncomfortably and say of course not, but really, I'm relieved this date won't be going any further. My date suddenly says, "Are you going to follow me in your car? Because that wouldn't make sense. How about we go in my car, but I've got packages in front, so you'll have to squeeze in the back and I'll drop you back off to your car after." In reality, that made less sense than me following in his car and driving home from his house. The fact that it was completely illogical made it even more creepy in my mind. Every alarm bell was going off at this point, and I said, "Look, I don't want to go to yours, and your insistence is giving me the creeps." My date looks shocked, mumbles something about needing the toilet, and excuses himself from the table. And a few moments later, I see him through the cafe window getting into his car and then driving off. Massive bullet dodged in my opinion. Also, the fact that his car didn't have back doors made it even more sinister, because imagine if something happened in the car and I couldn't escape. So this didn't happen to me, but a friend of a friend. She told me that her friend had met a guy on Tinder from another city whom she had been texting for a little while. They had planned to meet up at her apartment one night, and the whole time he was there, she got a really weird and creepy vibe from him. He would make morbid jokes and tease or flirt with her in a super creepy way, like telling her that he loved her tits, but they would be much bigger, and therefore hotter if she was 200 pounds heavier. And when it was time to go, he seemed very reluctant to leave and asked if he could stay, but she refused and he finally left. Half an hour later, however, he was back at her front door asking if he could spend the night at her place because he had missed his train, and she reluctantly agreed to let him sleep on the couch for that night. But when she went to bed, she made sure to lock her bedroom door. At some point in the night, she heard strange sounds and him creeping through her apartment. A few moments later, he was knocking on her door saying that he needed help with something, but her gut feeling told her not to open the door, so she stayed put. When morning came, she cautiously left her room and looked through her apartment. He was gone apparently, but she discovered that her bathroom was entirely covered in foil. Always make sure to trust your gut and meet your Tinder dates in a public place. If it's the first time, guys, you can't really gauge what a person is like just from texting them. This happened a few years ago. I, a 20-year-old female, had just gotten into the Tinder scene and was pretty new to the whole thing. One of the first matches I had was with a guy named Zach. Not his actual name. Zach seemed super cool, and we messaged back and forth on the platform about video games, anime, and generic other things in our lives for about a week. Finally, Zach asked if we could meet up. I figured enough time had gone by and he hadn't given out any red flags, so I said yes. We set a date for the next day, and I made my first big mistake. I gave him my address to pick me up. Looking back on this now, I realize how stupid I was to do that, and things could have gone a lot worse when they did. The next day comes, and I spend much of my morning nervously getting ready for my first real Tinder date. Thankfully, my roommate Sarah, also not her real name, was home with me and experienced the whole ordeal. About 30 minutes before Zach was supposed to pick me up, Sarah and I watched 2 cars pull up in front of our 4-unit apartment building. 3 of these redneck-looking creepy countrymen get out, and they looked to be about 40, so Sarah and I paid them no mind. The next thing we know, we hear a loud banging on the main door. Our building is locked unless you are a tenant, so they clearly didn't belong. Me, being as naive as I am, thought that they were there for one of the other building residents, and I stupidly opened the door to ask him who they were looking for. The guy in the middle said, "We're here for," and they mentioned my name. At that moment, I went from friendly to confused to scared. I didn't like the way that they were looking at me. I told them that I was the one that they were looking for, which was my 3rd mistake. And he gave me the creepiest smile, came over and said, "Oh, yes, you look like your pictures." This sent a chill down my spine, and I demanded to know who they were and what they wanted. The guy in the middle said that they were friends of Zach and that they were here to pick me up for our date. I asked him where Zach was, and he snickered and said, "He's in the car," and pointed to the 2nd car, which was strategically parked behind a tree, so I couldn't see if Zach was actually in there or not. Luckily, I'm not that stupid. I told them that if Zach wanted me to go out to the car, then he could come get me himself. Then the guy on the right steps up and asks if I would like to get with him. I went to shut the door, but he shoved his boot into the frame before I could completely close it. The man on the right then said, "If you won't fuck me, then fuck my buddies at least." At that moment, Sarah comes out to the lobby, yanks me into our apartment and locks the door. They banged on the door for a few minutes and Sarah calls the cops. They left shortly after, and we watched them from the living room window as they got back into the cars and drove away. There was nobody else in the car. What's even worse is a couple hours later, I got a message from Zach saying, "I am so sorry. My friends took my phone and thought they would play a prank on me. Don't worry, you will see I'm a great guy when we actually meet." I blocked him instantly and deleted my Tinder. The cops couldn't do anything because I didn't get their names or license plates. So, I never did find out what happened to those guys. I just need to type this story out because it's still so unbelievably surreal to me that I can't even believe it's real. I'm not sure if this is the right sub to be posting this, but hopefully it applies. And apologies in advance because this will probably get long. So last fall, I started using dating apps seriously because I really wanted to branch out and meet new guys. I moved back home after I graduated college in May, which was still the pretty early stages of COVID, so I was lonely. I've only ever used Tinder, so my friend told me that I should try Bumble, and at first, it was fun. I matched with a few guys and there were nice ones, but the convos kinda died after a while, and I didn't really form a real connection with anyone on there. One of the guys I matched with asked for my Snapchat, which I gave to him so we could talk on there, and we also followed each other on Instagram. That kind of stuff is harmless to me, and I really don't think much of it. Our convos didn't last long, and we stopped talking after just a few days. He was a little strange, and I was turned off by it. And fast forward a couple of months, and I get a message from him on Instagram. He told me that he had unfollowed me because of my support of Joe Biden in the election, and then proceeded to spam me with probably over 40 messages trying to convince me to change my views and vote for Trump. I'm a very liberal person, and if I would have known he was like this, I would have never spoken to him. He kept telling me people have blocked him for doing this before and to please just understand where he's coming from. His last few messages were memes to ease the tension of the one-sided convo. He and I never talked long enough for him to feel comfortable messaging me like this. I didn't respond. I didn't even block him. I opened the messages so he could see that I saw them, and then I unfollowed him. The next morning, I got notifications telling me, "This message has been unsent by the sender." For every single message. Of course, I screen recorded it and sent it to my friend to tell her what happened because it was creepy and bizarre. It was over after that though, and the topic of this guy didn't come up again, so I moved on. A few weeks ago, I was scrolling through Facebook and I saw a post from a local news station that was shared from the town this guy was from in my state that's about an hour away from me. It was a news article about a guy who shot and killed an 87-year-old woman who lived in his apartment complex with a semi-automatic rifle. He was trying to get other residents out of their apartments until he was shot and killed as well by a resident in order to protect the others who lived there. And as I was reading about this, the guy's name and face seemed so familiar, and then it clicked. It was the same guy. I went back to the screen recording of the messages that I took months ago, and they confirmed it was him. I'm not sure how to describe what my response was, but I got really sweaty and my heart was racing when I made the realization. It's extremely disturbing knowing that I spoke to this man and even had a weird experience with him. It's been a few weeks since I found out, and I still feel weird about it. I was just reading about it again today since more details have been reported since the initial shooting. Sometimes, I think about the what-ifs. Like, what if I had responded to his messages the way I wanted to and called him a creep and weirdo and pissed him off to the point of violence and he tried to harm me? God, I hope the woman that he unfairly murdered is resting in eternal peace. Thank you for listening if you made it this far, and be wary of people on dating apps. This happened last year during my student exchange in France. This was probably only 2 weeks before COVID imploded and I had to head back to my home country. That night, there was a language exchange at a bar maybe 30 minutes away from me on the subway. My roommate didn't seem interested in going, so I decided to make this my first night out alone as I had already talked to the organizers of the event, and they seemed nice. Plus, the subway in Paris on Fridays closes at around 1:30 a.m., so I knew I had time to go, meet people, and go home relatively safely. I got there maybe half an hour late, got my little flag stickers that indicated the languages I spoke, and I headed into the crowd to try to talk to people. Everything was pleasant. I made friends with a group of guys, and we made good small talk for a solid hour. After a while, the group decided to split and try to find others to actually exchange languages with, since we were all speaking English at this point. I headed over to the bar to get myself a drink, where a group of what I can only describe as chavs, but French, started annoying me about the flag on my shirt. A Chilean flag. They threw everything out there. Is it in Africa? Oh, is it in Colombia? At first, I didn't mind correcting them, but it got old pretty quick after I realized that they were just messing around. I left them to it and started talking to an older man by the bar who seemed nice enough, and after talking to him for about 30 minutes he heads off. And that's when the creepy encounter started. A random guy, mid-20s, early 30s, shows up next to me on the bar and starts making conversation by saying, "Oh, I knew immediately where your flag was from." I just smiled at him, then he started the, "Oh, you're very beautiful," that kind of talk. Look, as a 21-year-old woman, this isn't my first time in this situation. Usually if men aren't being overtly creepy, I'll just smile, maybe give a conversation and try, and if they keep pushing, I just go. I said thanks and I kept nursing my drink, hoping that he caught the sign that I wasn't trying to talk. He kept asking me about where I was from, why I was here, where I was staying, to which I gave very vague short answers. And out of nowhere, and I really mean out of absolutely nowhere, he says something along the lines of, "I'm in love with you." Dude, what? I've directed maybe 20 words in total to this man, and I'm getting a full love confession? I let out a laugh that was half nerves and half "are you kidding me?" At this point, he's forcing eye contact, and I mean really intense eye contact. I tried everything. I'm not interested, I'm in a relationship, and I even headed towards my last resort, which is saying that I'm a lesbian, which is true, but he would not budge. He said, "Oh, I respect that. Yes, it's not your fault." And he meant that it's not my fault that I'm a lesbian. And he kept going with what I would consider to be the creepiest part. "I want to do romantic things with you." Excuse me? You what? This set me off on the negative gut feeling. It's one of those phrases that is just off enough that your brain goes, "Huh?" Not a dinner, not a date, not something, just romantic things. Well, I wasn't about to find out what that meant, and I put on my full bitch face going, "Look, I know you maybe are just trying to be nice, but I'm not interested, and I'm in a committed relationship to a woman." I got up, and he tried to touch my arm, to which I immediately flinched and shot daggers at him. "I just think you're beautiful. I want to marry you someday, maybe have kids. You have beautiful eyes." Thankfully, the bar had cleared out some, and I was able to cross the floor and grab my parka. He kept saying things behind me, saying, "I just want to try romantic things." I grabbed a random non-creepy man that I had talked to that night who was just leaving, and I said, "Are you walking to the subway?" And I went with him. My recently professed suitor followed us. I remembered him perfectly, wearing a tan waterproof jacket, standing right outside the bar door looking at me. The guy I was walking with was going in the complete opposite direction of the subway line, but I wasn't about to risk going down to my own line alone and waiting. Most train stations have an option to switch directions if you mess up without paying again, so I figured that I'd go down with my bodyguard of sorts, making him stand with me near the direction change, and if I saw the creep coming, I'd book it and pray a car came in time. But it was just my luck that that specific station was undergoing repairs, and it was either get your direction right on the first try or perish. No direction change in sight. So I did what I, in my 2 mojito fight or flight mode, had to do. I ran back up the stairs and tried to pay again, except the card I used was one of those cards that once you scan, you can't use it again in at least 5 minutes, and I wasn't going to wait that long. And I could hear someone coming down the subway stairs. Paris subway has turnstiles, but it also has doors that only open once you scan. So, I sucked in my breath as much as I could, went under the turnstile, and squeezed through the tiny space between the door. I have no idea how I made past it with my parka on. Adrenaline is a hell of a drug. I had just managed to make it downstairs when the train was arriving. But as I turned around, I saw him on the sort of bridge area overlooking the train tracks. I managed to growl at my biggest, meanest no. He said something like, "I want to grow old with you, give me your number," or something of that sort. And the train doors opened, and I walked inside backwards, making eye contact and saying no again. Luckily, that's just about one of the most universal words out there. I'm thankful to the Friday night 1 a.m. Paris subway crowd. They all seemed confused, but they had the right spirit, and a couple of girls waved me over so I could stand with them until the door closed. And they went with me until I had to change lines. Let me tell you, I felt safer on the 2-minute walk from the subway to my apartment than near that guy. And my neighborhood was kinda known for being a big crack hotspot. At least, the crackheads left me alone. So, if anyone takes something away from this, just be freaking mean. Be rude as hell. I tried being mean a little too late and got one of the creepiest love confessions of my life. A stalker into the subway and a story to tell on here. This is a story of someone I knew and had cut ties with because he was a freaking psycho. The first half will be to add context as to why I cut him off, and the second half is what makes it a let's not meet. I don't know if he uses Reddit, so I'll omit ages and locations. It started about 4 years ago when I was living in a friend's house while attending a nearby university. It was myself, my friend, his sister, and their parents. Roughly about 2 weeks into staying there, my friend's sister invited her boyfriend to live in the house too, and by all accounts, he was a pretty cool guy at first, very sociable and full of great stories, and we often sat around the table for drinks or talk about life, having a smoke in the garden. Within the first month, however, as he started to get comfortable, cracks started to show in his veneer. He would rant about government conspiracies, how he was always the wrong party. He was also big into Sigma male bullshit and martial arts. And Christ, did he have a temper. He had this big dog that he always kept in a cage that was extremely violent when he wasn't around. The dog attacked his girlfriend and had to be put down. That's when the guilt trips towards her began and the ranting became incessant. About 2 months later, he had the bright idea to live in a shipping container, mainly because the parents wanted him out, and he dragged his girlfriend along for the ride. I'm not talking about one of those cheap little restoration jobs. This was a rented container in a storage yard among the outskirts of town where we were living in. He would intimidate and threaten the staff there constantly until they called the police. This, of course, was another conspiracy. He became increasingly abusive to his girlfriend to the point where the family got involved to get her out of there. I stuck close to them, having to pretend to be on his side until we could safely get her out of there. They broke up, which he blamed me for, claiming that I was poisoning her against him to make her mine. She has a new partner now, and they are extremely happy. We all blocked the psycho ex on everything possible, but he continued to harass them until eventually he disappeared, or so we thought. Fast forward to last year, I started to receive messages over social media from several different accounts, blocking each one in turn when I discovered who it was. Some were friendly and some were hostile. One of these profiles, however, was pretending to be someone that I knew from university. We talked about life and how things were going, and eventually I was invited to a house party, claiming that it was a free house and plenty of people were coming. I booked the time off work, I made my travel plans, and I kept talking to this friend coming up to the date of the party. I mentioned it to my friend's sister, and she was interested in going herself, until I mentioned the address, and she panicked. The address in question was a property belonging to the crazy ex's father that was scheduled for sale. I waited until the day of the party, and I called the police to check on the property, claiming a suspected break-in. And they found 5 people there, including the ex. And parked out the front was a butcher's van equipped for food storage and a collection of knives, hammers, and rope. I'm extremely glad that I didn't go. I really want to see other people's reaction to this interaction that I had with a guy from Bumble. I, a 30-year-old female, matched with this 41-year-old guy, and we started talking via text and phone for about 2 weeks before meeting. We got along really well based on the texting and the phone calls we had. So finally, we went on an in-person date. We went to a brewery by his house, and it was great at first. The conversation came easy. Then, he invited me back to his place to watch a movie, as it was fairly close. One thing of note, I had told him previously that I didn't want to have sex on the first date, just to avoid that expectation, so I expected to literally watch a movie. When we got to his place, he was immediately touchy and affectionate. I gave him a kiss, and we made out for a second before he told me to go to his room. I really regret not speaking up for myself and saying no. It was just an awkward situation for me, so I just went along with it. But then, this is when it gets super weird. During the sex, he was so cringe, saying things like, "Yeah, who's my princess?" And, "Whose pussy is this?" Like, "Not yours, dude, I don't know you." He then was saying that it was so good that he wasn't going to let me leave. Then he said it multiple times. He then proceeded to say that he was going to keep my underwear. I said no, and he insisted he was, and there was nothing that I could do about it. I literally just wanted to leave. I felt so weird and unsafe and just overall gross. I told him that I was taking my underwear back, and I did. He remained naked for a while and I got dressed, and I told him that I needed to go. He got dressed and I left. So, does anyone else think that he was absolutely weird and creepy?
So, a bit of backstory. I'm 18, female, from the UK. This happened in February 2019. I was 16 at the time. I got set up on a semi-blind date. We had seen photos of each other by a mutual friend. And this guy, we will call Cameron, he was 19. Cameron seemed like your average guy. Maybe a little into video games and anime and stuff, but overall nothing my friend told me about him seemed off in any way. Our mutual friend gave us each other's numbers and we texted for a night and decided to meet in a Starbucks the next day, since we were both free. I never like to meet new people this soon, but I figured since Cameron knew my friend, it couldn't possibly go wrong. How mistaken I was. I arrived slightly early, ordered my coffee since I never like guys to feel like they have to buy for me, and parked up on a seat, facing away from the door and pulled out my book. I may be there for 15 minutes, chilling out, and I get a text message saying he's here. So I'm like, great, I'm at X table. I feel a presence over my shoulder, and I turn my head slightly in acknowledgement. He must be here. Before I even get the chance to squeak out a hello, his lips latch onto my neck, and he starts sucking on my neck. Now, I don't like people touching my neck at the best of times. I'm very ticklish, and I get super uncomfortable by people even touching my neck. The few times I've had massages or hair treatments, I've been holding in my discomfort, and he's latched onto my neck like a leech. And this man smells horrendous, kind of like dust personified. I freak out and elbow his chest to get him the hell off me. He lets go and looks at me with this weird expression on his face and laughs in deadpan. It's really, really creepy, and I start to become alarmed. I ask him what the hell that was, and he just says,
I thought it was cute.
Cute? In what world? I try to have a conversation. I'm like, okay, first impressions don't mean anything. Let's try and give him a chance. But he's just creepily staring at my chest. He says,
Wow, I didn't know Asians could have boobs like those. Better not let you go.
Direct quote, I cannot make this shit up. I'm distinctly uncomfortable, but I don't want to just run away. He's giving me really weird vibes. So I go into the ladies' bathroom and wait for someone else to come in. I ask her to help me get out undetected. I don't want this man following me home or some shit. She of course agrees, and she lends me her hat and scarf. It's in February in the UK after all. And we come out of the bathroom together, and she manages to help sneak out of the back door of the Starbucks without him noticing me. He asked my friend where I went, but I told my friend to never mention me again. I was too terrified. I know I probably didn't behave well. I should have just told him I was leaving. But I was honestly just scared. Dear guy who decided it was appropriate to suck my neck before we had even said hello. Let's not meet again.
Last week, I had the weirdest dating experience in my life. Just to put everything into context, I'm not crazy about the online dating thing, but I had just gotten out of a long-term relationship and I figured, why not, right? I end up matching with this gorgeous woman who I'll refer to as Daisy. Daisy and I started talking, and at first she seems really cool. So we eventually decide to meet up at a spot near her, roughly an hour away from where I live. Finding a parking spot took longer than expected. So when I finally arrive, I'm thinking that I'm gonna have to apologize for being late. Unfortunately, I see that Daisy was nowhere to be found. And to add insult to injury, all of my texts and calls go unanswered for the next 10 minutes. This, in turn, leads to the assumption that I've been stood up. Annoying, but not the first time it's happened. Just as I'm about to leave though, I see her rounding the corner in a stunning outfit. She's every bit as beautiful as I envisioned, which probably helped me forget the poor communication just seconds prior. Daisy explains that one of her friends was having an issue and she needed to be there to calm her down. We then continue with our date and everything seems cool. Daisy was a lovely girl and we vibed the whole time. The only snag was her mentioning how she was looking for a father for her baby boy. Up to that point, she hadn't said anything about children. Something that I respectfully am not looking for. I still have a lot to figure out in my own life, and I'm just not in a place where I feel comfortable being an adult figure in a child's world. I informed her that I wasn't the best person to be around children, and she just kinda laughed it off. She gave me a whole spiel about how I'd actually be great with kids and how I just needed to trust myself. Then she went on to explain how the right woman would somehow bring out the father in me. Weird, but whatever. I asked if she was still close to the baby's dad, which leads to a tangent about how she thought she could make him into the perfect man, but he was too resistant to change. When asked more about this, she simply referred to trying to make all the pieces fit in his life in a certain way, but ultimately, he couldn't be molded into what she wanted. Seeing that this was headed towards a toxic place, I opted to just change the subject and continue on with the night. By the time 11 o'clock rolled around, I was feeling exhausted and I decided to head home. After saying our goodbyes, I go to find my car, but before I even get in, I see it's been vandalized. The headlights were smashed in, my tires slashed, and one of my windows were broken. Oddly enough, nothing was stolen. It just appeared as though someone had taken their anger out on my vehicle. Right as I'm about to call roadside assistance, I hear someone yelling my name. Lo and behold, Daisy just so happened to be driving right past me. Unprompted, she decides to pull into the parking lot and she immediately notices the damage. After inspecting my car for a few moments, she suggested that we go back to her place to hang out for a bit and then she can take me back after. At first, I was really reluctant, but after looking at Uber and Lyft prices and hearing a convincing argument from Daisy about how bad Uber is in the area, I agreed with her. I got everything squared away with having my car towed, and we headed off to her apartment. When we arrived, the first thing I noticed was how clean everything was. There wasn't a speck of dust or item out of order. When Daisy turned on the TV, it was already set to Netflix, and a bowl full of snacks was neatly placed on the table. It appeared as though she was expecting company. But what I found the oddest was that there was no babysitter. What good parent leaves a baby completely unattended for hours at a time? When I asked about this, she simply laughed it off and made a comment about how her son was too good to need someone to watch him and how she didn't trust others in her home. Definitely weird, but I didn't necessarily feel comfortable lecturing her about how to raise her kid. Before picking a movie, she asked if I wanted to meet her son. Internally, the answer was, absolutely not. But she was my free ride, so I opted for the most awkward, sure, that I had ever given. She disappeared into another room with a giddy scream and soon returned with a young boy wrapped in a blanket. She was whispering something to him with a loving smile and invited me to come over and say hello. I did as I was told, and I walked over to greet the baby. I went to peel back the blanket on what should have been the sleep-eyed young boy. But my immediate reaction was to jump back and yip when, to my horror, I was met with the disgusting face of a decrepit porcelain doll. Its single eye rolled back into its skull, and a fat roach seemed to have made a home in its dislocated mouth. The once white skin was stained black, and various cracks ran around its head. For a moment, I genuinely thought that this was some kind of horrible prank. But the look of love and acceptance on Daisy's face was so authentic. She eyed the doll like any mother would their child, and the soft kisses she gave it solidified the fact that it didn't register what she was holding wasn't a human. She gave me a big smile and asked if I thought her boy was beautiful, and I couldn't even form a proper reply. I just fumbled my way into asking if I could use the bathroom. She nodded and casually pointed me to the bathroom in her room. I took the opportunity to half sprint down the hallways toward it. Instinctually, I locked the bathroom door behind me and splashed some water on my face, trying to sober myself up from this nightmare. When the reality of the situation hit, I stood there for minutes, trying to think up a way to excuse myself from whatever the hell was going on. My thoughts, however, was interrupted by what sounded like a soft yet persistent crying noise. Thinking it was Daisy coming to check on me, I unlocked the door and cracked it open slightly, but didn't see anyone in the room. Curious, I cautiously made my way out of the bathroom, trying to keep as silent as possible, and followed the source to a walk-in closet. I was preparing myself for the worst, and I took a deep breath and slowly cracked open the door, where I was greeted by seemingly nothing. The only thing inside seemed to be a CPR dummy torso. Multiple pairs of differently shaped arms and legs were strewn about along with various pairs of unorganized clothing. For a moment, I thought that I was hearing things, or that it was a neighbor coming through thin walls. But suddenly, what I thought was an inanimate torso quickly turned its head toward me and then let out a loud gasp for air and shouted, "Help me! Oh God! Oh God! Please help me! I'm in so much pain!" The shock and horror at the fact that this horribly disfigured person was alive nearly put me on my ass as I scrambled to slam the closet door shut. But it was too late. The man screaming had alerted Daisy, and I could hear her inquiring about what was happening from the other room. It was now or never. I burst down the hallway, pushed past awaiting Daisy at the door, and made my way outside, sprinting down the dark street until I physically couldn't go any longer. The last thing I heard was Daisy running after me, screaming, "Come back, please. Our baby needs you. We'll die without you." The sound of her voice slowly died out, and the moment I felt that she was no longer coming after me, I called an Uber and sat in their car in silence the rest of the way home. As soon as I arrived, I called the police and I explained everything that went down that night. The next day, I tried to get a follow-up on what exactly happened, and to my shock, I was told that they found absolutely nothing. Just a young woman who was living alone by herself. No kids, no torso in the closet, nothing. I didn't know how to take that information, and I still don't. I know what I saw, and if Daisy is still out there hurting people, I don't know if I can live with the fact that she's free to meet other people and do horrible things to them. I would have assumed that the story ended there, but just the other night, I got a phone call. It was Daisy. She told me that our kid said his first word. Apparently, it was my name. She said that she loved me and that both she and the boy miss me so dearly. And then, silence. The next day, I find a postcard in the mail that read, "Soon, we're going to be looking at daycare, thinking of finding one closer to you so that your commute from work is easier. Looking forward to seeing you soon. With love, Daisy." I never once mentioned where I live, and I'm terrified of what this means for me. If any of you are doing the online dating thing, please hear me out. Make sure that you're really, really damn careful about who you choose to connect with. That choice might stick with you forever. a friend of mine recommended a dating website for me to check out, which isn't too unusual. However, the site he told me about was clearly a joke. It was a site to date monsters, or at least that's how he put it. He gave me the website address and told me that it was only up for 7 minutes and 7 seconds after midnight. I rolled my eyes at him and I put the information away in the back of my mind in case I got bored one day. Well, recently, I got very bored and I was unable to sleep, scrolling through my social media just trying to find anything new. I sighed, wondering if there was something a bit more interesting that I could do. That website came to mind. I mean, why not, right? If it was real, it was clearly a prank website that could entertain me for a few minutes. I waited for the clock to hit midnight, and I easily found the site. It looked like one from the early 2000s, blocky scrolling bars and a chunky mouse. The front page had a few profiles of the top creatures in demand. From what I could see of the photos, the top sellers looked like people wearing animal ears. This was a really poorly made joke. I hit my screenshot key to show my friends, but nothing happened. I guess some sites put a block on that sort of thing. I really didn't know much about website building to think otherwise. It would take me longer than 7 minutes to fill out the form or to pick out a monster that I wanted to request a date with. So I saw a randomized button on the top of the screen. Hovering over it for a few moments, I clicked it. It then brought me to a page that was simple compared to the rest. Instead of picking out a creature, you could have one sent to you. The site would tell you a day and time, and the creatures of the site would be able to pick if they wanted to go out, so it wasn't truly random on both ends. The human just didn't know what they would get. There was no form, so I just hit the button and I waited. I doubted anything would happen. This was a joke site after all, right? The screen turned black and I started to feel a little bit of fear creep up my spine. I was almost angry at myself for feeling like that. It was just a simple website. I was about to close it when a text and an image came on screen. Alex Hawthorne, Wednesday, 10 p.m., location below. I took a small inhale of a surprised breath when I saw a photo of a park that I knew. Not only did this site somehow pull my name, it also found a photo of a location close by where I live. This was stressful. I felt as if my computer just got a virus. I closed the site and I ran a virus scanner. Just to be safe, I reset my passwords in the important sites, hoping that the fake dating site didn't install something that could spy on what I was doing. Only time would tell if I was tricked out of my life savings or not. It wasn't as if I had a lot, so it wouldn't be a huge loss. I would give my friend an earful the next time that I saw him for telling me about this damn site. As the days passed, I started to think about it. Surely it wasn't real, right? They weren't going to send someone all dressed up wearing a mask, trying to pass themselves off as a creature for whatever desperate soul signed up for the date, right? It got to a point where I could no longer think of anything else. I was done with work and was very close by the park. The least I could do was to take a peek to see if anyone was waiting, no matter how silly I felt about it. This might be a setup to rob me, but I still started down the park pathway, my phone in hand, ready to call for help if needed. Someone was waiting for me. A tall man stood under a park light looking around as if expecting someone. I froze.
unable to decide if I should go near. When he spotted me and gave a wave in my direction, I could never figure out what motivated me to go over to him. Normally, I would never do such a thing. But that night, I found my feet moving on their own. He looked to be about a foot taller than me, middle-aged, with salt and pepper hair cut short and styled back. He was wearing a long wool coat that looked like it would fit into an old-fashioned European crime drama. His eyes were a bright blue, but I could not see the rest of his face. Half of it was covered by a gray cloth that went around his entire head. It was tied to a gold chain and looked like a dancer's veil. He looked like he was smiling at me, but with the cloth covering his face, it was hard to tell. "You're Alex, right? Here, we're told that this makes a good impression." When I stopped a few steps from him, he took out a rose from his coat pocket and held it out for me. I didn't move to take it. This whole thing was weird. He looked human and not at all what I expected. "This is a joke, right?" I asked slowly, not feeling right about the whole thing. "It's up to you to decide what you believe. If you want to think this is some sort of scam, you're free to walk away. However, the website will keep sending you monsters until you finish a date with one," he explained, rose still towards me. "I don't remember agreeing to that," I said. "It's in the fine print," he answered. I stared him down, trying to figure out what to do. He was a stranger after all, and I still didn't believe in the whole monster dating website thing. But I had nothing better to do that night, and he was acting friendly enough, so I took the rose from him, and his eyes turned up in a smile. "How did you know my name?" I asked, still feeling weird about the whole thing. "It's easy to find out, really. You must be uncomfortable not knowing mine if I know yours. I go by Poppy." I raised an eyebrow. That was not a name I would expect from him. Then again, none of this was really going as expected. "So, you're not human, right? Got anything special under those cloth of yours?" His eyes looked like they were smiling again, but this time I got a chill from it. He took the edge of the cloth and lifted a fraction. I couldn't see what was hidden under it, and my brain screamed at me that I didn't want to find out. It was such a strange reaction, and I needed to take a step back. "It seems as if you do not wish to know. No matter, come along. I shall buy you food. It's a step of completing the date, so you can go back home sooner." I was still freaked out, but I followed behind him. I was led to a well-lit main street with stores still open. If he wanted me to go to a dark street, I would have left. And turning to face me, Poppy handed me some money. "Regrettably, I can't go inside. You shall need to buy your dinner. I do not need anything, so feel free to choose whatever you like." There was a few fast food places on the street and within walking distance. He gave me more than enough for one meal, and I again wondered what I got myself into. I could have just walked away with the money, but I was starting to feel a bit curious over what the date with the monster would be. I picked the first place and I got a meal to go. Poppy waited outside for me and gave me another friendly wave when I came out, as if I didn't know where I left him. Damn it, this guy was a little endearing. I almost wanted to believe in the whole monster thing. "Would you like to eat in the park?" he offered. The park entrance had a few tables for people, and it was right across the street from a police station. Overall, a very safe spot to sit and eat with a stranger even if it was at night. I agreed, and I followed him again.
We picked out a table that looked clean enough, and I wasn't too hungry, so I picked away at my fries from the bag. So, if you don't eat fast food, what do you eat? People? Puppies? I asked, looking over at him. He sat across from me and thought about my question for a moment. I eat people's worries, he said finally. I paused, well aware I was giving him a look, and here I was trying to believe him, and he came out with this weirdness. Okay, I'll bite. How does that work? To put it better, I eat the causes of people's worries. It's like a monkey's paw thing. He raised a hand that was covered in a white glove to emphasize his point. Let's say you're worried about a job interview coming up. I eat those worries and there, no more job interview. Another example is if you're worried about your daughter's grades. You can see where I'm going with that. I ate a few more fries and I closed the bag. I did see where he was going. Can't be worried about a daughter if you don't have one, right? I should have left after that, but I felt as if I was having deja vu, as if I've heard this before. But that was impossible because I've never seen Poppy before that night. Do you warn people before you ruin their lives? Like, be careful what you wish for kind of deal? I asked and found my voice was shaking a little. Not often. I do tend to stress about how there is no going back, but I do believe you already know all of this. My body tensed up. This man no longer appeared charming. His blue eyes bore into mine until I needed to look away. I've never met him, and yet he was acting as if I did. My mouth became dry, but I didn't dare move to get a drink. I haven't, I started, but couldn't finish my statement. Haven't what? Ever met me before? Haven't requested my assistance? Alex, I recognize you after all these years. That's why I chose you when your name came up. I never expected to actually follow through with a silly dating site, and yet here we both are. My body started to tremble as I sat listening to him. I didn't believe a word of it. I couldn't. Just couldn't. This whole thing had gone too far. My arms started to ache in a phantom pain that I thought was long gone. Poppy was still sitting on the other side of the table, but it felt as if his form was getting bigger. The light surrounding him was slowly fading until it was just his blue eyes and the darkness narrowed, staring at me. I shook my head, trying to wake myself up or anything just to get me away from him. If we have never met, then tell me, why do you wear long sleeves all the time? His hand reached over and grabbed my wrist. My stomach turned, and I weakly tried to pull my arm away. His voice changed to something deep and threatening, almost as if he was enjoying this. When I did not respond, he went on. If we have never met, then tell me how you got these burns, and where is the man who caused them? I couldn't take his looming dark form. My stomach finally gave up, and I shot out of my seat, and thankfully a garbage bin was only a few steps away. I got sick from fear and stress, and when I finally looked back up, Poppy returned to normal. He sat silently waiting for me, and as much as I wanted to leave, this man gave me a reason to stay. He was dragging up memories that I worked so hard to forget. What happened before? How did we meet? My voice was hoarse and I sounded terrible. He waited until I sat down and took small sips of my drink. We met when you were a child. You asked me to deal with your father. The burns are from him, I believe. I nodded as the memories came back but very hazy. I haven't thought of my father in years, but I remembered how he was always drunk, and on his mean days, he used my arms as an ashtray. I couldn't even remember his face. However, he did worse things to your little sister. Poppy's tone was low, as if he was disgusted by what he just dragged back to the surface. My stomach nearly lost a few sips of soda I had when that horrible truth came back. What that man did was evil, beyond evil. I could never remember if he did the same things to me. I only knew the horrible things that he had done to my sister, who was 5 years younger than me. I clutched at my shirt, feeling as if I was going to explode in anger. My sister never mentioned this, and I prayed that she forgotten it all just like I had. Why did you show up again? Why did you need to remind me? I asked through tears, thinking Poppy was very cruel in that moment. He was a monster after all. I am aware of how you must feel, but this may be better hearing it all from me now than what is going to happen shortly. I have a vague sight when it comes to worries of the future. Back then, you were a child who still had some care for a father that was so monstrous. I could not burden you with his death. He has been in prison all this time. Your sister's memories shall never return because I devoured them. You requested some of yours to be saved in case he ever returned. My head shot up and I felt dizzy. How could he get out of jail? And if he did, what would he do to us? Would he leave us alone and go after some other children? I knew deep down that he would never stop. There was nothing good in him, and I wished Poppy talked my child self into ending it back then. Is he? I asked, unable to really speak. Yes, either by escaping or by the legal system, he is going to be out of prison in the next month or so. I placed my head into my hands, unable to handle all the information that I was just given. It all felt too much of a coincidence of checking out the website and Poppy remembering my name. I suppose stranger things happened. I didn't remember Poppy in my past. Only faint memories of the same conversation about the monkey paw. When I finally raised my head, Poppy was looking at me, his eyes crinkled in a smile. Does your father being out of prison worry you? His calm tone chilled my blood. Without any hesitation, he offered me help only he could give. After what my sister went through, I didn't dwell on my answer, and I knew it the moment he asked. Yes, it worries me a lot. I felt the weight come off my shoulders when he nodded, accepting my answer. He let me calm down and stood signaling that the so-called date was finished. I just wanted to get home as soon as possible. I gathered up the bag of food and the rose, but didn't leave yet. Unfortunately, the ones who made the website thinks that a date is finished if you both kiss. Poppy announced and I looked at him dumbfounded. Now, you're just messing with me. He shook his head, cloth fluttering, and crossed over his heart. I did not want to kiss, well, whatever was under his cloth, but he did mention that the website would keep sending monsters until one date was done. If I didn't go through with this, who knew what else would show up the next time? It shall only be on the forehead, do not worry. All right, that was a bit better. At least something that I could agree to. No matter how embarrassing it was, I got myself ready to get this over with and closed my eyes.
Poppy only took a second to place what felt like a normal kiss on my forehead and then backed away a few steps. Somewhere in the back of my mind, another memory was trying to worm its way through my thoughts. I thought when I was younger, I'd asked to see what was under his cloth and he showed me. I couldn't remember what he looked like, but I felt it was frightening, but in a way that heights could be frightening or venomous animals. I almost asked him if I could see it again, but I decided against it. There you are. I shall take care of your problem, and no need to ever see me again. We could meet again if you want. He looked down at me. His eyes narrowed, but in a kinder way than before. I would like that, maybe someday. And without giving me any way of contacting him again, he gave me a wave and left. I stayed in the park watching where he went before turning around to head back home. The rose I dried is the only proof of my first and only blind date. A month later, my mother called me. It was something serious judging by her tone. My father tried to escape prison that day. He was shot, and she wanted to tell me, feeling that it would be better for the news to come from her and not from some other source. It told her how I felt about him for the first time, and we spoke for a while, something I never thought that I would be able to do. I found myself not worrying about speaking with her, and we finally had a real conversation.
This happened in 2011. I'd just gotten out of a rough relationship a few months prior to this happening. My friends encouraged me to try dating again, so I caved and made a profile on the website, Plenty of Fish. I was surprised with how many messages I'd received within the first few hours. Most were just people saying hi or asking to hook up. I wasn't looking for a hookup, so I ignored those messages. After about a week, a guy, roughly an hour away from me, messaged me. He was cute, so I messaged him back. The conversation was pretty casual at first. He asked if I'd like to go for a coffee sometime. Not thinking anything of it, I said sure. This is where it started to get weird. He started to get pushy and ask when we could grab a coffee. I told him I didn't have my own car, so I'd have to borrow my mum's car to meet up with him. He offered to come pick me up, but I wasn't comfortable with the idea. The next message made my blood run cold. It read,
I'm sure your hometown isn't that big. If I knocked on a few doors, someone would be able to tell me where you lived.
Are you crazy? I replied. I'm sorry, but that's kind of creepy. This just pissed him off. He messaged me multiple times after this. They said,
You know I have a gun? I could shoot you and make you disappear. No one would look for you. You're nothing but a dirty slut. I could kill you. I'll throw you down a well, and no one will ever find you.
I was really scared at this point, so I asked him to please leave me alone. He replied with the following.
I know where your hometown is. It's not a big town. I can't find you.
At this point, I'd had enough, and I blocked him. I reported his account to Plenty of Fish and deleted my account. I was really on edge for the next few weeks after the fact. I was afraid he was actually going to come look for me. So, to the creepy guy who threatened to kill me on Plenty of Fish, let's not meet. Ever.
Come on, bro, just download it. There's so many hot girls on this app.
Mark pleaded, swiping through a barrage of attractive women to prove his point.
Look, I just matched with one. I'm telling you, dude, it works.
I had always been leery of dating sites, but I'd be lying if I said my curiosity wasn't piqued. I don't know, man. Kinder? It's an obvious Tinder knockoff. Plus, I don't know if I'm ready to put myself back out there just yet. Mara really screwed me up. I retorted, hoping that not so subtle jab at my ex would thwart his attempts to persuade me.
Okay, how long has it been? 6 months? You gotta move on. You're a great guy, and any girl would be lucky to have you. Just because you picked one bad apple from the bunch doesn't mean they're all rotten.
Pulling at my heartstrings? You sly bastard. I'll consider it, alright?
Fuck yeah. You won't regret, Jason.
I downloaded the app later that night. I was honestly giddy to test it out. If it worked as well as Mark said it did, I'd be elated. Though, I'd never admit it to him. The loneliness was beginning to take a toll on me. Mark was right. It was time to move on. I selected a handful of photos that I thought I looked decent in, hurriedly scrolling past the walls of pictures of Mara and me that I hadn't had the heart to delete. Looking at them always sent a pang of grief jolting through my heart, a constant reminder of the mess that I've made. But it was over. I couldn't change the past, only the future. So, with that notion at the forefront of my mind, I steeled my resolve and finally deleted any remaining photos of my ex-girlfriend from my camera roll. After a week, I was a bit underwhelmed at the modest number of girls that I'd matched with. When I was fortunate enough to kick off an interesting conversation, it usually fizzled out after a day or so.
Give it time. You just got back in the game after 2 years of being off the market. You've got to give yourself a chance to learn how to talk to girls again.
Mark advised.
Here, let me see your phone. I'll try to give you some pointers to set you in the right direction.
I sheepishly handed it to him.
Come on, dude. You can't simp over these girls. Hey, you're really pretty isn't gonna get you anywhere.
Okay, what do you start off with then, Johnny Sins?
I start off with a cheesy pickup line. Sometimes it makes them laugh, and it's not a bad way to break the ice.
Which one do you use? I queried, hoping to pilfer his.
I start off with, "Are you a parking ticket? Because you have fine written all over you. But you can't steal mine. You gotta find your own."
He smirked. Fine, I'll see what Google has to offer. After perusing the internet's bountiful selection of awful pickup lines, I settled on a mildly corny one and began to implement it. The pickup line did little to bolster my already lacking self-esteem. I was feeling dejected, nearly ready to give up on the app altogether, when a notification lit up my screen. "Kinder, you got a match." My heart fluttered. I hurriedly typed in my passcode and I opened the dating app. New match, Jessica. I start swiping through her pictures. Jessica was drop dead gorgeous. I had no recollection of ever coming across her profile in the first place, but I knew that I had to make a move on her. "All right, Jay, you got this," I muttered to myself. With nothing original coming to mind, I copy-pasted the pickup line from my latest failed conversation, and then I pressed send. I waited with bated breath for a response. Then she replied almost instantly. "That's a good one. Thanks, cutie." My heart skipped a beat. I messaged her back right away. A little desperate, I know, but Hindsight is always 20/20. She didn't seem to mind though. Jessica and I really hit it off. I didn't understand why such an attractive girl chose to talk to me out of all people. But I crammed the thought deep in the recesses of my mind. It was really working. I was actually having a great conversation for the first time since downloading the app. After a couple days, I mustered up the courage to ask Jessica on a date. She enthusiastically agreed and we exchanged phone numbers. I called Mark to give him the good news. Okay, admittedly, I may have called him to gloat a bit over my imminent success, but that's beside the point.
That's awesome, bro. See? I told you, the pickup line thing would work.
I have to hand it to you, man. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you were right. I admitted, much to Mark's satisfaction.
Glad to be of service, kind sir.
He replied in his goofiest British accent. You're a goon. She wants me to meet her at her place this Saturday.
Dude, that's great. You still got a couple days to prepare, so just play it cool until then, and you'll do just fine.
You're right. I just hope I don't screw things up.
Don't worry, man. You got this. I believe in you.
Mark doted, trying to boost my confidence. I really hope you're right. That night, I had one of the most vivid dreams of my life. I was alone in a dark house that I didn't recognize. The luminescent glow of the television was my only light source. I warily stood. I felt tired, so tired, as if I was underwater with cement blocks strapped to my feet. I blearily called out into the encompassing black. Hello? Is anyone here? I didn't expect a response, so a twinge of fear and confusion pulsed through me when a soft, soothing voice emanated from deeper in the home. In here, baby, she sang, enticing me to follow. I moved as quickly as my heavy feet would allow, clumsily making my way to the hall. Where are you? I shouted. A figure began to emerge from a room at the far end of the hallway. It was Jessica. She looked absolutely magnificent. She was dressed in lingerie, her skimpy outfit proudly advertising her assets. Her long brown hair flowed down her back, tapering off nearly halfway down. Her smile captured my heart, beautiful rows of stark white teeth gleaming back at me. Her stunning green eyes connected with mine, paralyzing me with her tantalizing gaze. She glided up to me and gently took my hand, lightly dragging me behind her. My heart pounded in my chest, and joy overtook me as we closed the distance to her room, every second mounting to the glorious crescendo that I was dying to experience. Then right as we reached the doorway to her room, I heard an alarm clock. My eyes sprang open. Disappointment enveloped me as I realized that it was just a dream. But it felt so real. Maybe it was a vision? A passing sense of delight bubbled inside me at the thought of it. I had the same exact dream every single night that followed. Each time, Jessica and I would come so close to passing the threshold of her bedroom, only for my alarm clock to tear me back to consciousness. It was starting to freak me out with the consistency of it all. I reasoned that because Jessica was on my mind all day, then my dreams were reflecting that. I tried not to dwell on it, and I focused on mentally prepping myself to meet Jessica in person. The days leading up to our date were full of anxious anticipation, and when the day finally came,
I was a bundle of nerves. I made sure to look my best, applying extra deodorant to mask the foul stench of the nervous sweat that I was certain would come. I left my house a few minutes before 8, shooting Mark a text to let him know of my departure. I pulled into the driveway and I messaged Jessica to let her know that I'd arrived. She instantly replied and told me to let myself in. I thought it was a little strange that she wasn't going to greet me at the door, but I ignored the notion and I timidly approached the house. Sweat began to pool above my brow as I pushed open the front door, and once I stepped inside, I froze in utter shock. It was the same house from my dreams. Everything matched, even down to the brown splotch on the carpet. Hey, I'm here," I stuttered, announcing my presence. "In here, Jay baby." Jessica's sweet voice floated from within the house, luring me further in. I cautiously trudged into the eerily familiar hall, and there she was. She looked even more gorgeous than she had in my dreams. That long, brown hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her petite frame was flawless. Her minuscule amount of clothing clung to her perfect features in a way that only worked to embellish her even further. Her smile stunned me as I stared transfixed into her glistening green eyes. She stood seductively in the doorway, beckoning me to come closer. My legs involuntarily drifted toward her, and in a matter of seconds, I was standing before the radiant enchantress that I'd been so eager to meet. She slipped her soft palm into mine, interlacing our fingers. And then she pulled me into her room. She led me straight to her bed, where she adopted a promiscuous position atop the covers. She said, "Care to join me?" She giggled. "You know it," I replied, donning my best sexy voice. I swiftly kicked off my shoes, discarding them at the foot of the bed. I began to approach her, but my foot clumsily caught on the corner of the bed frame, sending me crashing to the floor with a loud thump. "Oh my goodness, are you all right, sweetie?" Jessica implored, alarmed at my sudden mishap. Yeah, I'm fine," I breathed, preparing to lift myself back up. But before I did so, I caught a glimpse under Jessica's bed. A shriveled, rotten corpse glowered back at me, hollow, sullen eye sockets cold enough to bore a hole through my chest. Fear coursed through me. At least half a dozen mummified husks littered the floor. It looked as if their life force had been drained, leaving behind only an empty shell. "Are you sure you're okay, hun? Well, Mama can make you feel all better." Yeah, I just need to use the restroom real quick," I lied, shuffling to the hall. "It's down the hall and to the left. Hurry back now, sweetie," she uttered, a tinge of impatience seeping into her words. "Oh, I will." And once she was out of sight, I bolted to the front door, not caring that I'd left my shoes behind. I jumped into my car and I floored it out of there, tires squealing as they grappled for traction. Jessica tried calling me repeatedly afterward. I blocked her number and I deleted Kinder. I receive calls from random numbers occasionally, but I can't definitively say that it's her. I have a sinking feeling that I haven't seen the last of her yet, though. Because every now and then, I still have that same recurring dream. Only now, I always see how it ends, and I wouldn't wish that nightmare upon anyone. This story is really reaching back to a time before all the dating sites were really a thing, and way before smartphones and apps were the center of our lives. Back then, before everything was simplified, I used to be a long-time member of a certain IRC. That's Internet Relay Chat for the kids. These were chat rooms that were more or less embedded on websites, and they were pretty much anonymous in the fact that you had to have a display name, but not much else. Hell, most of them had the feature that let you join in as an unnamed guest, and the rooms would sometimes be filled with guest 04253 and such. They were a lot of fun, and I kind of miss those days. But nowadays, the internet is all about look at me specifically, so the idea of anonymity being a core concept is relegated to pretty much just the deep web. Now, despite the fact that there was this layer of anonymity with IRC chat rooms, it was actually quite common to, quote-unquote, find love while chatting with these people. There was a direct message system too, so you could have conversations one-on-one, so you could get to know the person on the other end pretty well, even if there was no way to confirm literally anything that they told you or said. I'm sure that some of the people I spoke with that were interested in me were probably 60-year-old guys pretending to be women in their 20s. And that's okay. I can safely say that this was a long time ago, or that was the old me. But there was one person that I spoke with on these chats that I actually did have a bit of a relationship with, albeit only for a few months. Her username was the title of a song, with some X's and numbers thrown in the mix, but I can safely say that her actual name was Taylor. Taylor was a year older than me at that time. When we met, I was 21 and she had just turned 22 when we met and started speaking. I don't remember why we started talking one-on-one, but we did, and after a while, things seemed to get to a point where we both wanted to start the relationship. Now, long-distance relationships back then were a bit different than what they are in 2023. Long-distance phone calls were expensive, and cell phones had set text and talk minutes, so it wasn't like you could be as close to the other person as you can in the current year. And because of this, we had our IRC conversations, and we had also emailed each other a few times. And before anyone mentions that Taylor was probably one of the 60-year-old men that liked to play the role of a young woman, I actually knew that Taylor was legit. We had sent pictures to each other, including pics to prove that we were real, which was essentially a picture with a date, time, or username written on our hands in Sharpie and then covering one of our eyes. Yes, things were that complex back then. You had to be creative to come up with something that was difficult to fake to prove that you are who you said you were. Now, all of this is to say that Taylor was gorgeous. She was exactly what you would think of when I say a 22-year-old girl that likes to talk in IRC rooms. She had dyed black hair, the color blue eyes, and she liked the color black on everything, and she had a few face piercings. And let me tell you that I instantly fell in love with her. I even told her that she was literally the girl that I was looking for in life, and she thought that it was the funniest thing ever. From there, we did say we were dating actually. We would chat every night, send pics through email of ourselves, and while things never went past PG-13, this was the happiest that I have ever been in my life. We had our little relationship for 3 months, and almost on the dot, and everything seemed great, until there was a stretch of time that she just didn't log on. I didn't see her in our chat rooms, and I would email her, but she didn't reply to me. I was genuinely upset, thinking maybe something happened to her. Maybe she wasn't really as interested in me as she claimed. I was almost heartbroken, thinking that I had messed this up and that this was a once-in-a-lifetime thing that I had ruined. I kept emailing her every night, just hoping that she would see them and send a response like, "Oh, my internet was out for a few days. I'm sorry about that." Or, "I was out of town." I was basically holding out hope that she would say anything to bring it back together. And then, I did get a response, but it was rather strange. It just said, "Hey, hop on IRC." It actually made me almost giddy to hear from her again, so I did what she requested and then I logged in. Immediately, she sent me a DM saying hello, and I replied asking how she was and asking if she was okay. She completely ignored those messages and just said, "What's your address? I want to send you something." I have to pause here to say that I was dumb and I was in love with this girl, so I didn't hesitate at all in giving this random internet person my address. Nowadays, I would be lambasted for doing something so stupid, and rightfully so. But back then, there wasn't really this concept of internet strangers are not your friend. I responded to her and I told her my address, thinking that this was maybe the start of us moving into a more serious relationship. Of course, the response I got back wasn't what I expected, nor what I wanted. The message I got back from Taylor was as clear as day, and I actually remember it word for word. "This is Taylor's husband. Stop messaging my girl, or else you'll be next." And that was it. What I would be next for, I obviously didn't know, but this was pretty clearly a threat. I mentioned that she never told me she was married, and then mentioned that she and I were really good friends, and if he was really her husband, I would respect that. After a few moments of silence, they logged out of the account, leaving me confused, devastated, and just overall feeling betrayed. That was the last time that I ever spoke with that account. They never logged back into the server, and Taylor never responded to any of my emails. So, that was effectively the end of my relationship, but not the end of the story. About 2 weeks later, I actually got a package at my house. The return address just said, Taylor. There was no address or city or anything. It was just her name. I hesitated to open it, thinking that it was going to be something messed up. And well, it was. When I opened the box and moved the packing material, there at the bottom of the box was a kitchen knife. And on the blade of the kitchen knife was a hard, crusty, brown-red substance that I assume was blood. I immediately called the police, telling them to send an officer to my house because I had gotten a package with a potential murder weapon. That was a really fun story to explain to the officer when he got there. Not gonna lie about that. I had to tell him that I had met a girl on the internet and that we were dating, but then her real-life husband had threatened me after I gave him my address, and then today, the package showed up. I feel like if I had told this story this year, it would be less strange. But back in 2003, it was like explaining foreign concepts, and they had a lot of questions. I ended up having to go to the station to pretty much be interrogated. And after answering questions for 4 hours, they decided that I was probably telling the truth, and then they took the knife, saying that they would look into it. I don't know what they were looking into. All I had was her first name, her username, and also a picture of her. I have no idea if their investigation ever went anywhere, nor do I know if that blood was human, but it was definitely sent to me as a threat, and it told me what he meant when he said that I was next. All of this was 20 years ago, and looking back, I kind of miss the old internet. Hopefully this can trigger some nostalgia for your older audience and educate your younger audience on how things used to be. Remember, kids, don't tell strangers where you live. You may end up with a bloody knife in your mailbox. This story started with me getting dumped. I don't want to get into a lot of details about it, but just know that my self-confidence was at an all-time low and I was in desperate need of a pick-me-up. And that's when one of my friends suggested Tinder. Now, I'm not a big fan of hookups or the hookup culture, but maybe because of how I was feeling and my friend's assurance that I just need to get laid, his words, not mine, I decided to download the app and then give it a try. I made a profile and I swiped right on a few girls, but I never got a match. At this point, my already crumbling ego was pretty much reduced to dust, seeing as no one wanted me. I was just about to call it and uninstall the app when I got a message. I matched with someone. Her name was Emily, age 25. Her picture was that of a woman with long, dirty blonde hair and green eyes. I'm going to be honest here. She was pretty, like really pretty, but like far out of my league kind of pretty. And she matched with me? I took a moment of silence to A, thank God for doing me a solid, and B, pray to him that I don't mess this up. So I opened the chat with her and I stared at it. What the hell was I even supposed to say? I was debating between either a cheesy pickup line or just saying hello when she messaged me first. "Hey," she said, spelling hey with 3 Y's, followed by the winking emoji. "I saw your profile. Your dog is cute. What's his name?" I took a mental note to give my dog Marco roasted chicken for tonight for helping me score, before replying telling her his name and breed. "He's such a cutie, kind of like his owner," she said with another wink emoji. I was blushing pretty red when I read that. "So, I usually don't do this, but I really like talking to you," she continued. My heart pounded in my chest as I saw that she continued typing. She asked, "So, do you want to meet up for something?" Score! I took a moment to acknowledge that God did indeed answer my prayers before replying, "Sure, I'd love to." I'm not sure how desperate I sounded, but I hope I didn't scare her off. But apparently not, as she then told me where to meet her and we decided on a date. On the day of, I'll admit that I was nervous. I just hoped that the buckets of sweat that I was sending out wouldn't show on my clothes. I dressed casual but nice, brushed my teeth twice. I showered, put on deodorant, put on some cologne and popped a breath mint before getting in my car and then driving to a location. As I check, it was a cheap hotel, nothing fancy. But given that she was the one who suggested meeting here, My brain flew out the window as my mind was filled with dirty thoughts. And once I arrived at the room, I took a moment to ready myself. I was preparing to enter the room and have the night of my life. I hesitantly knocked on the door, but I got no reply, so I knocked again. Maybe she wasn't here? I took out my phone and I sent her a message asking if she was here. I unfortunately got no response. I decided to simply wait outside in case she was running late or something. But I eventually decided to give her a call after half an hour because at that point, I was of the firm belief that I simply got stood up as a prank. That is, however, until I heard a phone ringing from behind the door. "Emily?" I called as I knocked on the door. I was listening closely before the door opened and a hand grabbed my arm. It wasn't the dainty hand of a woman. This was a large calloused hand, a man's hand. I instantly pulled my arm close and I slammed the door on the guy, getting his wrist caught between the door and the frame. I heard a man's yell of pain behind the door, but I wasn't going to bother looking. I ran from the hotel room to the elevator and I hit the button. And looking back, I saw 3 guys running towards me as I stood there at the elevator. I made a split-second decision and I threw myself into the stairwell before practically jumping down the flight of stairs. I reached the ground floor and I sprinted past the reception before I bolted out that door. I hadn't checked to see if the men were chasing behind me or not, but I simply didn't care. I slammed into my car with my keys out and I hurriedly opened the door. Only once I was inside it with the door locked did I feel safe. After catching my breath in my car and trying to calm down, I then drove off. I uninstalled Tinder on my way home, and to Emily, or whoever was posing as a girl named Emily on Tinder, I don't know what you were trying to do, but I pray that you never succeed. Dating has always been rough for me. I thought that after coming out as a lesbian, things would get better. Oh, how wrong I was. It turns out the dating pool is a lot smaller. And I mean a lot smaller. And 9 out of 10 when I meet a girl that I'm interested in, she's not attracted to women. So, finally having enough, I decided to get a little bit of help sorting out who is and isn't on the table. I signed up for an app called Zoe. It's a dating app for women who are looking for other women. After signing up and making a profile, I was glad to see that there were tons of other girls looking for love out there that I just simply haven't met. I was a little excited because finding women who were actually interested in other women was the biggest roadblock that I've been having when it comes to my love life so far. With a pep in my step, I started my quest for love. I started matching and chatting with a few people and eventually started getting invested in one girl that lived in the town next to mine. Finding out how close she lives got me a little giddy, I'll admit it. My head filled with scenarios about the two of us. Can you tell that I was crushing hard? She was just so bold, flirty, and made me laugh out loud. Not to mention her picture. She was, to put it lightly, my exact type. So when I suggested that we finally meet and have a dinner date, I was elated when she agreed. I arrived at the restaurant about 10 minutes early. We had the date in her town and not mine, so I came early in case that I had trouble finding the place. I had spent way too long getting ready, but luckily, I still had time to spare. It wasn't any fancy restaurant, so we didn't need a reservation. I just walked in, and sat at a table and began to calmly wait. By calmly wait, I, of course, meant nervously fidgeting with my hair, getting self-conscious about messing up the said hair, and then checking my mirror to fix it, and then repeating the process again. But after repeating the cycle a few times and checking the time, I noticed that she was a few minutes late. Maybe she was having trouble finding the table, so I look around. But other than the family of 4 near the front door and the creep staring at me from the corner table, I didn't see anyone. I just assumed that she was running a bit late. After waiting a few more minutes, I sent her a text to ask if she was okay. There was no reply. However, the message said that it was read. Did she get cold feet? Did she stand me up? I started to feel like an idiot, spending hours stressing out about a date and even more time struggling with makeup. And now, here I am, alone in a restaurant with a random creep who's still staring at me between checking his phone once in a while. I want to go home. I try to calm myself down. Maybe she's driving here right now and she just can't reply. So I decided to give her a call just to check. As I pressed the call button, I heard a phone ring not too far away from me. The guy in the corner seemed to panic as his phone rang before he hit silent. And as he did that, I got a notification on my phone. The call was declined. The guy stared at me, and I stared back, beginning to get a bad feeling about him. I then packed up my things, and I quickly walked to my car. While walking, I turned around, and then I saw the creep jogging after me and calling my name. No thank you. I got into my car and drove off as he was a few meters away from me, still calling my name. I drove off and I went straight home. After which, I threw my stuff on the table, fell on top of my bed, and I cried. I felt stupid. After that, I contemplated deleting the app, but I decided to give it another try. And that's how I met my current girlfriend. So, to summarize, dating apps can be scary, but also sometimes bring people together. But you should always be careful. A number of years ago, I was pretty active in a few sites that were basically like mini social media pages that weren't very well known. There was one in particular that I really enjoyed. It was a page dedicated to a specific game that was a pretty big MMO, and I liked to lurk the boards and just kind of read what others were saying or what they were talking about. I did get active on the board at one point, and that's when I ended up having a conversation with a person that very quickly became my long-distance/online girlfriend, Amanda. I was young and still pretty naive about things and people on the internet, but she and I became pretty fast friends and had a lot in common. We talked a lot in direct messages on the site and discussed pretty much everything. She was the same age as me, 17, and she had a lot of the same issues that I had. Basically, she was just like me, and we hit it off pretty quickly and got close. We ended up agreeing that we should give it a shot to see what happens, and I was over the moon, because I have never been much of a social butterfly, and I had only one girlfriend in my life before this point, and that was in middle school for like 3 months. Obviously, the relationship started on the MMO board, and we chatted there a lot, and then it went over to email so that we could get a bit more personal. It wasn't anything lewd or anything of that sort. It was just us talking a bit more about ourselves and the things that we didn't feel comfortable throwing out there in a potentially unsecured forum platform. We emailed each other nonstop, and I tried to go a step further, and I tried asking her if she had a Facebook account so that we could be friends on there and then get a bit more into real-time communications. She told me that she didn't, and that she didn't feel safe using Facebook because it was watched. I asked her what she meant, and she told me that if you use Facebook, you were on a list of people that were being watched. I know that Facebook isn't exactly the best platform, and yeah, they're probably on the short list of pages that are checked by the government agencies. But they aren't interested in what me, a 17-year-old from the northern part of Mississippi, is doing. But I had to respect her opinion, no matter how strange it was, so I just said that it was okay and that we could keep talking through email. After a while, she ended up messaging me and asking for a picture of me because she, in her words, was really falling for me and needed to know what her Prince Charming looked like. If that message didn't make me swoon a bit, then nothing would. I went and I got my mom's digital camera and took probably the worst MySpace-style selfie that has ever existed. I was a bit of a scrawny kid, so I had to make myself look a little bigger than I really was. And with a bit of camera trickery, I made it work. When I sent it, she responded with a heart and told me that she was absolutely in love with me and just kept on complimenting me and telling me how amazing I was. Like I said, I was over the moon to have someone giving me this positive reinforcement on myself. At this point, you may be asking which part of this was the creepy part. And that's actually still coming. In fact, it's what happened next. I will say that I wasn't exactly super secure about my information. I wasn't paranoid or anything, but I did still keep some of my information hidden and secured. Like, I told Amanda my first name, and she knew how my last name started, just the first letter. She knew the city that I lived in, but that was pretty much it, outside of knowing what I looked like, I guess. I didn't anticipate that, with just my first name and last initial, the city and my appearance, that she could ever find me in person. But that is exactly what happened, kind of. A few weeks after Amanda and I had started dating and also chatting a lot, she kind of went silent on me. I was a bit concerned, but at the same time, I had sort of moved past the excitement of having this random person online compliment me. That may sound shallow to you, but that's pretty much all the conversations were. And after a bit, you kind of grow numb to the constant compliments. I kind of assumed that maybe she had moved on a bit from us as well, and then left it at that. But then, on that really awkward Saturday afternoon, as I was sitting on the computer in the living room and playing The Sims, I heard a knock on the door. I assumed it was just the mailman delivering a package or something of that sort. So I hopped up and I went over to the door and pulled it open. I had no idea who the person was that was standing there. The man on the other side of the door gave me a huge smile, said my name, and kind of gave me a bit of a squeal? It was a strange, happy sound, that much I remember. I kind of stared at this guy in confusion. I had no idea who he was or how the hell he knew my name. And I kind of said that to him like, hi, who are you? He then dropped a bombshell on me, which I'm sure you're all expecting at this point, and said that his name was Arnold and that he went by Amanda online. My heart sank. This middle-aged, overweight, balding man was my online girlfriend. Amanda had told me that she was my age and had described herself in detail, although admittedly, she never gave me any photos, which I now know why. Not a single word of the description she gave me included bald, middle-aged, overweight, male, or creep that would show up at my doorstep on a random Saturday. I replied to him with, "You're Amanda? The girl I met online, Amanda?" And he sort of shyly said, "Well, yeah, I know I'm probably not what you'd expect, but yeah, I'm her." Now, this is where things got really awkward. My dad walked into the room and asked me who it was at the door. I can't even begin to explain the feeling that hit me. I had no idea how to explain to my dad that this guy at the door was pretending to be a 17-year-old girl online and that we were dating, and he had somehow found where I lived and was now at the front door. I tried to say that he was just some guy, but then he cut me off and said to my dad, I love your son. I drove almost 10 hours to meet him." I am not going to get into the whole conversation or everything that had happened, but I will say that my dad was very confused and then very angry. Amanda, or I guess Arnold, tried to keep saying that we were lovers and that he was there to come and get me and that we were going to live together and a bunch of other really creepy things that didn't help with my situation at all. My dad then told Arnold that if he didn't get off the property, he was going to leave in an ambulance. And after a bunch of fighting and the police showing up, he did end up going. He hadn't actually done anything. There were no lewd comments made between us, no promises of anything, so technically, all he did was show up on the doorstep of a minor that he met online, which I guess isn't a crime in and of itself, so he was basically told to drive off. Obviously, that was the last time that me and Amanda, or Arnold, ever spoke, and I blocked his email. This was entirely too creepy and awkward for me, and it absolutely destroyed my trust in people online. I'm older now and a lot smarter about things, and I don't really have any reason to develop friendships online. One side effect of this is that I, now, just assume that everyone online is a 50-something-year-old balding man that's overweight, which has kind of become a running joke on the internet. If the situation wasn't so terrifying for me at that time, I could almost laugh at the fact that I lived through it. About 10 or so years ago, I had a stint in my life where I was really lonely, though I think maybe desperate is a better word. I guess I should say that I've had a few serious relationships throughout my life, but I hit 30 and I hit a major level of depression because the man that I thought that I was going to marry and be my husband decided that he wasn't ready for commitment. And then we went our separate ways. This was after a 4-year relationship, mind you. And while he said it was commitment issues, I'm pretty sure that he was just wanting to see someone else. It is what it is, and sure, I'm bitter about it, but I have to accept it and then move on. He is not who this story is about, though. Anyway, I was just out of that relationship, and then I turned 30 about 2 months later. And as I mentioned, I hit a pretty bad low in my life. I was in that I need companionship now kind of mentality, and I immediately leaned into making a profile for one of the online dating sites back then. I don't remember which one it was. It was whichever one was popular back in 2011, I think. Probably Plenty of Fish. But I remember it being a bit confusing. That, and it also kept trying to match me with people that were nothing like me. Nothing like reading a bio that it suggested and have it to be the polar opposite of yourself. I know, they say opposites attract. But when it says, no tall women and no women that like Harry Potter, and then my bio literally mentions that I'm taller than average and I'm a huge Potter lover, it almost feels like a joke to me. So after scrolling through all the bullshit, matching with a couple guys, messaging a few people, and really feeling like this was all a hopeless venture, I found a guy named Dan. Dan was exactly what I wanted in a man physically, and all his interests seemed to line up with mine. He had long black hair, looked to be taller than me, which was nice, although it never was a deal breaker. And all of his pictures had him wearing some pop culture referencing t-shirt that told me that he was absolutely into the things that I was into. I marked that I was interested, just hoping that he would mark the same on me. And much to my pleasure, he did. I instantly sent him a DM and I started it off with something corny, like, "Oh, your hair is gorgeous. I wish I could get mine to be as shiny and straight as yours." I know, dumb, but I was actually kind of jealous. He responded almost immediately with some joke response about how he had made a deal with the devil to have hair like this. His off-kilter humor was actually one of the things that made me really like him, and I was excited to get to know him. I may have been desperate, like I mentioned before, but something in my heart was telling me that Dan could be the one. Like, he could be exactly what I was looking for, and maybe we had a future together. Having these thoughts after just a few conversations may not be healthy, but there was really just something about him. We ended up talking on the phone a few times, and I started liking him even more. He had a beautiful singing voice. He told me he used to be in a band that was kind of popular locally, but never really went anywhere on the big stages. He told me that his last job was actually at an animal clinic, where he was tasked with keeping the animals company if they had to stay overnight or needed to be taken care of outside of the normal medical work. The more he told me, the more I absolutely adored this man. And after a while, I started having this weird nagging feeling in my mind. Why was he single? He was attractive, talented, entertaining, and loved animals. He was overall a really great and interesting guy. So why had no one scooped him up and put a ring on his finger? I actually brought this up, and he mentioned to me that things were complicated. I asked how complicated, mostly because that wasn't an answer that I was looking forward to. He responds by saying that he had a wife, and that things had recently gone sour, and so he no longer had a wife. That kind of made sense to me. He was married and things went bad, so he was out looking for someone else to fill that gap. I could relate, We ended up talking about our past relationships. Or more so, I ended up talking about mine. He seemed a bit evasive, but I just assumed that he wasn't really feeling up to discussing it because it was so recent. And I was okay with that. It was nice to vent out some of my frustrations, and he was really good at listening and helping me see things more clearly. And then, the big day arrived. We had agreed to meet up for coffee on a Saturday morning at a local coffee shop. I got there, and he was already seated in the back waiting for me. It was actually really nice to meet him in person. He looked just like his photos. He had the same personality. He was the same funny and entertaining guy that I had come to know over these past couple of weeks. This was actually a huge relief because I was worried that I was going to get catfished. We enjoyed our coffee and companionship for a few hours, and then I had mentioned that it was getting to be midday and that I should probably be getting home at some point. But that I would absolutely love to meet up again and have dinner or something. This is when he mentioned to me that he had a great time as well. And then he kind of shyly looked down at the floor like something was wrong. I asked if he was okay, and he looked up and mentioned that he needed to ask me a favor. I said, of course, not really thinking about what the favor could be. But then he mentioned that he actually needed me to give him a ride somewhere if I could. I realized that he was already there when I got in, so I hadn't seen him pull up, and he actually seemed rather embarrassed at this request, which was almost cute. At this point though, I felt comfortable with him enough that having him in my car and driving him a few blocks to his apartment wasn't really that big of a deal to me. Plus, I was honestly thinking this could be a long-term thing if it kept up like it had. So I was more than willing to do so. I told him that it was fine and just kind of mentioned that I didn't know that he didn't have a car, and then mentioned that he didn't need to be embarrassed about it. He thanked me, and then we headed out to my car, and then we went to get him home. As we were driving, and he was pointing out where to turn, he started telling me more about his past and about how things had been rough recently. I asked if the divorce had been a bad one, and he then dropped a bombshell. He mentioned that he and his wife actually hadn't gotten a divorce. This killed me inside, and it made things make more sense. He wasn't actually divorced, he was still married. Sure, they could have been separated, but if he wasn't divorced, then it was likely that they could get back together or try to fix things, and then there would be no room for me in Dan's life. I kind of shut down a bit after this, and I just listened to him tell me about how bad things were between him and his wife, and not really paying attention to where he was telling me to go. And then he had me turn one more time and then turn into the parking lot of a police station. I parked and just kind of looked around confused. I asked why we were at the police station. It was then that he went really quiet and just sort of looked at the building and away from me. This whole situation was really weird, and I was honestly starting to feel freaked out. This is when Dan looked over at me and said that he really enjoyed the short time that we had together, and said that I was a lovely lady and that he was certain that I would find someone. He then said that he was about to go into the station and confess to doing something that was really, really bad, and that he was going to prison most likely for the rest of his life, and that if things had gone differently, he would have loved to have spent more time with me. I asked what he has done, what he was talking about, and he just sighed and said that it was an accident, that he never actually meant to hurt anyone, and then pushed my door open and walked into the building. I just sat there, watching him walk into the department with his head held high, and then he stopped at the front desk. I watched the whole thing play out from right there, watched him talk to the desk clerk, watched an officer walk up to him cautiously, and then watched as the officer put cuffs on him and then pulled him away from the desk. A few minutes later, another officer actually walked out to my car and then spoke with me. He asked me if I knew the man that had just walked in, how I knew him, if I knew what had happened, and I told him that we had just met online a couple weeks ago and that we had gone on our first date just that morning. I was more or less interrogated by the officer in the parking lot about Dan, and I told him all that I knew. And he told me that Dan had just walked in and told them that he needed to confess to murdering his wife. I obviously didn't know anything about that. I thought he was divorced. And after a bit more talking, they gave me a card, took my info, and then let me leave. At this point, it was a little more clear to me how Dan had a wife, past tense, but he wasn't divorced. And then it occurred to me that I had coffee with a murderer and even drove him to the station to turn himself in. I really don't know if our date was just him getting a free coffee and then a ride to the station, or if he was really interested in me. But either way, it was the most terrifying thing that has ever happened to me. Not because he was a creep to me, but because he was perfectly normal the whole time that we spoke during our date. This man was a murderer, but he seemed like a calm and complacent guy that was all there. That was just a normal person, you know? This was the only time that I ever went on a date with someone that I met online. And I actually shut down my account after that. I have been flirting, if you will, with online dating for probably the last 4 or 5 years now. And before you start feeling bad for me, it wasn't really consistent. I would go on a few dates that seemed fine, and then something would end up happening, or we just wouldn't click at all. So I would quit, get rid of the apps, and then delete my profiles. I would then try again, and unfortunately, the cycle would repeat. But I wasn't willing to give up yet. I still wanted to find someone that I could spend the rest of my life with. So I cleaned myself up and again updated my profiles ready to start searching. This was early 2022. I guess I was feeling more confident about myself and the state of the world as I went on another hiatus from mid-2020 till close to the end of 2021 for obvious reasons. I had a few matches, some that ended pretty quickly at the chatting part, but the others I was actually able to go out with. However, there was one girl that really drew me to her, and I thought that I was the luckiest man around when she actually agreed to a date. The girl's name was Kaylee. She had long, wavy hair that probably went about to her mid-back in a copper blonde color. She had soft green eyes that complemented the freckles on her face, but her smile and her laugh, well, it was really what did it for me. It was adorable. She had some kind of dumb joke on her profile, to which I had answered it correctly. Already off to a good start when they don't take it too seriously. We talked a bit, then even video chatted a few times before we finally went on a date. The first date went perfectly. We had dinner, then we walked around a dog park and then got ice cream nearby. It's normally here where I feel good about things, but then later on, I get a message through the dating site that it wouldn't work out for us and that I would have to start over. However, Kaylee surprised me when she said that she would love to do something again. So eventually, we had our second date where we went to a movie and arcade, which was a lot of fun. We started learning that we had a lot in common, especially in the type of music that we listened to. So, when she asked me if I would want to go to a concert with her for a band that we both enjoyed, I definitely agreed. I even offered to pay for both tickets or maybe just mine, but she refused, saying that she had already bought them. Now, I had never really gotten this far in the process, so I don't know how long this normally took for others. But this all happened within the span of a month. So, I dressed a little down from what I normally wore, picking a band shirt and jeans, and when I picked her up, she was wearing something similar, although it really looked much better on her. We decided to grab a few slices of pizza before the show, and we went to a local pizzeria that was probably about 45 minutes away from the venue. Unfortunately, as we were enjoying our pizza and each other's company, she got an email or a text about an electrical fire occurring at the venue, and until they knew if it was safe, all shows would be cancelled, starting from that night forward until further notice. We were both pretty disappointed because I think we were really both looking forward to it. And after moping a bit, I just suggested that we still drive around the area as we may be able to find some band members at a local bar or something. However, she had better ideas, and she suggested that we just go back to my place. This was not something I would have ever offered or have expected. The reason should be obvious, but being a guy, I never wanted to suggest anything, and I really didn't have much self-esteem. But she insisted, saying that we should make the most of the night. So, after we finished eating, we left, stopping only to get some cheap wine per her recommendation, and then headed back to my place. Once we got there, I played some music from the same band that we were supposed to see, and even put on a previous live performance on YouTube, trying to be funny or sweet, I guess. And after we talked for a while, things heated up, so we ended our night in the bedroom. That night was fantastic, and since we didn't work the next day, I was looking forward to spending the day with her. Yet, when I woke up that morning, the spot next to me was empty. I thought, well, no problem. Maybe she just got up before me and was in the bathroom. Or even, maybe she beat me to making breakfast. So, I got out of bed, walked past the bathroom to see the door open. So I went to the kitchen and noticed that it was empty too. I got a little discouraged at first, thinking that maybe she had left, but her purse was still sitting on the coffee table. Then, I heard a loud crash, and I realized I didn't check the spare room which I had made into my makeshift office. I quickly ran to the room, opening the door, and a flood of emotions ran through me as I saw Kaylee standing over what was my laptop, holding a hammer, as her face was a splotchy crying mess. When I was finally able to talk, I blurted out, "What the hell happened?" I know, I'm dumb. It was obvious, but for some reason, I still didn't want to believe it. In a shaky voice, she made comments about me seeing other people behind her back. I was confused by this because I hadn't been, so I tried to figure out what she was talking about. She said that she noticed my dating profile where we met and saw that I had gone on other dates other than her. However, I guess what she failed to see was that I hadn't gone on any other dates since I went on the first one with her. There were ones prior, yes, but I had 2 more lined up around the same time that we met, but I canceled on them because I was so into her. For some reason, none of this worked for her. Or maybe it was just too late. I don't know. But she kept screaming about how I was a liar and I was just using her. I again tried to reason with her and calm her down, but nothing was working. She snapped and said that I would pay for hurting her, and then charged at me with a hammer. I ran out to my room, holding the door shut behind me, hoping to buy me some time to think about what to do. That's when I could tell that she was swinging the hammer at the door. I let go of the door, and I made a mad dash to the front door, running out of my apartment in only my boxers. I ran down the stairs and then started banging on the door to another apartment. There was an older lady that answered, and oh my God, I still feel awful to this day doing this to her. But I ran in, begging her to call the cops and trying to explain what had happened. I think she was already about to call 911 on me alone. I stayed by her front door, stopping myself from looking around her place, hoping that my pathetic self looked harmless to her, until I heard police knocking and calling out. I opened the door and I told them what happened, and then I led them to my apartment. They made me stay outside so they could get my side of things, while another cop went in to get her. After a short time, it was a small apartment after all, I heard shouting and what I assumed to be people struggling. They finally came out with her in handcuffs. She had on one of my t-shirts that she slept in, but also the zip-up jacket that I wore the night before. And when she saw me, she instantly became enraged that they had to calm her down again to get her in the car. They then had me walk through my place to see if anything was taken or if anything else was damaged. She ended up finding my phone and breaking it, and also smashed the picture that I had in my living room of me and my mom and sister. My dad died when I was young, so they were the only two people that were really significant to me. Oh, they also found her hanging off my balcony, talking about how she was going to jump. I lived on the second floor, so she may have had some broken bones if she did, but that was about it. Not to mention that it was grass below mine and not concrete. After all was said and done, I think I was confused and disappointed more than anything. I didn't press charges, but she bit the officer that detained her, so they had their own charges on her. I don't know what exactly changed or happened, nor will I probably ever know, but I felt bad for her more than anything. There was obviously something wrong or maybe something traumatic that happened to her to cause her to be like that, but I think she probably could have used help more than charges. In the end, I just got a cheap phone until tax season, and I replaced them both at that point. I don't know what happened to her, as she never tried to contact me again after that, but I do hope that she's doing better. But yeah, I'm taking a break from dating again. Hi, this event actually happened to me fairly recently, and I wanted to share with you after listening to some similar experiences. So, here it goes. I am in my late 40s, and the closest to a serious or long-term relationship that I've had was with my kid's father. I got pregnant at 16, which forced us into a marriage per our parents' demands. We were still kids ourselves and barely knew each other, so it was definitely difficult at first. But we slowly worked on ourselves to make sure that we were there for our little girl. But then we had another girl that wasn't necessarily planned, but also very welcomed. However, I had her when I was 30, so my girls are about 15 years apart. Thankfully, they get along regardless of the age difference, and I am incredibly blessed for them. Now, their father seemed to have two sides to him, so while he seemed ecstatic about our second daughter, I guess he was having a midlife crisis or something, and had burned through a bunch of our savings on his friend's wife, whom he also had an affair with. Anyways, a long story short, we got a divorce. The girls both chose to stay with me, so good riddance, I guess. So, even though I've only been legally divorced for the last 2 years, I was already emotionally divorced or alone years prior. I was feeling pretty lonely, especially with one daughter already being grown up and moved out. So my oldest, Lacey, actually suggested that I put myself out there and try my hand at love again. I'm not the best with technology, but I can get myself around a computer. So she came over and got me set up on a site that she also had been using for herself. I had a few younger guys message me, but it was way too weird to me that guys were interested in me, that were closer to my daughter's age, you know? But I did finally come across a guy named Bill. He was 2 years older than me. He had 3 kids, close to the same age as my younger daughter, and said that his wife had died a few years prior, so he was looking to start over. We started talking through this site and even started talking over the phone. He seemed very family-oriented, which made me feel even better about him. I also shared with him about my little family and how I ended up here. I told him about my 2 girls and he also seemed very interested. I've noticed while scrolling through people that there weren't a lot that were interested in a woman with kids at home, so I was relieved even more than anything when he asked about my daughters. He asked how old they were, their names. He asked about the things that they were interested in, and he seemed like he genuinely cared, which was already winning me over. So after about a month of talking, I finally got up the courage and agreed to meet him in person. We met at a local coffee shop that we're both familiar with and frequented often. And when we met, we hugged, and then I noticed he looked around me and asked where my daughter Molly was, my youngest. I told him that she was in school, as she was 15 at that time. It was a slightly odd question to me, as I knew he had kids around the same age, so I assumed that they were in school as well. I did let it go, however, as we did talk about her a lot, so I assumed he was just wanting to meet her too. So, we just talked for a while before we finally decided to leave. He was so kind, very funny, and had a very distinguished look. He reminded me of a slightly chubbier Downey Jr., so for my age, I thought that this worked out, then I got lucky. We continued talking and then met up for dinner a few nights after. This time, Molly was at a friend's house after a sports event, so she didn't join us again. Bill again made a comment about this, and I explained this to him, and he seemed kind of disappointed. I know it was just me being clouded by the situation, but again, I thought it was kind of sweet that he was so interested in meeting my kids. So I told him that we could look into scheduling something so we could both bring our kids, and he seemed to like the idea. It was probably about 2 weeks later, and the church that I volunteer at was doing a potluck dinner. Molly and I were already planning on going, and anyone was invited, so I thought that I would ask Bill to join us since there would be plenty of kids for them to play too. He happily agreed, and then we planned to meet there that night. However, when we all arrived, I saw him get out of his Jeep with what I assumed to be his youngest, only who was around 8 or 9. I asked him about the others and he said that they were all busy doing something else, so he had just the youngest with him. I knelt down to say hello, knowing their name already, but they were really shy. But that was understandable, you know. Bill quickly cut our conversation off though to ask where Molly was, and I told him that she was already inside helping out. I escorted him into the church and went to get Molly to introduce her. Molly knew that I have been talking to Bill, so she already knew what he looked like and a little about him from what I told her. She's also a very kind and outgoing girl, so when she approached us, she smiled and said hi, and Bill immediately pulled her in for a hug. She hugged back and even laughed. Again, I thought that it was a sweet moment, and I was really happy that they both seemed okay with each other. But then as the night progressed, I started noticing things that were making me uneasy. As we sat and talked while eating, he would talk to Molly, even more than me. He was asking her similar questions that he asked me on our coffee date. He asked her what she was interested in, what she liked to do, her goals and aspirations, all of it. Again, it just seemed like he cared about her feelings. But then it got weirder. He started asking her, with me present there, if she had a boyfriend. Molly and I were really close, so I knew that she was kind of seeing a boy at that time. They went to their school dance together, and then she answered him saying that yes, and then he said, "Aw, well, that boy is lucky to have a beautiful girl like you." She then smiled and thanked him. He continued to ask her more, but when I tried to ask about his son, he would hardly talk to me, and Bill would answer for him or stop me from being able to talk to him, which I found really odd. Feeling a bit weird, I decided to grab all of our plates and bring them to the kitchenette. I wasn't gone long when I came back, and Molly jumped up and said that she was going to help in the back and rushed off. I thought it was odd, but I decided to leave it alone for the moment. I went to sit down again, but then Bill then stood up saying that he had to leave, and after a quick half-hearted hug, he was gone. And with that, the whole night ended with this weird aura. On our way home from the church, I noticed Molly was extremely quiet, which was unlike her. I asked her if something was wrong, and after a deep breath, she said no. Well, I know her too well, and I know that there was something wrong, so I pushed, refusing to take that as an answer. Thankfully, it didn't take long to get it out of her. She said she didn't like Bill, and that she didn't want me to see him anymore. She then explained the situation at the church, and it made me sick to my stomach. Bill had asked her if she was a virgin and if she had ever experimented with a boy or herself. She told me that she didn't know how to respond, so she just sat there, and he told her that if she was ever curious, that she could talk to him about it. There were other little things he said, but as soon as she saw me coming, she left the conversation. I was horrified and disgusted. I had no reason to not believe her. Both of my girls were happy that I was willing to find someone, so she wasn't the type to try and mess this up, especially with this insane kind of a story. I apologized immensely to her, and I told her that it would never happen again. I messaged Bill that night and I tore him a new one. I told him that I was reporting him as well. He never messaged me back. I reported it to the authorities, but to my surprise, they couldn't even track the guy down. I had printed out his profile, so I at least had a photo of him, but his profile had been deleted. His phone number had also been disconnected. And after looking into this guy further, it all seemed made up. I don't know who I actually met, or even if that kid was even his. I was horrified that I brought this stranger around my daughter. I kept my promise, and I told myself and my girls that if I ever meet someone else, I will make sure that I do a thorough check on him before they meet him. But I think I'm happy with just my girls, for the time being. I had been using a few dating apps casually to meet new people. I've probably made more friends than a significant other, but it is what it is. I did have one pretty crazy experience though, that kind of turned me off to the whole thing for a few months. I matched with a guy that started his message with a blurb from one of my favorite books that I listed on the site. I thought that it was pretty impressive because it wasn't a mainstream or popular book either. So this guy either had read it too, or looked into it just to send this. And to be honest, it was a cheesy mystery/romance so I doubted that he actually read it. But to take the time to look into it stood out to me, and I like that. I am a sucker for the grossly romantic stuff, so he had already piqued my interest. We started talking, and probably after about a week, he asked me to dinner. I told him that I would if he told me truthfully if he had read the book or not, and to my surprise, he admitted that he knew nothing of it until he saw my profile and then he looked into it. We both had a good laugh and I appreciated his honesty, and then we set a date. He said he wanted to pick me up from my place. I lived in an apartment, so I just told him the name of the complex and the building. That way, my exact unit was unknown, just in case, and I waited out front. I got a text saying that he would be there within 2 minutes, and I was in awe when I looked up to see not a fancy car or a limo, but a horse-drawn carriage. The guy got out, and while the carriage was gorgeous, I was thankful that he wasn't in a suit and tie, as I would have been way underdressed. He said this was the proper way to pick me up since I was a romantic like himself. I thought it was incredibly sweet and thoughtful, if not a little embarrassing since it was starting to draw attention. It wasn't a bad embarrassment, but like when you're called out at work for doing a good job and you don't expect it, something like that. So then he helped me up and we headed to the restaurant, which was in a very upscale part of town. Dinner was fantastic. I had never been to this place as it would normally be way out of my budget, but after asking to go elsewhere because I didn't want to assume that he would pay, or in the off chance the date was a flop, I could just pay and leave quickly. He insisted that we should go there and not to worry about the cost as he was covering everything, so I just let it go. He got a bottle of wine, and I had the best shrimp Alfredo that I have ever had in my life. Our personalities also clicked so well. We had many things in common, and even our pet peeves lined up. After dinner, we decided to walk around the plaza where there was a huge fountain. It was just a lot of fun, and I was pretty into this guy. After about half an hour or so, he said that we could just ride around in the carriage some, but said that he wanted to stop by his place to grab something. I honestly wasn't ready to end the night, so I was more than willing to go with him. His place was probably about 20 minutes out from the plaza area. It was a cute little 2-story house with a big fenced-in front yard. When we stopped, he said that he would be right back and then hopped out. But then the driver of the carriage also hopped out and followed him in the house. I sat there, kind of curious, but again, was probably clouded by how great a night it had been. I went to pull out my phone, and I started to text my friend. When I started hearing people talking and getting closer, I looked over to see my date, the driver, as well as an older woman and 4 other people walking towards the carriage smiling. They had all come out of my date's house. I stayed where I was until my date approached and offered his hand, asking if I would step out for a moment. I didn't know what was going on, so I just accepted and then got out. As soon as I stepped out, he introduced me to everyone around. This was his family. His dad was the carriage driver the whole time. The older lady was his mom, and the 4 other people were his siblings. While I still thought the carriage was romantic, from what I got out of him, he didn't really choose it. That was their normal means of transportation. None of them had a car. Then, I started getting bombarded by questions from his mother and his 2 sisters. Mom asked me about the flowers that I like, my dress size, what type of design I preferred, saying that she'll be making it for me. I was confused as to what was going on. Then I saw his mom snatch the daughter by the arm to move her out of the way. I was then face to face with my date until he fell to one knee. And then he held out this giant old-looking ring that was pretty clearly not going to fit me anyways. Everyone was standing there, silently and smiling. I didn't know where I was or what to even say. Obviously, I wanted to say no. I just met this guy, but it was so awkward that nothing was coming out of me. And when I did finally get my voice back, all I could muster was, I need to go. I'm guessing they were all really expecting a straight answer by the look on their faces. But my date quickly stood up and then brought me back to the carriage. I told him that I could get a ride so as to not be a bother, but he insisted on taking me home. So we both climbed in the back and his father in the front. Now, the ride back was pretty damn awkward. We hardly spoke, and when we did, I felt like he was just talking to talk. He mentioned how he knew a house nearby that was for sale. He told me some facts about an old garage school nearby that was now sitting empty. And of course, even the weather. Once we got to my place, he tried walking into the building with me, but I stopped him at the door. He asked me when we would see each other again, and I told him that I wasn't sure and to have a good night. He even tried to go in for a kiss, and I just backed up and went inside. I called my friend immediately and I told her what all had happened and agreed with her that I needed to put an end to that immediately, as to not lead him on or give him any ideas. We hardly knew each other, and he was already wanting to get married? That's insane. So I messaged him that night and I told him that it wasn't going to work out and I wished him the best. That went on longer than it needed to, as he kept pushing as to what was wrong since the date seemed to go so well. This guy really acted like the dating site was a planned marriage or something. I had to explain to him, like I would my grandparents, how it's used. He was still adamant that I was the one, and then he started spouting off some religious stuff that I couldn't follow. So I basically ended it at "we're done here, do not message me again, and then good luck in the future." I figured that that would be the end of it, but other than the random texts here and there, he also tried to add me on Facebook, and when that wouldn't work out, he tried adding my friends, telling them lies about things that I apparently told him on our date. He even tracked me down on some future dates that I had gone on with other guys, and even on a business lunch, claiming that I cheated on him and called me some colorful names. Thankfully, he didn't stick around when he started being threatened by my friends and also my co-workers. I did have one date leave during the event, saying that he didn't want to be involved, but to be honest, I can't say I blame him. And while this was all very stressful and ruined some potential things for me, the worst part of it all was when I saw him standing out front of my complex, just staring up at it. He still had no idea which one I was in, and I think that was probably the only thing that stopped him from going any further. I was just worried that one day he would be out there as I was leaving or coming home, and then I worried what his intentions were. At one point though, he did add my ex and we were on good terms, so he told me about it and what he was telling him too. My ex actually said a few things back to him. I don't know what exactly because he wouldn't tell me, but I never heard from him again. So, it's probably best that I don't know. I do apologize if this wasn't all that creepy, but there were definitely a mix of emotions during this time, so again, it was pretty stressful. I still use the same dating app, and I'm still a sucker for romantic stuff, but I make sure to drive myself now. I actually have 2 dating stories that should be pretty quick, hopefully. And they're not necessarily horror as in scary, but they're horror in the sense that they were horrifying and turned me off online dating pretty much altogether. I don't think much backstory is really needed for me, beyond the fact that I was in my mid-20s, have never had luck with meeting people that I care to really spend time with, and I wasn't exactly picky with who I swiped match on. When I say I wasn't picky, I mean that as long as they were a guy above a 3 on a scale of 10 and didn't throw any major super creep vibes, I was pretty much willing to give them a try. I know this may have been really dumb, but I'm the kind of person that is really willing to give anyone a shot to see if we vibe, if that makes any sense to you. Anyways, on to the first date story. I had matched with a guy named Jake on one of the apps, and he seemed like a pretty straightforward guy. His profile was pretty much your basic mid-20s guy that was into tech and fitness, two things that were actually bonuses for me. He and I spoke for a while, sent a few photos, had a few phone calls, and he was pretty much the most normal guy that I have ever spoken with. I was totally okay with normal. In fact, that was what I was looking for more than anything. We agreed to meet up for lunch at a small diner-like restaurant and set a date. The day comes and I show up first, and I then get the table for the two of us. As I'm sitting there, just waiting, I get a text from Jake saying that he had some car troubles and that he's going to be a few minutes late, but he was 100% not ghosting me. That was fine with me. I get it. I've had my share of "why won't my rust bucket start?" kind of moments. I tell him that I'm at the table and that it's totally fine and that I understand and so forth and so on. After about 20 or so more minutes, he finally walks into the restaurant and to our table. But he looks like he just had a panic attack. He was sweating, and it was early spring, so it was still pretty chilly outside, and he just looked distressed and disheveled overall. He sits down and immediately just kind of looks like he lost all sense of the situation, like something happened and he's freaking out, but can't make it not obvious that he's freaking out. I ask him if he's okay and what was going on, and he just kind of starts looking like he's about to start sobbing. And as soon as that happens, I hear shouting, and I see several cops running into the restaurant telling him to get down on his knees and arresting him. It took me a few minutes to convince them that I was already there at the restaurant and that I was not with him prior to the minute that he walked in. Thankfully, the host and the server could vouch for me on that though. Come to find out, on his way to the date, Mr. Jake had actually hit someone with his car and then kept going. I don't mean like he sideswiped or bumped someone else's car. I mean that he literally hit a person and ran over their leg, causing major injury, and then he kept going to meet up with me at the restaurant. I'm assuming that I was supposed to be an alibi, or I would have been if he hadn't been looked for by the police. So obviously, that date ended pretty quickly with him being shoved into the back of a cruiser, and me just staring at the floor like, oh my god, what am I doing with my life? Thankfully, the waiter was sympathetic and didn't make me pay for my drink, which was nice. At least, I got a free Dr. Pepper out of the situation. This second one, though, is the one that's not necessarily scary, but it's still what I would consider a dating horror story. It was, once again, a story where I met up with a guy that I met on one of those dating apps. This one was a guy named Chris. Chris's profile was a bit above the others that I looked at on the apps, because Chris was actually pretty attractive and was all about staying fit as he was a former military. Now, I've never been with a military guy, but I know a few of them. my brother for one, and I found out that I can tolerate most of them, and they can even be fun to hang out with. Talking with Chris went pretty smoothly at first, though he seemed to have a really strict "I can't chat with you before 8 p.m. kind of schedule about him, which had me initially concerned that he may have been a married man looking for an affair. I figured that I would at least see it through to the first date and see if I could spot an indentation on his ring finger, or try to ask him what it was all about. I mean, it could have been that he had a job that he worked until then and couldn't have his phone. Or maybe he just had other adult responsibilities that he had to see too. I was willing to be patient with him and get my answers. So, we scheduled a date for dinner. That 8 p.m. rule made it hard to do anything else, and I was looking forward to it. Once again, I was early to the date and I got a table for us. Then, when he finally shows up to the date, he walks in with another woman. I was a bit confused and taken aback that he would have the audacity to bring someone else to the date like that. But it was even more awkward when he sat down and said, "It's very nice to finally meet you in person. This is my mother." This man literally brought his mother on the date without warning. Now, mind you, if his mother had needed his care or been disabled, then I would have no issue with it, assuming that he would have informed me beforehand. But this woman was quite fit and able to take care of herself, and she was definitely there because she wanted to be there. What was weirder, at no point did Chris act like this was a weird thing. He just kept up the conversation as if she wasn't there. And then, it hit the apex of, "Oh my god, this is so awkward." When it came time to order, he tried to order one thing, and then his mother told him no, and then told the waiter something else. When the waiter walked away, he tried to tell his mom that he wanted the other thing, almost whining like a little kid, but she told him that it was too fatty and that he needed to watch his carbs. I just kind of sat there like, what? Was this woman really ordering for her adult former military son like this while he was on a date? Again, I know this wasn't scary, but it was definitely my "nope, I'm done" moment here. The entire date was so strange, and I pretty much ghosted him after this. I tried to think that maybe I was just being shallow about the whole thing, but it was just too much. Chris was actually my last date through any of those apps, and I kind of embraced being single for a while for reasons that I think are pretty obvious. Breakups are never easy, but my last one hit me harder than I expected. I'm Adam, and I'm a 28-year-old guy who thought that he had it all figured out until my relationship fell apart. For weeks, I was a mess, barely eating, hardly sleeping, and just going through the motions of daily life. Eventually, I decided that it was time to move on. My friends encouraged me to get back out there, so what else would I do? I downloaded a few dating apps, hoping to find a connection that might fill the void. Swiping through the profiles became a daily routine. There was a mix of excitement and skepticism. I matched with several girls, but most turned out to be bots or people who weren't really interested. The genuine conversations were few and far between, and I really started to lose hope. But then, one day, I matched with a girl named Bethany. She seemed different, genuine. Her profile was filled with pictures of her smiling and just enjoying life, and her bio was simple yet intriguing. We started chatting on the app, and for the first few days, everything felt normal. There were no red flags, just easy conversations, and also a growing interest from me to her. After a few days of chatting, we decided to move the conversation off the app. We added each other on Snapchat, and soon we were talking every single day. We called each other, we shared stories, and laughed about our lives. It felt like we were really connecting, you know? I started to think that maybe, just maybe, I had found someone special. After about a week of talking, I decided that it was time to ask her out on a date. A coffee date seemed perfect, casual, no pressure. But when I suggested it, Bethany hesitated. She explained that her family was somewhat conservative and that it would be best if our first date was at her house. She invited me over for dinner with her parents, followed by a movie in their basement. She assured me that her parents were fine with us being alone down there. At first, I felt a little bit reluctant. Bethany was 27 and still lived with her parents, and the whole setup seemed just a bit strange to me. But I really did like her, and I told myself that maybe her family was just really close-knit and protective, you know? Those kind of people. So I decided to give it a chance, and I agreed to the plan. We set the date for the coming Saturday at 6 p.m. Bethany gave me her address, and the countdown began. Saturday arrived. With a mix of excitement and apprehension, I drove to the address Bethany had provided, and I half expected to find a run-down or eerie house. But to my surprise, it was a beautiful, well-kept home in a nice suburban neighborhood. The lawn was perfectly manicured and the house itself looked like it looked something out of a family sitcom. The exterior was a classic American home, if you know what I mean. White picket fence, flower beds, and a welcoming front porch with a swing. I texted Bethany to let her know that I had arrived, and the front door opened. Bethany stepped out, looking exactly like her pictures, beautiful and well put together. And standing just behind her were two people, a man and a woman, whom I assumed to be her parents. They greeted me warmly, and as I approached the house, her mother made a strange remark about me feeling at home because this would be my home soon too. I found the comment odd, but I just brushed it off as a quirky attempt at being welcoming. Her father also mentioned something about not being bothered by the decorations inside, saying that they were a bit religious, but that I would soon understand and accept them. To be honest, I was actually feeling increasingly uneasy, but I just followed them inside. Based on what I have seen outside of their house, I'm gonna be honest with you. Nothing could have prepared me of what I would see inside. The interior of their house was a stark contrast to the exterior. The walls were adorned with bizarre symbols and statues that gave off a cult-like vibe. There were various ornaments, some strange masks, talismans, and sculptures that seemed to stare at me as I walked past. One wall had a mural depicting a hooded figure surrounded by what looked like worshippers. Another had a series of shelves filled with jars containing who knows what. It was unsettling to say the least. All throughout, Bethany remained silent, her eyes fixed on me in a way that really made me uncomfortable. And I was starting to regret coming here. They then guided me to the dining room, where an old woman and a little boy were already seated. I assumed the boy was Bethany's younger brother. I said hello and then I took a seat, trying to ignore the growing sense of dread in the pit of my stomach. At first, the conversation was actually normal. They asked me basic things about my life, about my job, my interest. I tried to focus on the conversation and convince myself that they were just quirky and overly religious at the same time. When Bethany's mom brought in the food, it actually looked delicious and I was excited to eat. But before we started chowing down, her father insisted on saying a prayer. We all had to hold hands, and the prayer was unlike anything that I have ever heard. They thanked a chosen one for the blessings, and Bethany was praised for bringing a new lamb to their house. The words made my stomach churn. I got so nervous, and I actually gagged. It was a good thing that I did, because after the prayer, Bethany's mom asked if I was okay. And instantly, I thought about a lie. I lied and I said that I was feeling sick, but I assured them that it was nothing serious. I claimed that I had some medication in my car that I needed to take. Her mom protested, saying that she had medicine, but I insisted and I stood up, walking swiftly to the door. I didn't look back as I ran to my car. I then got in and I locked the doors. My heart pounded as I started the engine and then I drove as fast as I could. I did not stop until I reached a gas station. My hands were shaking and I felt a rush of relief and fear. I checked my phone, expecting a message from Bethany, but there was nothing. So I just blocked her number and I uninstalled the app. I grabbed a drink from the gas station just to calm my nerves, and then I drove home, still glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see them following me. It's almost been a year since that night, and this memory still haunts me. Every now and then, I find myself thinking about the bizarre decorations and that eerie prayer. I wonder what could have happened if I had stayed. Would they have tried to indoctrinate me into their strange cult? If it was a cult, would I have been able to leave at all? These thoughts keep me awake at night sometimes, but I'm just grateful that I trusted my instincts and I got out when I did. So, that was my creepy experience. I just want to say that please, be careful with who you meet online and always trust your instincts. If something feels off, don't ignore it. The world can be a strange and dangerous place, and you never know what kind of people are out there. So Bethany, and probably your cult family, let's not meet again. I've been bouncing between a few different dating apps for a few years now, and while I'm still not in a long-term relationship, it hasn't all been bad. I've at least met a few people that have become good friends with me. But I do have one date that was very memorable for different reasons. I'll start by saying that I found my date on an app that was heavily used by the LGBTQ community. I am a female, and I ended up coming across a woman that I'll refer to as Jody. She was gorgeous. She had a few pictures on her profile, but her bio was kind of lacking. She gave a few things about herself and what she was looking for in a partner, but that was about it. Unfortunately, I'm used to seeing a fake profile on occasion in catfishers, so I wasn't hesitant, but I guess I was thinking that I would either find a good date or find another account to report. I was surprised when I got a response back within a reasonable time, and it didn't seem like a canned response. She greeted me and made small talk about herself and what her interests were. She even apologized if she seemed dull and short-answered, as she explained that she was new to this and just recently accepted who she was. This made me feel a bit better about her being a genuine person, because it's normal for people to be withdrawn and shy. So, I was ready and willing to take her under my wing and help her feel comfortable with herself. We started talking more and quite frequently, daily even. It all stayed within this app though, as she said she wasn't ready to talk or text via phone. I could understand that, especially if she hadn't come out to her friends and family. So, it was probably about 3 weeks of us talking. I wasn't too confident that we would ever meet, or at least not in the near future. So I started accepting the fact that she may just be a new friend, which was definitely fine. However, she did finally ask about meeting up casually for drinks or something, and I was all for it. Jody and I agreed to meet at a bar and grill that was about midway for both of us. She was already there when I showed up, and she looked just like her photos, except her hair was a little longer. She was sitting at the bar, looking around the front for what I would assume would be me. I walked over to her and she hugged me immediately and had the biggest smile on her face. We ordered drinks and wings and just continued our conversation from the app. It was just like we knew each other for years. We could finish each other's sentences, and we had the same sense of humor, and she just genuinely seemed to have a lot of fun. Like I could tell that this was the true Jody. This was who she wanted to be. She grabbed my hand a few times and said that she really appreciated me being so patient with her. It wasn't a big deal to me. I would like to assume that anyone meeting new people would do the same, but I know we don't live in a perfect world. And now, the date was going great, perfect even in my opinion. But one thing I noticed was how her phone went off quite a bit, and she would constantly look down at it. However, other than looking at it or swiping the notifications away, she stayed off of it. I'm sure many people would find it rude, and if she was constantly on it, I would have probably had a different opinion on it. But I couldn't help but notice that when she did look at it, her mood seemed to change. Her smile would slowly fade, and then she would look back up at me and then smile. At some point in the night, her phone lit up with a phone number, but I couldn't see the name on it. It was obviously a phone call. It was obvious that it was getting to her based on her size and how her swiping to dismiss it was getting more and more eccentric. So I just told her, "If you need to answer someone, I totally get it. It's fine." She immediately started apologizing, and I assured her that I wasn't upset. It just seemed like it was important, and I suggested that she take it if she needed to. She thanked me and then excused herself, saying that she would be right back. I watched as she walked to the front and started talking on her phone. From the look on her face and hand motions, I could tell that it was not a pleasant conversation. When it was finally over, she walked back and again apologized for that, and now clearly upset. She explained that it was her ex and that they split up over a month ago, but wouldn't leave her alone. Given the situation we were in, and since she didn't say much more about them, I just assumed that it was a bitter ex and didn't want to ask because she obviously didn't want to talk about it. So, we pushed it aside and then continued with our date. After we finished our last drinks, we decided to head out for the night. I was pretty smitten with her, so when she looked down at her phone one more time and then asked if she could spend some more time at my place, I definitely agreed. She wanted to leave her car there and just ride home with me. We walked to my car and then got in and continued our conversation on our way home. The parking lot at my apartment was pretty limited, and since I was getting back late, I was going to have to parallel park. And there was a car behind me, so I rolled down my window to let them go by before I started. As they were passing, they slowed down, almost to a stop right next to me. At first, I was about to make a comment about them being in the way, when Jody said, "Oh my God," and then exclaimed, "That's my ex's car." It was too dark for me to see a person inside. They may have had tinted windows too, but it was hard to tell. But they did have a lighter colored stripe down the side, so I assumed that's how she could tell. I definitely wasn't ready to deal with an ex on a first date, but I was ready to call the cops if necessary. So after they finally passed me, I parked and then got out. I was ready for confrontation with some crazy lady. But what I did not expect was this burly football player guy to get out. Crap, all I could think in my head was, he wouldn't start a fight with a girl, right? He immediately yelled at me, demanding to know who I was and what Jody was doing with me. And before I could say anything, Jody jumped in and said that I was a coworker and that we had just had dinner and that I was going to show her my guinea pig because she was thinking of getting one. I did have a guinea pig, so I guess that wasn't a lie. I just stood there, letting her talk to see where this would lead. However, as his tone became more and more aggressive, I put my keys between my fingers and unlocked my phone. She was over on my side of the car already, so as he got closer and closer to her, I could tell that she was visibly shaken. I didn't like where this was going, so I approached them, saying that he needed to step back. But before I could finish, I was punched in the jaw with enough force to make me fall backwards. I was trying to regain my composure and trying to figure out what exactly just happened when I heard Jody screaming. I stood up and I saw that she had run to the other side of my car and that this guy had just grabbed her by the hair, dragging her to his car. I was terrified. I'm far from being a small girl, but there was no way that I was going to be able to stop this guy. I quickly called 911, but thought that I needed to do something right then and there for her. There was no way of knowing what would happen to her if he left with her, if he was willing to deck a total stranger, and a girl at that. So, I ran to them screaming for someone to call for help, shouting out my address and grabbing Jody from the front to hold her back. I was trying to hold her hair so it wasn't ripped out, but he was fighting me the whole time. And thank God, someone walking their dog noticed all of this and immediately ran to us. He started fighting the ex, and the dog was biting the ankles until he finally gave up. He then let go of Jody and turned his anger on this good Samaritan. He didn't get any hits on him before the cops showed up though, and he was detained, and I'm sure as hell pressed charges on him. Once he was out of sight, we all talked to the cops, and that's when I learned that this guy was just as abusive to Jody behind closed doors as he was that night in public. She finally had the courage to split, but he didn't accept that. She was very apologetic and embarrassed, but it's not like it was her fault, so I still invited her in to calm down. We talked more that night, and she ended up staying, so she knew that she had a safe place to go in case that he got out somehow. To sum it up, Jody and I became really close. Our romantic relationship didn't really work out for us, but she has become a really good friend, and in fact, we live together. I at least was able to convince her to file a restraining order and block him everywhere that she could, so she finally stopped hearing from him. I do joke with her though, that was definitely the most memorable first date that I have ever been on. I used to believe in fairy tales. I thought that once you found your soulmate, you would live happily ever after. That's how things felt with Charlie. We met when I was 24 at a Korean-themed fair. The vibrant colors, the sweet aroma of street food, and the cheerful music set the perfect backdrop for our first meeting. I remember the day vividly. I was intrigued by a traditional fan dance. When someone accidentally nudged me, causing me to spill my drink, I turned around ready to confront the person. But instead, I met Charlie's apologetic eyes. Our connection was instant. like a spark igniting a flame. Charlie was sweet in ways that I had never experienced before. He had this habit of cutting the crust off my sandwiches because he knew that I didn't like them. He would fold napkins into little swans whenever we dined out because he knew how much I adored them. His love for anime and poetry added layers to his personality that made him really irresistible. He would write me poems, simple yet profound, and we would watch our favorite anime series late into the night. I loved every moment we spent together, no matter how mundane or extraordinary it was. For years, our relationship blossomed, and we eventually got engaged. We planned our future together, dreaming of a beautiful wedding and a life filled with love and laughter. He would often joke about how many kids he wanted. But life had other plans. Just a few months before our wedding, Charlie was involved in a tragic car accident. He didn't survive, and my world shattered into pieces. The love of my life was gone, and I was left to pick up the fragments of what could have been. I was heartbroken. I was unable to see myself with anyone else. The pain was just unbearable, and it took years for me to even consider moving on. Years passed, and although the wound never fully healed, I knew that it was my time to try again. My name's Valerie, by the way, and I'm 34 now. I'm a teacher who had poured myself into my work just to escape the loneliness. My friends, seeing my struggle, have been encouraging me to put myself out there again. One of them actually even set up a date for me, insisting that I deserved happiness too. I knew she was right, but it was just so hard for me. I reluctantly agreed. I wanted to humor my friend who tried so hard for this. The date was set for a Friday evening at a charming restaurant downtown. My friend assured me that the guy was nice and that I would enjoy his company. I wasn't convinced, but I decided to give it a try. After all, what did I have to lose? The day of the date arrived and I was nervous as I made my way to the restaurant. My heart was pounding in anticipation. I haven't done this in so long. I don't even know how to act or what to do. What if I say something stupid? I was panicking a little in my head. I arrived a few minutes early and I sat down at a table by the window. I tried to calm my nerves, reminding myself that this was just a date, nothing more, nothing less. After a few minutes, my date arrived. He was handsome, with a kind smile and a confident demeanor. He introduced himself as Daniel, a 36-year-old architect. He seemed genuinely pleased to meet me, and I felt a glimmer of hope that maybe this wouldn't be so bad at all. He sat down, and then we ordered our food. While we waited, we chatted about our lives. As we talked, Daniel began fiddling with his napkin, and to my surprise, he folded it into a swan, just like Charlie used to do. It was a small gesture, but it struck a chord deep within me. I brushed it off as a coincidence, telling myself that anyone could fold the napkin into a swan. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Our food arrived shortly after. Daniel ordered a salmon steak, which happened to be Charlie's favorite dish. I ordered a simple sandwich with some sides, because I wasn't really feeling a heavy dinner. When Daniel saw my sandwich, he offered to remove the crust for me. I was taken aback by this. From an outsider's perspective, it might have seemed like either a kind gesture or maybe even a weird one, but to me, it was eerily familiar. I asked him why he offered that, and he simply said that it looked like I didn't like the crust. I tried to stay calm on the outside, but internally I was freaking out. The similarities between Daniel and Charlie were unnerving. As we continued to talk, I found myself feeling strangely comfortable with him, as if I had known him for years. His mannerism, his interest, and even his quirks reminded me of Charlie. Curiosity got the best of me, and I blurted out a question about his hobbies. "By any chance, do you like writing poems?" Daniel nodded and said yes. He started going more into the things that he likes and enjoys. And if you've guessed that he likes anime, then you're absolutely right. There were of course other hobbies he mentioned, but those two stuck out to me. I felt a chill run down my spine. These were things that Charlie loved, and I thought to myself, did my friend tell him these things in advance? Was this some kind of sick joke they're playing at me? But then I also realized that my friend, or anyone else for that matter, does not know these things. There was no way that Daniel could have known these details in advance. Maybe I was just reading into things too much. The rest of the date went well, almost too well. Daniel was charming, attentive, and we had a great conversation, but I couldn't ignore the weird feeling inside me. Physically, Daniel and Charlie were different, but their personalities and quirks were strikingly similar. It was as if fate was playing a cruel joke on me. After the date, Daniel texted me asking for a second one. I didn't know what to do. Part of me was really drawn to him because of the uncanny resemblance to Charlie, but another part of me was freaked out by it. I asked my friend if she had told Daniel anything about Charlie, but she vehemently denied it. She insisted that she hadn't shared any personal details and that she just thought that Daniel seemed like a great guy on his own. I was torn. Should I say yes to a second date, knowing that Daniel reminded me so much of Charlie, or should I protect myself from the emotional turmoil that might follow? My mind is a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. If you have any advice, please don't hesitate to let me know. I would really appreciate it. The world of online dating is a strange and often unpredictable place. After a recent breakup, I found myself drifting through the maze of dating apps, just hoping to find someone who could bring a spark back to my life. My name is Lindy, and I'm 26 years old. I was ready to meet strangers with the hope of finding a genuine connection again. I didn't want to use dating apps at this age, but with my schedule at work, and also me being an introvert, it was really hard to find a connection by myself. So I ended up downloading those apps. After spending countless hours scrolling through different profiles and engaging in superficial conversations, I finally matched with a guy named Derek. From his profile, Derek seemed like a nice, ambitious guy. He was so well dressed in his photos, he was always smiling, and his bio was filled with his humble brags about his successful career and his love for outdoor adventures. He seemed so genuine, and our initial chat was pleasant. He was attentive with the things that I said, he asked interesting questions, and he seemed to be eager to get to know me. So, after a few days of chatting, and when Derek asked me out on a date, I of course agreed, and I just hoped for the best. We decided to meet at a popular restaurant downtown. It was known for its cozy ambience and excellent food, though a little bit pricey, but it's fine. I didn't mind splurging a little bit. The night of the date, I dressed in a simple but elegant outfit. I was hoping to make a good impression on Derek. I arrived a few minutes early, because I wanted to settle in and gather my thoughts. When Derek walked in, he looked just like his pictures. He was tall, confident, and very well groomed. I was actually very excited. He greeted me warmly, and I felt an initial sense of relief that he wasn't a catfish. We were seated at a nice table, and the evening started off smoothly. Derek was charming and seemed genuinely interested in me, and I thought that this might actually work out. I was already planning in my head on where the second date would be. However, things took a turn when the waiter arrived to take our order. Derek's demeanor changed instantly. He became overbearing, insisting on ordering not just for himself but for me as well, without even asking what I wanted. He picked the dishes that he claimed were the best, and while I appreciated his enthusiasm, it felt so controlling on my end. I just tried to brush it off, thinking it might be a quirk or a misguided attempt to impress me. But as the evening progressed, Derek's behavior grew more and more unsettling. He was incredibly proud and rude to the waiter. He was snapping at him for the smallest things and making snide remarks about the service. At one point, he even tried to embarrass the waiter by comparing their financial statuses, boasting about his own wealth and implying that the waiter was inferior for not having as much money as him. I could see the discomfort in the waiter's eyes, and I felt a pang of sympathy for him. To be honest, now that I think about it, I actually regret not standing up for him. But I think I was just so taken aback and so confused, and maybe a bit scared of Derek too. Derek didn't stop there. He made a point to claim that I was his girlfriend, despite it being our first date. He told the waiter that someone like him could easily afford someone like me, implying that I was some sort of trophy. The possessiveness and arrogance of this guy just made my skin crawl. What started as a promising date quickly turned into a nightmare. My initial attraction to Derek evaporated with each passing minute and every single time that he opened his mouth. His attempts to dominate the conversation, his disrespect towards the waiter, and his awful behavior just left a sour taste in my mouth. I realized that he wasn't the charming, considerate person that he had initially appeared to be at all. Instead, he was this controlling, arrogant, and disrespectful asshole, qualities that I found deeply unattractive. I knew that I had to get through the rest of the date gracefully, but I also knew that I would never go out with Derek again. I just tried to remain polite and composed, nodding along to his stories and fake laughs, while counting down the minutes until I could leave. When the check finally arrived, I offered to pay my part, but Derek made a grand show of paying for everything, further assisting his sense of superiority. After the date, I thanked him for the evening and I made my way home. I didn't want him to send me back home because I did not want an asshole like him knowing where I lived. When I got back home, I was feeling a mix of relief and disappointment. I had hoped for a nice time and maybe a potential connection, but instead, I had encountered a side of a person, Derek, that was both alarming and off-putting. I decided not to respond to any more of his messages. It was clear that we were not a match at all, and I wanted to avoid any further interaction with him. Over the next few days, Derek tried reaching out multiple times, sending text messages and leaving voicemails, and I just ignored them, hoping that he would get the hint. But then, one evening, I received a text message from Derek, and it was just filled with hate. He was accusing me of leading him on and calling me all sorts of hurtful names. He berated me for ignoring him and made it clear that he was furious about my lack of response. Text was so unsettling. and it left me feeling shaken. His kind and charming facade had completely crumbled, revealing a bitter and vindictive side. I decided to just block his number and delete any trace of our conversation. It was clear that Derek was not someone that I wanted in my life, even in the most peripheral way. And no, absolutely not. So, to anyone who's trying to get into the world of online dating, I share my story as a cautionary tale. Be mindful of people that you meet and the personas that they project. Trust your instincts and don't ignore the red flags, even if red might be your favorite color, and no matter how subtle they may seem. In my case, it was not subtle at all. Kidding aside though, Derek, let's not meet again. I do hope that you find the self-awareness to change your ways, but that's gonna be a journey you'll have to take on your own. As for me, I'll continue my search for a genuine connection. This is a story that I never thought I'd have to tell. I'm Nina and I'm 28 years old, and several months ago, I found myself in a situation that still sends shivers down my spine whenever I think about it. I met Kevin when I was new to my company. He worked in the IT department while I worked in a different department on another floor. Our paths crossed when I had to get my company-issued laptop set up. Kevin was one of the ID guys responsible for onboarding new employees. He was charming, funny, and he made me feel at ease in a new environment. We hit it off almost immediately, and after a few casual conversations, he asked me out on a date. To be exact, we went out on 3 dates before deciding to make it official. I know how it sounds. Just know that I was lonely and it was hard for me to find a guy that I would like. So when I found Kevin, I didn't mind jumping into a relationship so quickly. The first couple of weeks were great. It was filled with the typical new relationship energy. However, it didn't take long for our differences to show. Well, 2 months exactly. Kevin and I had fundamental differences that we just couldn't work out. For one, he didn't like animals, which was a huge deal breaker for me. I have 2 dogs and 3 cats, and they are like family to me. At first, I just thought that Kevin wasn't used to animals, but his disdain for my pets was clear as day, and he often complained about the cost and attention that they required. Well, the final straw came one night when he casually suggested that I should consider giving them away or abandoning them, especially if we ever got serious and decided to get married. This was a conversation that he brought up 2 months into the relationship. Well, that was it for me. I couldn't be with someone who didn't love and respect my pets as I did. So, I ended it that same day. Looking back at it now, I'm actually glad that he showed his true colors so early into the relationship. Anyway, the breakup itself wasn't messy. There was no shouting matches or cruel words exchanged. Kevin did push back a bit, but ultimately he accepted. I also didn't worry about seeing him at work since we were on different floors and we rarely crossed paths. Life went back to normal after the breakup. I focused on my work, spent time with my pets, and then went out with friends. However, a couple of weeks later, I received a text message from Kevin. He asked me to meet him at a specific area of the park that we used to visit together. He said that he just wanted to talk. I didn't think much of it at that time. I figured that he might want to talk things over or ask to get back together. I wasn't interested in rekindling the relationship, but I thought that it would be kind to explain things to him in person, calmly and rationally. But as the date approached, I started to feel uneasy. I don't know why, but something about the situation didn't sit right with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that I might be in danger. Trusting my instincts, I called my older brother and explained the whole situation to him. Let me tell you about my brother. My brother is a tall, strong guy who is very active in sports and weightlifting. He's the kind of person who can intimidate most people with just his presence, but he's actually a caring and sweet man. My brother then suggested that he would go with me. He said that he will keep a bit of distance, so we still have our privacy, but he wants to be able to keep an eye on me just in case that things go south. On the night of our meetup, my brother picked me up and we drove to the park. We were running late for some reason that I can clearly remember now. I told my brother the exact location, and he dropped me off near the spot while he went to find parking. I hurried to the bench where Kevin and I used to sit. But when I got there, Kevin wasn't around yet, so I just sat on the bench waiting for him. I noticed how eerily quiet and empty the park was. I never went to the park at that hour, so I never knew. But suddenly, I heard some rustling behind me. I turned around and I see 3 men emerging from the trees behind the bench. They had masks covering their mouths and they stared at me intensely. My heart sank and a wave of nausea hit me. It didn't take long to realize that this was a trap set up by Kevin. I started to panic, unsure of what to do, and the men closed in and I felt utterly helpless. And just then, I heard a booming voice yell, "Who the hell are you guys? Get the hell away from my sister!" It was my brother. He was running towards us, and the sight of his massive, intimidating frame must have freaked the men out. They hadn't expected anyone else to be there, let alone someone who could easily overpower them. They took off running, disappearing into the darkness. To be honest, in my panic state, I even forgot my brother was there. But I thank whatever stars I have that he was there and that I listened to my gut feeling a couple of days ago. I ran to my brother and then we got out of there as quickly as possible. My brother then drove me back home and we talked about what had happened. We debated calling the cops but ultimately decided against it, thinking that we didn't have enough proof that it was Kevin who orchestrated the whole thing. But deep down, I knew it was him. Looking back, I realized how foolish I was to meet him in the first place, but I had no idea that he was capable of something so horrible. A few days after the incident, I found out that Kevin had quit the company and no one knew where he was. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. I was relieved but also scared, knowing that he was out there somewhere. I thank God for my brother, because I don't know what would have happened to me if he hadn't been there. I still get nightmares about that night, imagining what could have happened if my brother hadn't shown up in time. So, to everyone, all I can say is listen to that inner voice that tells you that something isn't right. I was just a sophomore in high school, and I fell head over heels for the new quiet kid, and thought that he was my forever. Crazy, but I would actually go on marrying down the road just 1 week after graduation. High school sweethearts. Looking back now, I can see how many red flags I noticed but ignored because I was young and eagerly wanting to be grown up. Well, fast forward, the night before my wedding day, I was going over last-minute wedding details with my mom, who is easily one of the most caring and selfless people that I know. So bless my sweet mama's heart when I asked her if she'd be mad if I decided that I didn't want to go through with the wedding. The wedding was the next day. But me being me, and Mom thought that I was messing with her, I couldn't tell her the truth of what was going on now. So I took a deep breath and I forced a believable chuckle. She genuinely thought that I was just pulling another one of my jokes. I went on to finally tell her the truth almost a year after I escaped him, and she still feels bad for not taking it seriously. No one knew what was going on behind closed doors, but makes sense. I was honestly his biggest PR team. Only 2 hours passed in saying I do's. He was throwing me out of the truck in my parents' driveway, cussing and yelling that he wanted a divorce. He was then recklessly driving off. So much for all that honeymoon phase on our actual honeymoon. I ran inside and my dad came out of the bedroom, and he couldn't understand a word that I was saying, but he is trying to basically ask me what was happening, and I say it as clear as I could while uncontrollably sobbing. He left me. How could he? On our honeymoon. My dad is pissed, but then he relaxed and tried to rationalize the situation, like maybe he forgot something, or pulling a bad joke or something like that. And then we see his truck flying in our driveway, and my dad smiles and says, "See, he's right there." I wipe my tears and I walk out of the door and tell them yes, that it was a prank. But inside I was screaming. I was so embarrassed for myself because now I looked crazy. But if I wanted to save this relationship, they could never know the truth. Months go by and he starts being sweeter ever since we had to be in a long-distance relationship because he was in the military at training. But soon, I would be packing up my life and moving to Texas with him. I could tell that my parents were starting to see the cracks that I had worked so hard to glue together. My mom even picked up my phone on the table, mistaking it for hers, and saw this huge message from my ex, crying and begging me to stay because he was not a good person. But I assured her that this was way out of character for him, which was a lie, and that he was just lonely. I knew that she didn't believe me, but she also knew that I was stubborn and I was going to do whatever regardless of her concerns. After just a few weeks in Texas, I knew my life was in danger. It was Thanksgiving that day, and my family just called to check up on us and just tell us happy Thanksgiving. And the moment that I hung up, the man that I thought was my soulmate just started cussing at me and saying that I need to stop talking to my family because he was my only family now. I let out a little chuckle thinking that he's gotta be joking. And then he picks up our wedding glasses, which I specifically had made for us, and then he throws it directly at me, shattering around me. Shocked, I didn't know what to do. So I walked over to the broom and I just start sweeping up the broken glass. You may read this and think, surely he would be done throwing a tantrum by now, right? But no. He then throws pictured frames at me while I'm sweeping up the glass. Honestly, that broken glass on the wooden floor was just a metaphor for any love that I had left towards this man. I broke that night, and I stopped seeing him as my other half, and more as the monster that I'm now stuck with. I became very depressed, and he loved that. He would break me down over and over again just to get a reaction. 2 months go by, and one night, he completely lost his shit over the washer and dryer people messing up the days that they were supposed to come out, and he started pacing back and forth, mumbling words that I couldn't quite make out. But then he demanded that I call and fix it. He grabbed me and sat me on the couch, telling me what to say and that I better not fuck it up, like a damn negotiation. This man was paranoid as hell, making comments that they were doing it because he was a soldier. And then he started blaming me, even though I wasn't even around him when he called the place in the first place. But he still yelled at me for hours. He walked to the bedroom, and I'm still on the couch still processing that moment. He said, "You're so stupid. This is all your fault. Did you plan this with the workers just to make me look dumb? Or are you really just that dumb? Huh? You bitch?" That's what I fucking thought. You're no good. You're just an ungrateful bitch. I said, "You know what? I'm done. You won't do anything except complain and bitch at me, blaming me for everything, and all you do is cuss and yell at me for no damn reason." He looked at me with this look that I've heard other victims try and describe, and the best that I can describe it is a darkness in his eyes, like an emptiness that still causes me nightmares to this day. And without hesitation, he lunges at me in the middle of the day with our curtains open, with our door wide open, and our neighbors out and about. He then throws me against the wall and starts choking me. I slowly see black, but then he lets go for a second because then he slammed my entire body to the floor. At that moment, I either blacked out or my brain was trying to shield myself from what was happening. But piece by piece, I would come to, and he was holding me by my shoulders and just repeatedly slamming me on the wooden floor. My screams ignored by the people outside, and I pleaded for anyone to call the police, and I repeated yelling for help over and over and over again. My fight or flight takes over and then chooses flight. I run to the main bathroom, and I lock the door, frantically calling my mom because I'm in that moment that I just wanted to hear her voice. And sure, if that would be my last. But my poor mom didn't know the nightmare of that phone call until it was too late. She was with my sister and dad, and then she put me on speakerphone because we usually do this so they can all talk to me like we were all there together. But instead, they hear me screaming for my life and hear my ex calling me awful names and telling me to get my ass in there and to unlock the door. They were so confused, and my dad was ready to come and kill this asshole himself. But then silence. No more banging, just me softly crying and just trying to calm my mother over the phone that I am all right and that I know that I need to leave him, but that I had to do it in the safest way possible because if he were to catch me, I may not make it out with my life. When I walk out of the room, my ex is just sitting there with a blank stare like nothing had happened. There was a theme throughout our 3-year relationship, but I could no longer ignore the escalation of his behavior. So one night, I finally put my escape plan into action. I was gonna make a run for it. It was 2 a.m. Keys to my Pontiac were on the kitchen table, and he was asleep in the bedroom that I wasn't allowed in several days earlier. I then busted out of the guest bedroom that was my prison, and then I beelined out the front door quietly, but also as quickly as possible. 9.5 hours to my home state, and I only stopped once in Dallas to fill up on gas. With every mile in my rearview mirror, I felt something inside that reassured me. I'm free now, forever scared, but most have healed or faded. I 100% believe that if I have stayed, I would be 6 feet deep now. So, to my abusive ex-husband that I fled from that late February night, let's not meet again, ever. So my senior year of high school, I dated this guy. Let's call him Tom. We dated for over a year. The relationship was not good. We were always breaking up and then getting back together. We were fighting a lot, and he also threatened me a lot. It was just overall very toxic. His parents also had a very rocky relationship. His dad was an alcoholic and beat on his mom most nights. I even witnessed it when I spent the night there on rare occasions. It was scary. And toward the end of the senior year, Tom cheated on me at his birthday party. So again, we broke up, and months later we tried to get back together. But I just realized that I just didn't like him anymore, and I called it quits for good. That was 15 years ago, and that was the last time that I saw him. I've since heard that he became an alcoholic just like his dad, that he became very violent, and he wound up in a mental hospital. I wasn't sure on the details on this, but I had heard that he might be schizophrenic. 9 years ago, I met my now husband. We've been happily married for 4 years and have a 2-year-old and another one on the way. Maybe about a year ago now, I got a random text message asking my name. I get work calls and texts on my personal phone, so I just answered, "Yes?" And they wrote back, "How are you?" I should mention that I've had the same number since high school. I just didn't respond because I didn't know who it was, and at this point I figured that it wasn't something having to do with work. But then, a few minutes later, I got another text that said, "It's Tom. How are you?" When I tell you, I absolutely gasped. I responded, "I'm well. I hope you are too." He then wrote again and asked, "What are you doing?" Again, I didn't respond. A minute later, I get a follow-up message from him that said, "Do you ever think about us? Do you ever wonder what would have happened if we were still together? Do you ever think about getting back together?" I sat in silence rereading these messages, unsure of how to respond. I finally just replied and said, "I'm sorry, Tom, but no, I'm married now, and I wish you the best, but I don't think we should have any form of communication." He just responded with okay and apologized. I thought that it was weird, but whatever. Maybe the dude was lonely and decided to reach out, but who knows. Last week, his mother showed up at my family business. I've worked here since high school in different roles. She and his father had gotten a divorce, and she now has a boyfriend that she seems happy with. We exchanged pleasantries, and then she asked me, "Did you hear about Tom? He was in an institution." I said that I'd heard and that I was sorry to hear it. She said, "Well, he killed several animals, and that's why they ended up locking him up." Again, I said that I was sorry to hear that, but then she said, "Yeah, but he's out now. He's been for a while. You know, you were always my favorite girlfriend he had. Do you ever still think about him?" I wasn't sure what to say to this. I wanted to say, "Lady, that was in high school. No." Instead, I just said, "No, I'm married now with a toddler. I don't have much time to think about anything else." I guess I was just trying to lighten the mood. But she then said, "You know, he's not a bad guy. I don't see him that much anymore, but when I do, he still talks about you. He wonders what could have been. Would you ever be open to talking to him?" Well, that's when I shut things down. I told her that it was great to see her, but that option was off the table now and forever. I then said that I had to get back to work, and I walked away and hid in the back until she left. I mean, what the actual fuck? This high school relationship was years ago. I want no part of him or his family. I'm just sincerely hoping that he doesn't pop up at my place of work. I have no idea if he's still around the area, but I really, really hope that he isn't. Anyway, bizarre old high school boyfriend, let's not meet again. Hi everyone, my name is Chris and I'm 25 and male. I'm here to tell you about a terrifying and somewhat embarrassing story that I have. Please forgive me if I write some things a bit weirdly. I'm really not the best when it comes to writing. Anyway, let's start the story. Falling in love with Samantha, who was 22 and female, was like a dream come true. We met at a mutual friend's party, and from that night on, it felt like we were inseparable. She was everything that I have ever wanted. She was kind, thoughtful, and beautiful. Our relationship was the epitome of what you would call healthy and beautiful. We took care of each other, we shared our dreams, and we made plans for the future. After dating for a year, we decided to take the next step and then move in together. I know, some of you might think that it was too fast, but for me, I couldn't wait to just be with her all the time. Those first few months were nothing short of magical. We did everything as a couple, cooking meals together, we had weekend getaways, and we were cuddling up for movie nights. We spent lazy Sundays in our jammies. We were playing board games and, just enjoying each other's company. It really felt like a perfect match, like everything had just fallen into place. It felt like I have finally met the one that I was going to spend the rest of my life with. But as time went on, something shifted. It wasn't gradual. It was like someone had flipped a switch. By the 7th month of living together, the dynamic between us had completely changed. We stopped caring about each other in the way that we used to. Where there had been once love and affection, there was now apathy and irritation. It happened so suddenly that it was jarring. We started getting annoyed with each other's presence, snapping at the smallest things. I couldn't stand the way she left her shoes in the hallway, and she hated the way that I absent-mindedly left dishes in the sink. Our once cozy home turned into a battleground, if I may say, and every little annoyance became a reason for a screaming match between the two of us. Intimacy completely vanished. We went from being a couple who couldn't keep their hands off each other to barely acknowledging each other's presence. There were days when we wouldn't even speak to each other at all. The silence between us was just heavy and suffocating. I don't know why we stayed together despite the obvious signs that it was over. Maybe it was just because neither of us knew how to end it. Or maybe it was the looming specter of our lease that had just a couple of months left. We were both just waiting it out, I guess, hoping to avoid the discomfort of a breakup until the lease was up. But everything came to a head one day when we fought over something as trivial as dishes in the sink. The argument escalated quickly, and we started another screaming match with each other. And in the heat of the moment, I thought to myself, "Oh God, I hate this woman." And that was when it clicked for me. I couldn't continue being in a relationship where I harbored these kinds of thoughts. I told her that we should end it, and she agreed. We decided to just wait for the lease to be up, but I already moved my stuff to the spare bedroom that night. We hadn't spoken a word for a week after that. Living in the same space with someone you once loved but now couldn't stand was a new kind of torture. One day, I was feeling bored and somewhat lonely, so I decided to download a dating app. I was already single. I wasn't looking for anything serious, just some people to chat with. I matched with a few women and I started talking to them. But there was this one girl that I really connected with. We hit it off and we decided to take our conversation out of the app. We exchanged numbers and started talking on the phone, sometimes for hours. It was refreshing to have a friendly voice to talk to, a distraction from the tense atmosphere that I had at home. Do take note that during my relationship with Samantha, I have never cheated on her nor did I ever think that she cheated on me. This all happened weeks after me and Samantha finally called quits on the relationship. One night, while I was on the phone with the new girl in my room, I heard a loud banging on my door. It startled me. It wasn't a normal kind of banging. It sounded like someone was using a heavy object to hit the door. So I ended the call abruptly. And then came the yelling. It was Samantha. She was screaming and calling me names. She accused me of cheating on her, her voice filled with rage and hysteria. The noise was deafening. I could hear things breaking outside my door, glass shattering, objects crashing to the floor. And despite being a man, I knew that I didn't have the strength to stop Samantha in her state. I was just horrified. I genuinely thought that I was going to get hurt that night. So I did the only logical thing that I could think of, and that was to call the police. They arrived within minutes, thanks to a neighbor who had already called them after hearing the commotion. The neighbors actually called in for a noise complaint. The officers came in and then detained Samantha until she calmed down. 2 officers spoke to her while one talked to me, and I explained everything, my voice shaking as I recounted the ordeal. To be honest, in my head, I was terrified that Samantha would make up lies and blame everything on me, but luckily she didn't. After everything was sorted out, I decided to just leave that night. The police waited while I packed my things and I loaded everything into my car. As I drove away, I felt a mix of relief and sadness. I stopped by a gas station to buy some snacks, and I called my parents to explain what had happened. They were understanding and offered to let me move back in with them. I then blocked Samantha on all my social media accounts, and I changed my phone number. Thankfully, she didn't try to contact me again. The entire experience left me shaken, and I just knew that I wouldn't be dating anyone anytime soon. So, to Samantha, the woman that I once loved, who turned my life into a nightmare, I hope that I never see you again. The creepy guy I dated for a while is a murderer. As a teenager, I waited tables in a local restaurant to pay for the gas for my car. That's where I met Mr. Creep, let's call him that. In my naive mind, he seemed normal at first, despite the fact that he was 20 and wanting to date a 17-year-old. Leaving my job after dark scared me, so I taught myself to get in my car, shut the door, and lock it in one fluid motion, and it made me feel safe. One night, while I was leaving work, I had just gotten into my car when Mr. Creep seemed to just appear out of nowhere, yanking my door handle to try and open it. I looked into his eyes in the split second before he smiled, and what I saw absolutely chilled my bones. I don't know how to describe the evil that I saw. I just rolled down the window a crack and then faked a laugh when he said something about wanting to see if he could scare me, and then I just used my curfew as an excuse to get away. From then on, I was terrified of him, but I didn't let on because I was afraid of what he might do if I told him that I never wanted to see him again. After this, he constantly lied to try to impress me and try to invent ways of being alone with me, but my instinct was to run, so I tried my best to avoid him. About 2 weeks after this incident, the restaurant got robbed, and there was significant evidence against Mr. Creep, but it was just not the kind that allowed the cops to charge him. I tried sending all of my text conversations with Mr. Creep to the police chief in hopes that it would help, but Mr. Creep just slithered away after that, and I always had to look over my shoulder. About 5 years ago, he messaged me on Facebook out of the blue. He went on about his top secret military clearance, as well as a huge acreage he owned. It made me nervous, and I felt like he was trying to spring a trap or something, but I tried to put it out of my mind. And then today, I was looking at posts about an unsolved murder when I saw his mugshot. He is now facing murder charges as well as 2 other violent felony charges. I am so glad to know that he's locked up now, but I am so overwhelmed about how correct my instincts were about Mr. Creep. I feel like I escaped him. My name is Matthew, and I'm 30 years old. I met Kimberly when I was 26. We were introduced through a mutual friend, Richard, who had been my best friend since college. Kimberly and I had an instant connection, the kind that you read about in novels. We were that couple who finished each other's sentences and shared inside jokes that made others feel like outsiders. It was even so cheesy to the point where I can't even believe it. Richard, who was also 26 at that time, was incredibly supportive of our relationship. He seemed genuinely happy for us, often joining us for outings and gatherings, and I valued his friendship deeply. He was like a brother to me. For a long time, it felt like I was living in a dream. Kimberly, Richard, and I formed a close-knit trio. We spent countless weekends together, hiking, dining out, and even vacationing as a group. My life literally felt perfect. But perfect never lasts, and I was too blinded by love to see the cracks forming beneath the surface. The first signs of trouble were small, almost insignificant. Kimberly started making quirky comments about how Richard and I had such a strong friendship. She would say things like, "You two are practically inseparable," with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. At that time, I thought she was just being playful. But these comments became more frequent, and gradually, they took on a more critical tone. She started suggesting that Richard didn't respect our relationship and that he was a bad influence on me. I brushed off her concerns, thinking that she was just being overly protective. Richard had been my friend for years, and I couldn't imagine him having any ill intentions. But Kimberly's words planted a seed of doubt in my mind. I began to analyze Richard's actions more critically, looking for any signs of disrespect or betrayal. And this was just the beginning of a manipulation that I didn't yet recognize. It wasn't long before Kimberly's influence began to affect my behavior. I started declining Richard's invitations to hang out, choosing instead to spend time with Kimberly alone. She would often claim that she felt uncomfortable when Richard was around, saying that he made her feel like a third wheel. I wanted to make her happy, so I distanced myself from Richard, thinking that it was the right thing to do for my relationship. Months passed, and my social circle began to shrink. Friends who had once been close seemed distant, wary even. Kimberly always had an explanation though. She would tell me that they were jealous of our relationship or that they had said things behind my back. I trusted her completely and I took her words at face value. Confronting my friend seemed unnecessary. After all, Kimberly was the woman that I loved. As my friendships deteriorated, my dependence on Kimberly increased. She became my entire world, the only person that I felt that I could trust. But as our relationship deepened, so did the manipulation. She started questioning my memory, insisting that I had said or done things that I couldn't recall. Simple disagreements turned into elaborate blame games, with her always emerging as the victim. I seriously began to doubt my own sanity, relying on her perception of events rather than my own. Richard tried to intervene a few times, expressing concern about my relationship with Kimberly. But his words fell on deaf ears. I saw his attempts as meddling, convinced by Kimberly that he was trying to sabotage our happiness. My once close friend became a stranger to me, someone that I viewed with suspicion and resentment. The isolation was complete when Kimberly suggested that we move in together. She painted a picture of a perfect life, just the two of us, free from the negativity of others. I, of course, agreed, thinking that it would strengthen our relationship and bring us closer. But moving in only magnified the problems. Kimberly's control over my life became more apparent. She monitored my activities, questioned my interactions, and she criticized my own decisions. I felt trapped, but I couldn't see a way out. One day, while I was cleaning a drawer of mine, I found a group photo from a few years back. It was taken during one of our outings with Richard and a few other friends. Looking at that photo, I felt sad. I realized how much I missed my friends and the carefree times that we had shared. It was a moment of clarity, just a brief escape from the fog of manipulation that had clouded my mind. So I secretly decided to reach out to Richard. It was a hesitant, tentative step, driven by a longing for the friendship that we once had. I wasn't sure if Richard was going to accept me, given all the things that I have done to him. But to my surprise, he was receptive. He listened without judgment as I poured out my confusion and my doubts. He assured me that he had never said anything against me and that he had always wanted the best for me. His words were like a balm to my wounded soul, but they also amplified the realization of how much that I had lost. As I rekindled my friendship with Richard, Kimberly's behavior became more erratic. She sensed a change in my behavior and intensified her efforts to control me. The arguments escalated and her accusations became more severe. It was a really difficult time for me, but with Richard's support, I began to see the manipulation for what it was, and I started standing up for myself, questioning Kimberly's narratives and asserting myself. The breaking point came was when Kimberly learned that I reconnected with Richard, and then she accused Richard of trying to seduce her. It was an outrageous claim, one that shattered the final remnants of my trust in her. I confronted her for the first time, truly challenging her manipulations. Her facade crumbled, revealing the extent of her lies. The confrontation was messy and painful. Kimberly tried to turn the tables, playing the victim and accusing me of betraying her. But I was no longer blinded by her manipulation. I really did love Kimberly. But I found the strength to end the toxic relationship. It was difficult, one that left me feeling both free and heartbroken. The weeks that followed were a period of healing and self-discovery. Richard stood by me, helping me rebuild my life and reconnect with old friends. It was a slow process, and it was filled with a lot of moments of doubt and insecurity. My relationship with Richard grew stronger. He never once said, "I told you so." Instead, he supported me with unwavering loyalty and understanding. My other friendships gradually mended too, as people saw that I was working on my life and distancing myself from the toxic relationship. Looking back, I realized how easily I had fallen into the trap that Kimberly had set up for me. It was a humbling experience, one that taught me the importance of self-awareness and putting up healthy boundaries. Eventually, I moved to a new city. Of course, Richard and I and our other friends stayed in touch. Years passed, and I met someone new. This time, I approached the relationship with caution and self-awareness, mindful of the lessons that I had learned. And I could feel that this time, it was a healthy and genuine connection. No manipulation, no lies. and I felt a sense of peace. As I reflect on the past, I am grateful for the support of friends like Richard. Kimberly's manipulation had been a dark chapter in my life, but it doesn't define me. So, to Kimberly, I hope one day you reflect on yourself, maybe get some therapy if you think you need it. And to the others, thank you for reading this, but I just want to remind you to not throw away your friendship so easily, like I did. Life has a funny way of pushing you to your limits. And when I decided to move to a new city after a particularly ugly breakup, I thought that I was making a fresh start. Little did I know that the past has a way of creeping back into your life, no matter how far you run. I'm Lyra. I'm 27 and female. The relationship I had has been a roller coaster, filled with highs that made me feel invincible and lows that left me questioning my sanity. When it finally ended, it wasn't mutual. It was messy, complicated, and filled with accusations and regrets. My ex, Mark, 28 and male, wasn't willing to let things go easily. The months following our breakup were filled with incessant calls, a lot of messages, and unexpected visits. I realized that I needed to create some distance from him and regain control over my life. It was just getting too toxic for me, and it was messing with my mental health. So, moving to a new city seemed like the best solution. I found a cozy one-bedroom apartment in a bustling neighborhood, complete with friendly neighbors and a sense of anonymity that was very refreshing. It has been a stressful couple of months, but the move was cathartic. It was a way to reclaim my life and my independence. For the first few months, everything was perfect. I found a new job, I made new friends, and for the first time in a long time, I finally felt like I was at peace. But then, it started very subtly. At first, I didn't think much of the small changes in my apartment. I'm naturally forgetful, so when I found my favorite coffee mug in a different cupboard or my keys on the kitchen counter instead of the hallway table, I chalked it up to my scatterbrained nature. But as time went on, these little inconsistencies became harder to ignore. One evening, after a particularly long day at work, I came home to find my living room window slightly ajar. I distinctly remember closing it that morning, as the weather forecast said that it was going to rain. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I dismissed it as my imagination just playing tricks on me. Maybe I had left it open and simply forgotten about it, and just thought that I closed it. But then, there were the messages. Mark had stopped trying to contact me directly after I moved, which was a relief, but I began receiving anonymous texts from an unknown number. Initially, they were innocuous, just generic greetings and questions about my day. But they quickly turned invasive. The sender seemed to know too much about my daily routine, my new friends, even the layout of my apartment. I blocked the number, but the messages continued from different numbers, almost as if the sender had unlimited resources to keep reaching out to me. It was really freaking me out. I started feeling watched. It was an unsettling sensation, the kind that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. I don't know if you've tried that before, but in my opinion, it's a horrible feeling. Every time that I would walk home from work, I would glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. But there was never anyone there. It was just the city life, strangers going about their business, not knowing about my paranoia. One night, as I was getting ready for bed, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On my nightstand, next to my favorite book, was an old photo of Mark and me. It was from the happier times. It was a picture that I had torn up and thrown away before I moved. Seeing it there, perfectly intact, felt like a violation. It was a clear message. Mark had found me, and he had been in my apartment. I'm not stupid, so I went to the police directly with the photo and the couple text messages that I haven't erased yet. But with no concrete evidence to prove that it was Mark, there was little that they could do. So I tried doing the logical step. I changed my locks, I hired a locksmith, and I felt a brief sense of security. But the feeling was short-lived. The next time that I came home, I found another photo. This one of me sleeping, taken from the inside of my apartment. The realization that Mark had a key, again, to my new place despite the lock change was terrifying. I didn't understand how he could do this. Every creak of my old apartment now felt like a potential threat to me. I started sleeping with a chair wedged against the bedroom door. My phone was always clutched tightly in my hand. My friends even noticed the change in me. They were asking me all the time if everything was all right. But I was somewhat too embarrassed to admit the truth. So I just kept it to myself. It just felt like if I admit it out loud, then it made everything too real. And part of me wanted to believe that it was all in my head, that maybe I'm just too paranoid, or maybe I'm just going crazy. The tension reached its peak one rainy night when I had just settled into bed, the sound of the rain pattering against the window like a soothing backdrop. When I heard it, a faint click. It was the sound of my front door opening. I almost didn't hear it because of the rain, but I think I was just hyper aware all the time, and that's why I was able to catch that sound. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained to hear. My breath caught in my throat. Footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, and they made their way down the hallway. I knew it was Mark. I mean, who else could it be? The intruder moved, like they know the exact layout of my apartment, like they've been there multiple times before. It was great that I already had my phone on me, so with trembling hands, I dialed 911 and I whispered my situation to the operator. I could hear the intruder moving closer. I stayed as quiet as possible, praying that the police would arrive in time. The footsteps stopped right outside my bedroom door. The handle turned, but the chair wedged against it held firm. There was a moment of silence followed by a frustrated grunt. The intruder tried the handle again, shaking the door violently. And a couple of minutes later, I heard it. The sounds of the sirens in the distance was the most beautiful thing that I have ever heard. In that moment, the intruder must have heard them too, because the door handle stopped rattling and I heard hurried footsteps retreating. By the time the police arrived, the apartment was empty and the front door stood open, rainwater pooling on that welcome mat. The police found no trace of the intruder and no signs of forced entry. They took my statement and promised to patrol the area more frequently, and they just told me to call them back if something happens. But I knew that wasn't enough. Mark was so determined, and as long as he knew where I lived, I would never be safe. So, I chose the hard route. I decided to move again. This time, without telling anyone except my immediate family. I found a new apartment in a different part of the city, and I changed my phone number. And I deactivated all my social media accounts. The process was exhausting, both physically and emotionally. I was being drained from everything that was happening to me, and I didn't know what to do. I felt helpless. For a while, things seemed to improve. The messages stopped, and there were no more signs of Mark's presence. So I kind of started to relax, letting my guard down, and for the first time in months, I felt like I could finally breathe again. But then, on a quiet Sunday afternoon, I received a package. It was simple, a small brown box with no return address. My curiosity got the better of me, and I opened it. Inside was a single item. Another photo of me sleeping, taken from the inside of my new apartment. Panic just washed over me, and I just fell down on the floor and started bawling my eyes. Despite all my efforts, Mark had found me again. I realized then that I couldn't keep running. Mark's obsession had become a dangerous game of cat and mouse, one that I was tired of playing. I didn't want to do this anymore. So I contacted the police again, this time providing them with every piece of evidence that I had collected, the photos, the messages, everything. They took my case more seriously, assigning an officer to check on me regularly. Days passed, and I haven't heard anything from Mark. The days turned into weeks, and while I remained on edge, there were no further signs. The serious police presence seemed to deter him. Perhaps he had finally realized that his behavior would land him in serious trouble. I also don't know why I didn't think of this before, but one good friend of mine suggested putting cameras all over the place, in the front door, inside my apartment, just to make sure that if he ever comes inside again, I can catch proof of him and I can finally have evidence to use against him. But months passed without incident. I started going to therapy. My therapist helped me understand that Mark's actions were not my fault and that I deserved to live without fear. I think going to therapy was really helpful. I made new friends, I reconnected with the old ones, and I even started dating again. Each step felt like a victory. Yet, in the back of my mind, there was always a shadow of doubt, a lingering fear that Mark would suddenly resurface again. One evening, as I was walking home from work, I noticed a man standing across the street, partially concealed by the shadows. But when I looked closer, I realized that it wasn't Mark. It was just a stranger, someone who had no interest in me. The realization was a small victory, a reminder that not every shadow held a threat against me. As time went on, the fear slowly went away and I learned to trust again, to let people into my life without the constant worry of betrayal. I still took precautions, of course, changing my locks regularly, being mindful of my surroundings, having cameras around my house, but I no longer let the fear control me. Years passed and I finally built a life for me. I got married, I have children now, and I found a career that I am passionate about. This happened years ago, and the only reason why I'm writing about this now is because the other day, I received a letter. An old friend passed it to me and said that it was from Mark. It was handwritten, and it was filled with apologies and explanations. He claimed to have changed, to have found redemption and a new purpose in life. He begged for my forgiveness, hoping to close the chapter on his own terms. I read the letter once, then twice, and finally, I just tore it up and threw it away. Mark had taken enough from me. He didn't deserve my forgiveness or my time. I had moved on, and I wasn't about to let him back into my life even in the smallest way. So, to Mark, my crazy ex-boyfriend, who haunted my life for so long, I hope we would never meet again. So, this didn't happen to me but a friend of a friend. She told me that her friend had met a guy on Tinder from another city whom she had been texting for a little while. They had planned to meet up at her apartment one night, and the whole time that he was there, she got a really weird and creepy vibe from him. He would make morbid jokes and tease or flirt with her in a super creepy way. For example, telling her that he loved her tits, but that they would be much bigger and therefore hotter if she was 200 pounds heavier. When it was time to go, he seemed reluctant to leave and asked if he could stay, but she refused, and then he finally left. Half an hour later, however, he was back at her front door asking if he could spend the night at her place because he had missed his train. She reluctantly agreed to let him sleep on the couch for the night, but when she went to bed, she made sure to lock her bedroom door. At some point in the night, she heard strange sounds and him creeping through her apartment. A few moments later, he was knocking on her door, saying that he needed help with something. But her gut feeling told her not to open the door, so she just stayed put. When morning came, she cautiously left her room and looked through her apartment. He was gone apparently, but she discovered her bathroom was entirely covered in foil. Always make sure to trust your gut and meet your Tinder dates in a public place if it's your first time, guys. You just can't really gauge what a person is like from just texting them. A year ago, I was at a band competition and it was very cool. I was 16 at that time, and while I was there, I met a really cute boy, and he was a nerd that likes video games like myself. He looked like a completely normal dude, and I was somehow brave enough and asked for his number, even though I'm really shy usually. Anyway, we texted for a while and I really liked him. He was funny and sweet, and he liked wholesome memes like me. So, we planned a date and we went to the movies together. I had a really nice time. Now comes the weird part. We were texting for a bit and we both asked each other random questions. Just to get to know each other. It was normal and all until he asked me, "What would you do in a zombie apocalypse?" I answered that I would probably be the first to die, which is true then. I asked him back the same question, and he said the following. I think I would be okay, because I've always fantasized about killing people. And then, for like 10 minutes, he told me in great detail some deeply disturbing stuff about how exactly he wanted to do it, what he would use, and how it would look and feel like. I was horrified. I didn't know what to say, so I just moved on and asked what his favorite Pokemon was. Yeah, I know, but I didn't know what to say. Then I ended the conversation that night. I tried to act like everything's normal, but I knew that it was messed up and I was actually really scared of him. So I sent him a text that I don't want to date him because I have to study for the finals and I really have to focus. He was upset and constantly asked to meet me, so I'll explain why. Everyone always tells me that I'm too nice sometimes, and I've got some problems with saying no, so I said yes to him. I'm stupid and I'm well aware, but I just felt so bad. What if he was just joking and I misunderstood it? My parents only agreed that I meet him at the house so they know that I'm safe. So yeah, he came over, and my entire family was home watching TV that day. There were my aunts, cousins, and my grandpa, and they all got weird like, "Oh, who's the boy?" It was so bad. So he then comes into my room, sits on my bed, and I eventually tell him that he kind of freaked me out that day. He then says, I knew it had something to do with that. And he then started telling me even more things, like how his school told him at some point last year that he can't come to school because he, and I quote, is a danger to himself and others at school, and that they can't have him there until he goes to a psychiatrist that will make sure that he is stable. And then he said that he went to the meeting and faked being okay, which is the biggest red flag. I mean, how good of a liar is he? I know from other side of school a little bit about what happened that led to this, but I will not share it as it is triggering and also very private to him. He also said that at night, he mostly doesn't sleep because he has hallucinations. I was freaked out. I kept saying that it's okay and not messed up at all. I tried to understand, and I think that I did. He has some problems, and it's not my place to solve him. But he is a dangerous person to me, and I should keep my distance. He isn't a bad person. He just needs to solve some things within himself. So, I tried to cut things off. But he kept texting me every day around the same time, asking to chat, asking to meet, and every time I said that I couldn't. This went on for about 2 weeks, and at one point I said that I can't chat because I was going to do a show at a teens club, where I met him in the first place. And he just showed up there. He came up to me, grabbed my hand and said, "July, I would do anything to be here with you tonight." And then he started telling me how he can't enjoy the things he loves anymore because we're not together, and how he would love to get one more chance because he felt like we had great chemistry. And I still said no, even though it was really hard, because again, I'm very bad at saying no. After a while of this, I finally texted him that I wished to not speak anymore because I felt like I was leading him on and all of that. He was very upset and tried to convince me not to, but eventually he agreed and we stopped talking. And that was it. I'm still kind of nervous because we live in the same rather small town and he knows where I live. In addition, people who know him told me that after everything went down, he was heartbroken. I mean, we went on one date and he told everyone that I was mean and fat, which I find quite funny, honestly. So yeah, that's my weird story, and I feel like some more dumb drama will come, and if it does, I promise to update you. My name is Shirley, and I would like to share a story that has forever changed the way that I view online dating. I'm 29 years old, and I have always been a bit of a romantic, believing in the idea that you could meet your soulmate by chance. This led me to create a profile on a popular online dating site. I don't want to tell you which one, but you probably already have an idea which one it is. That's where I met Christopher. Christopher seemed perfect. His profile picture showed a handsome, well-groomed man with a kind smile. His interests matched mine almost exactly: books, movies, and a love for late-night discussions. I swiped to match him, and I was hoping that he would do the same. And when I checked my phone a couple of hours later, I saw that he did. I was so excited. We started chatting, and I was instantly drawn to his wit and charm. He knew just how to make me laugh, and our conversations flowed effortlessly. It felt like we had known each other for years. After a few weeks of chatting online, I was comfortable enough since I didn't notice any red flags about him. So, we decided to meet in person. We arranged to meet at a small cafe downtown. I was nervous, but I was also excited. And when I arrived, Christopher was already there, waiting with a warm, welcoming smile. He looked just like his pictures, and our chemistry was even better in person. We spent hours talking, and before I knew it, the cafe was closing. Over the next few weeks, we went on more dates, We visited museums, we went for walks in the park, and we had a dinner at cozy little restaurants. Everything just seemed perfect. Christopher was so attentive. He was always making sure that I was comfortable and happy. He was such a gentleman, and I found it easy to trust him. I felt like I had found someone truly special for me. So, we finally made things official. However, as time went on, I started noticing small things that didn't quite add up. Christopher would occasionally make comments that seemed off or inconsistent with what he had told me before. For example, he mentioned having a sister who lived out of state, but later, he then spoke about her as if she was just living nearby. I brushed it off, thinking I must have just misunderstood. One night, we had a deep conversation about our past. Christopher opened up about a difficult breakup that had left him weary of relationships. He seemed so vulnerable, and I just felt a strong urge to comfort him and just be there for him, you know? But looking back at it now, I realized that this was the moment that he started to manipulate my feelings. Despite all these small inconsistencies, our relationship continued to grow. Christopher was incredibly attentive. He always knew the right things to say and do. But then, he started becoming a bit too involved in my personal life. He would ask detailed questions about my friends, my family, sometimes making me feel like I was being interrogated. Again, I dismissed these feelings, just attributing them to his caring nature. One night, after a lovely dinner, Christopher walked me back to my apartment. As we stood outside my door, he mentioned how it would be nice to spend more time together. He suggested that we exchange keys to each other's places. I hesitated. I felt a bit uneasy about the idea. I couldn't decide if it was really weird or maybe it was just a thing and I didn't know about it. He could probably see the doubt on my face, so he reassured me, saying that it was a sign of trust. And against my better judgment, I agreed and I gave him a spare key. Shortly after this, I started noticing strange things happening around my apartment. Small items would be moved, and sometimes I felt like someone had been there while I was at work. If I asked Christopher if he has been to my apartment, he would deny and say that of course he would never do that unless he told me in advance. I told myself that I was just being paranoid and that there had to be a logical explanation for this. But the feeling of unease was in the back of my mind. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I received a text message from Christopher. He was unusually cold and distant, saying that he needed to talk to me about something important. My heart sank, wondering if he was about to break up with me. I couldn't think of any reason that he would break up with me though. So, we just arranged to meet the next day at a local park. The next day, I went to the park feeling anxious and worried. When I arrived, Christopher was already there and he was pacing back and forth. Without any preamble, he started accusing me of being unfaithful, saying that he had proof that I was seeing someone else. I was shocked and confused. I haven't done those things. He showed me screenshots of messages that were supposedly from my phone, but I have never seen them before. It was horrible how he was just making shit up about me. But it dawned on me that Christopher must have somehow accessed my phone or social media accounts. The realization made me feel sick to my stomach. I tried to explain that I had no idea what he was talking about, but he refused to listen. He became increasingly agitated, accusing me of lying and betraying his trust. And the conversation was going nowhere, so I just left the park feeling shaken and scared. My mind raced as I tried to piece together what had happened. Christopher had never given me any reason to doubt him, yet now he was accusing me of things that I hadn't done. When I got home, I decided to check my phone and my computer for any signs of tampering. And to my horror, I found several unauthorized login attempts on my account. I was desperate for answers. I didn't understand what was going on. Was he accessing my accounts? And even if he did, I didn't cheat on him. Where did he get those messages? I didn't know what to think, so I just reached out to a friend of mine who worked in IT. She agreed to help me figure out what was going on. After some digging, she discovered that someone had indeed been accessing my accounts remotely. It was clear that Christopher had somehow hacked into my personal information, or maybe he accessed it when he entered my house without letting me know, because my socials are still logged in my computer. It was so weird how my boyfriend was accessing my socials and my devices and then making up lies about me cheating. Isn't that just messed up? Knowing all of this, I confronted Christopher. I told him that I knew what he had done and I demanded an explanation. Well, he didn't deny it at all. Instead, he tried to turn the situation around, claiming that he had only done it because he loved me so much and he wanted to protect our relationship. He had to make sure that no one was trying to take me away from him and that I wouldn't leave him. Well, his manipulation was clear now, and I felt a surge of anger and betrayal. How dare he gaslight me? I ended things with Christopher right then and there. The breakup wasn't messy though, but it was emotionally draining. He protested, saying that he only wanted to make sure that I was loyal, but I couldn't trust him anymore. The realization that the person that I trusted had been spying on me was creepy and just messed up. After the breakup, I changed all of my passwords and I took extra steps to secure my online accounts. I also decided to move to a new apartment. I felt unsafe in the place Christopher had access to. Some might ask, why didn't you just get the key back or change your locks or something? Well, if I get the key back, I don't know if he made any copies of it. And if I change the locks, he still knows where I lived, and I'm not comfortable with that. So, moving was definitely the best option for me, despite the fact that it is extremely exhausting. I haven't heard from my ex for a while, and I do hope that it stays that way. So, creepy obsessed Christopher, stay the hell away from me. I met this guy on a popular dating app. He's my same age, 25, and he teaches middle and high schoolers. He loves to cook and be adventurous and also funny. And he really seems like the whole package and we got along great. We had a lovely first date, went to a bar, got a drink, then took a stroll for ice cream. We parted ways after this, and he asked to see me again, but didn't even try to kiss me. Honestly, it was refreshing. I feel like people so often rush intimacy, so I appreciated the slow pace. We went on several more great dates over the next few weeks. My favorite one was going roller skating followed by an arcade. And then, we nightcapped for a beer in some pool. At this point, we're getting pretty comfortable with each other, getting a little handsy, making out a bunch, but mostly filling out days with fun activities. We got really into playing pool with each other and would end most of our dates this way. We were a little tipsy and curled up in a corner of my favorite bar when he asked me, "If you could go back and change anything about your life, what would it be?" I don't know why I picked this event out of everything, but I picked this one encounter that I had as a child. I was a ballet dancer, and this much older man was externally inappropriate with us younger dancers. I briefly told him the story, said I wished that it never happened, or at the very least, that creep would have gotten kicked out. He was sympathetic and caring, and I asked him the same question he asked me. If you could go back and change anything about your life, what would it be? He glanced down and back up at me, let out a sigh and said, Well, I hooked up with a 15-year-old a few months ago. Obviously shocked, I asked him to explain exactly how that happens. He told me that he met her off a dating website and had no idea that she was underage. But he found out after they slept together, then continued to hang out with her, but he said that they didn't do anything sexual and that they were just friends. I asked him why he would be friends with this kid that he accidentally banged, and then he said that he liked the attention. Not only do I absolutely not believe that he didn't know that she was 15, I mean, he spends all his days with middle and high schoolers, but I seriously don't believe that they didn't do anything further, Mr. I like the attention. Completely repulsive and pathetic. I'm glad that I dodged that bullet. I wasn't sure what to do because I have no proof, and I didn't even know the girl's name. So I called a sexual assault hotline and I asked them for advice on what to do. The very nice lady told me that the cops would be pretty useless since I don't have any concrete information, but she did say that I can contact our state's Board of Education and they will automatically launch an investigation. It's not much, but it's the best that I could do, and I really hope that he doesn't hurt any more kids. Seriously, fuck that guy. So it's 2011, and I am newly divorced. I am in my mid-20s and a single mother. So, I decide to try out some dating sites. I start talking with this guy on one of the dating sites, and it seems that we have a lot in common. He also seems pretty normal. So I decided to give him my phone number, and we continue chatting via text and phone calls. One day, I suggest that we go get some coffee to meet up. He states that he doesn't drink coffee. Well, okay. So I suggest that we get some drinks at a bar. He also says that he doesn't drink alcohol. Then, he says he has a great idea, and that's for us to go on a hike, and I reluctantly agreed. He wants to go to this place called Batstow in South Jersey, which is a historic village with old abandoned buildings, hiking trails, and is the home of the Jersey Devil. So, I suggest that we meet in the main parking lot. But no, he has a better idea. He says that we should meet at a train station nearby, and then he will drive us over because he knows of another entrance with better hiking trails. I, again, reluctantly agree, not wanting to be rude. So the day of the date comes, and for whatever dumb reason, I don't tell anyone that I'm doing this. I think because I was embarrassed that I was using a dating site, and I knew somewhere in the back of my mind that my friends would have talked me out of it. So I pull into the train station, and he's there in his late 90s Bronco. Not so bad. We can't all afford newer cars, right? He then gets out, and is actually the guy from the pictures, and I have an internal sigh of relief. We then get into his car and start to head to a secret hiking trail entrance. We have a nice conversation on the way there, and everything seems good. We get there, and as we're getting out of the car, I go to grab my phone, and he says, "Oh, no, just leave it there, I have mine." Again, being polite and not wanting to argue, I comply. I see the entrances, and one directs you towards the village and humanity. So, I naturally suggest that one. But he says no, and then he points to this other trail that goes God knows where. I, again, being the good girl that I say I am, say okay. Right before we go to set off, a bit of a rebellion sets in, and I'm like, you know what? I should really have my phone with me. He then starts to argue, and I'm like, no, I need it in case the babysitter calls about my son. He then gives in and unlocks his car, and I grab my phone. We then set off this trail side by side. We are talking and everything seems okay. I start thinking that maybe I was overreacting before and that everything is all good. Well, we get to a part in the trail where you can only go one by one, so I say that you go first and I will follow. He says, "Oh, no, you go, so in case you trip or anything, I can grab you." I do that nervous giggling thing, and I politely decline, saying how bad I am with following paths. But he then insists that I go first in a stern voice, and I stupidly comply. The trail is getting narrower by the second, and the woods are getting darker because of the amount of trees and brush. We are now no longer talking, and the only sounds are the crunching of our footsteps. The panic starts setting in, and I look back at him, and he's just got this scowl on his face and a dead look in his eyes. I try to smile at him, but nothing. So I stop, and I say, "You know what? Let's turn back. I liked it better when we could walk to each other and talk." And I was still trying to be polite. He says that he wants to keep going this way, so I say no, and that I really want to go back the other way, and I start to do just that. As I go to walk past, he then grabs my arm and then blocks my path. I don't say anything, and I just casually grab my phone out of my pocket, not saying anything. He then lets me go, and we walk back towards the car in silence. Me with my phone in my hand the whole time, I amazingly did have a signal. And as we reach the clearing where the cars are parked, he looks at his watch and states that he has to go now, and that he has somewhere to be. We were only on this date for less than an hour, but okay, I'm not complaining. For whatever dumb reason, I get back in his car, and we drive in almost near silence the entire way back to my car. Me, with a death grip on my phone, and him looking miserable. He then drops me off and then speeds away. I never hear from him again. I want to believe that there was no chemistry between us, but let's be honest, when I decided to fuck politeness and grab my phone that day, I spoiled his dastardly plans. When I just finished college, I was living in a one-bedroom townhouse. I met a guy on Plenty of Fish, and at that time, I wasn't exactly smart about my online digital footprint. Not like I've really changed, but at least now, I'm not as ridiculous. Anyways, he seemed like a decent guy. He was really good looking. Said that he had a good job. He had nice teeth. Don't judge me for that. And he looked like he cared about his personal health. All things that I would typically look for in a guy. I'm not a shallow human, but I like to be presentable, and if I'm with someone, I would like them to care about being presentable in a business environment also. After about a week of chatting online, we agreed to meet. We met at a restaurant downtown, which was really far from where I lived. When I got there, I noticed him standing at the door. We sat down to eat and the evening went great. At the end of the date, we said goodbye and I got into my car and I began to drive away. I realized right away that he was following me. Because of the distance to my house, I wasn't immediately scared because it's a big city. Maybe he'll turn off the freeway. But he didn't. My exit was coming up, and I decided not to take it. I kept driving. I circled the entire city on the freeway, and he stayed right behind me. I was starting to panic a bit, so I decided to go to my friend's house instead of mine. And when I pulled out the exit, I noticed that he didn't. So, I had a little bit of a moment to breathe and then decided, okay, screw it, I'll just go home. I took the off-ramp back onto the freeway and I began going back to my exit. I got home and showered and I was getting ready for bed when I started feeling dumb because was that really him or am I just overreacting? Do I ask him if he was following me? Just a number of things were racing through my overactive imagination, or so I thought, and I decided that I was going to message him and just say, I had a good time, good night. And when I started typing, all of a sudden, a message came through to my phone of a picture of my car outside my house. I nearly died. My heart jumped out of my chest and I started shaking and I didn't know what to say. And then he texts me and says, I didn't know you lived across the street from me. I've met my neighbors, and not once have I ever met him. There's a huge apartment complex kitty corner to my townhouse, so maybe that's where he lived and I don't know. I popped up and went to look outside, and there he was, just standing there outside like he was waiting for me. I opened the door, and he asked if he could come in and if I still wanted to hang out. I told him that I was exhausted and I'd rather just crash out as it had been a long day. The next morning, I woke up to go to work and my windshield had been smashed, my car was keyed, and my back 2 tires were slashed. And as I was noticing the damage to my vehicle, the guy comes out of his car with 2 coffees and is like, oh, I thought that I would surprise you with morning coffee. So again, I'm freaked out. I called the cops and I reported the damage to my vehicle. The guy offered to drive me and something in my gut was like, no, don't get in that car. So I called my boss and told him the situation, and I explained that I wasn't going to be there until after the police came. This guy just hung out the whole time, by the way. When the police finally got there, this guy was acting really suspicious. He walked away and he was hiding on the other side of his car. I filed a report and the police basically said, well, I hope you have insurance. And then they were on their way to leave. They pulled around the corner and then all I heard was the siren on the cop's light turn on and the cop scream, freeze! Put your hands in the air and get down on your knees. I look, and the cop's got his gun drawn at the sky, and this dude's on the ground getting arrested. I spoke with the cop after he got into the back, and then he explained that this guy was wanted for stalking, breach of probation, assault with a deadly weapon, fraud, and aggravated sexual assault. I was shook. It took me a couple of days to get over the hypothetical situations that could have happened. About a week later, I was on my way out the door to work, and guess who was sitting in my driveway? We live in Canada, so essentially, you're released on conditions until you go to jail. I told him that I was late for work, but that I would call him when I was done with work. I never went to work that day. I went and I found a new apartment on another area of the city. I also changed my phone number, and I hired my friend's husband and his friends to go pack my apartment up and then move it to their place for a month and then move it to my new place because I was so scared that this dude would follow them while moving. So yeah, that's my horror story, the first time that I used plenty of fish. Hello everyone. I'm not sure if this is the right subreddit to post this to, but I would like to share my story. My name is Sarah, and this is the story of a first date that went terribly wrong. I'm 28 years old, and like many people these days, I decided to try my luck with online dating. That's how I met Jake. His profile was interesting. He seemed adventurous, liked exploring new places, and he had a quirky sense of humor that matched mine. We chatted, we exchanged stories and jokes, and eventually, we decided to meet up. Jake suggested something different for our first date. He was into urban exploring, so he said that he wanted to visit an old abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. He claimed it was a fascinating place with a lot of history and that it would be fun to explore together. I was a bit hesitant at first, but his enthusiasm was infectious, so I agreed to go. We met at a nearby cafe before heading to the factory. Jake was just as charming in person. He had an easy smile and a confident demeanor. We chatted over coffee, and I felt my initial apprehension just start to melt away. After finishing our drinks, we drove separately to the factory, following a winding road that led us further and further away from the city. When we got there, I saw it. The factory was massive. It was a crumbling structure surrounded by overgrown weeds and broken down fences. It looked like something out of a horror movie. But Jake assured me that it was perfectly safe. He seemed to know a lot about the place, pointing out various features and sharing bits of its history as we walked around the perimeter. We eventually found a way inside through a broken window. The interior was just as eerie as the outside. It was dusty, dark, and filled with the remnants of old machinery. Sunlight filtered through shattered windows, casting strange shadows on the walls. But despite the unsettling atmosphere, I felt a sense of excitement. It felt like we were on an adventure. Jake led the way, navigating through the maze of hallways and rooms with surprising familiarity. I was confused, but he then mentioned that he had explored the place before and knew some interesting spots. We climbed rickety staircases, peeked into empty offices, and we wandered through the vast echoing chambers. I took some photos with my phone because I was fascinated with the decaying beauty of this place. I know, you may think that may sound weird. It's just that I know that it was all broken and dirty and old, but there was something so beautiful about it, I just can't explain it. At one point, we reached a large room filled with rusting equipment. Jake suggested that we take a break and sit down for a bit. We found a couple of old crates to sit on, and he pulled out a water bottle, offering me a drink. As we chatted, I started feeling a bit uneasy, like there was something about the situation that didn't sit right with me, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I brushed off my discomfort, just blaming it on the creepy surroundings. But as we continued our exploration, Jake's behavior started to change. He became more possessive. I'm not sure if that's the right word to say, but he was insisting that I stay close to him and to not wander off. He also started asking personal questions that made me really uncomfortable. He was digging into details about my family, my friends, and my daily routines. But I tried to keep the conversation light and casual. When I suggested that we head back, Jake brushed it off, saying that there was one more spot that he wanted to show me. He then led me down a narrow hallway that ended in a heavy metal door. With some effort, he pushed it open, revealing a small room with a single boarded-up window. And as soon as we stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind us. My heart raced as I turned to see Jake standing between me and the door. and there was this strange look in his eyes. He started talking about how people never appreciated his adventurous spirit and how he needed someone who truly understood him. His tone was intense, almost desperate. I couldn't understand what he was trying to say to me, but there was one thing that I definitely understood: that I was in a potentially dangerous situation. The isolated location, Jake's sudden shift in behavior, and the fact that he had led me to this secluded room all pointed to one thing: I needed to get out of there, and fast. I tried to stay calm, making up an excuse about needing to leave soon because I had plans later. Jake's expression hardened, and he stepped closer, blocking my path to the door. Panic set in, but I forced myself to stay composed. I needed to find a way out without provoking him further. And just then, I heard a faint noise coming from the hallway outside. It was the sound of footsteps, and they were getting closer. Jake's attention shifted for a moment, giving me the opportunity that I needed. I darted past him, grabbing the door handle and yanking it open. I then ran down the hallway with my heart pounding in my chest. As I reached the main area of the factory, I saw a group of teenagers, likely here to explore the place like we had. There was a couple of them, 4 or 5 maybe, I don't quite remember, and they looked surprised to see me running towards them. I quickly explained that I needed help and that someone in the building was making me uncomfortable, and they didn't hesitate to come to my aid. With the teenagers in tow, I made my way out of the factory and back to my car. Jake didn't follow me. He must have realized that with the witnesses present, he couldn't do anything to me. I thanked the teenagers profusely, and then I drove away, my hand shaking on the steering wheel. Looking back, I realized how lucky I was that those teenagers showed up when they did. The whole experience left me shaken and paranoid, and I took a break from online dating. I never heard from Jake again, and I didn't try to contact him either. That experience was a strong reminder that I need to be cautious about the people I meet and where we meet. Some adventures are just not worth the risk. So to Jake, wherever you are, let's never meet again. This may not be a story that would be considered a horror story, but it's one of those stories that makes it clear that you shouldn't go on dates with people that you don't know too well, or at least ask better questions about the person that you're going on a date with. This happened back when I was on a stint with dating apps, and there were a handful of guys that I matched with. But I was also a bit picky who I selected. There was one guy, we'll call him Chris, that I saw in the app. I thought that he would be a really good candidate. He was fairly attractive, was around my age, and his bio talked about how he was an entrepreneur and that he was always working on his next business venture. Maybe I had a thing for the business type, I don't know, but I matched him and he matched with me, and we were good to go from there. We chatted for a while on the app, and I told him about who I was and what I did, about how I was attending night classes to become a nurse, and he told me about who he was. Well, sort of. I asked him about his business ventures, and he avoided the question entirely, which to me was a bit sketchy. But I also thought that maybe he wanted to make sure that I wasn't just trying to get with him for the money. I know, kinda stupid. It would have made more sense for me to think that he was into drugs or other shady activities. Anyways, we talked for a bit and then decided that we would get together at a steakhouse in town. It was actually his suggestion, and he was almost insistent that we go to a specific steakhouse because he said that he loved their prime rib there. This guy was talking to me about getting prime rib at a steakhouse for a first date. So, yes, I was a bit excited about seeing this through. Since first impressions are everything, I dressed up a little nicer than normal. I spent a lot of time making myself look presentable, and I really gave it my all. Again, a steakhouse for a first date. I get there, and I am sitting in the lobby area waiting for him to arrive. And when he does not look at all like I had anticipated. He was clearly a few pounds heavier than his pictures. His hair was longer, his facial hair was unkempt, and he looked like he hadn't showered in a few days. On top of that, his clothes were fairly loose-fitting and stained. I was a fair bit taken aback by his appearance, but in the end, was still wanting to go forward with this date. Our conversations were decent, and appearance isn't everything, so maybe he just had a really stressful week. We get to the table, and when the waiter comes to take our drink orders, he asked him to bring back 2 baskets of the free bread. He insisted that we needed 2 baskets. When they came to the table, this man grabs the small loaf and then starts staring into it like he hadn't eaten in days. And fast forward to the actual meal, and he orders the prime rib, as he said he would. I ordered the chicken parmesan because it sounded awesome. And after that, while we're waiting, I started wanting to talk to him and get to know him more. So I asked what kind of business venture he was currently working with. He laughed at my question and told me not to worry about it again. Well, that's a red flag. He then starts talking to me about nursing school and asking about how much it was costing me. This was a strange question, but I told him how much I was paying to get my license. He then proceeds to tell me that I needed to quit nursing school and take all the money that I was spending on it and then put it into Bitcoin. Now, I know that currently Bitcoin would be a good investment had I gotten in way back, but this was in December of 2017 when it peaked. This man was telling me to drop my career aspirations and invest all my money into it when it was like 15K. Had I done so, I would have lost everything when it tanked only a month later. He then continued to tell me that he put all of his life savings into it a week prior and that he was going to be a millionaire because of it. Suddenly, the night kind of made sense. He had pushed all the money he had into Bitcoin, and he meant all of his money. He was broke, and he was using the dating apps to find other targets to get them to invest and possibly get a free meal. This last part became apparent when he asked me if I would pay because he had forgotten his wallet. At the end of the meal, he asked the waiter for 2 boxes and an extra loaf of bread. He then crammed all of his leftovers into 1 box with what was left on the table, and then filled the other with my leftovers and the extra bread. I almost felt bad for him at this point. He was clearly very broke. Well, let me restate that. I would have felt bad for him had he not expected me to pay, and then ordered a $25 cut of beef while I ordered a $10 item. Anyways, I guess the whole moral of the story is, get to know people before you go on a date with them, and try your best not to be a meal ticket for someone that doesn't know how to invest their money. I know Bitcoin is doing great nowadays, but investing when he did was stupid, and I can't imagine it worked out well for him back then. And no, there was no second date. I got into online dating due to being introverted. I don't like going out to bars or other highly social places, and I prefer spending time with a few people only. So, I made a profile, uploaded some pictures, left some information about myself, and I started chatting to people. I wouldn't say that I found anyone that I clicked with, as some of them were okay. There were obvious scammer accounts where they would have models as their profile pictures. When Henry, not his real name, contacted me, his pictures were of a handsome man. But they weren't too handsome, if you get what I mean. They were still realistic and not too polished, so I didn't think that they were fake. We started chatting, and we had a lot of similar interest. In fact, I've never met anyone as into the things that I'm into. I didn't realize at that time that he was just mimicking me and wasn't actually interested in what I was talking about. The conversation got flirty, and I admit that I indulged in it. I started talking to him every day, and it was part of my routine. And to be honest, I really enjoyed it. We talked on the phone, and he sounded exactly what I imagined him to. We would go and talk for hours, and after another week, we decided to finally meet. He said that he hoped that I would like him in the flesh. I laughed, telling him how silly he was being and not to worry. The day came and I got to the restaurant first, and I sat down on the table. He texted me to warn me that there was some traffic and that he would be a little late. I didn't mind. I sat and people watched when an old man approached the table. He then stood there with his arms wide for a hug, and I awkwardly said hello. He said, "Aren't you happy to see me?" I stared up at him in confusion when I realized what just happened. He catfished me. I sat there with my mouth open like a fish, trying desperately to come up with something to say, and I couldn't even hide the look on my face. I don't know why, but I stood up, awkwardly hugged him, and he pulled me into a tight hug. At this point, I just felt bad for him. I thought that he must have been a lonely old man who just wanted some company. But he didn't let go until I gently pushed him away. You don't quite look like your pictures," I said, after blubbering for a bit. "Oh, those are my grandson's pictures. He's good looking, isn't he?" He didn't seem fazed by this and then sat back down. I looked around and wanted someone to help me. Henry started talking about how happy he was that we got to finally meet, and it was oddly wholesome at first. Well, until he said how excited he was to be taking me back to his place to have sex with me. While he was looking over at the menu, he started talking about all the things that he wanted to do to me and that he was excited to have a mistress. So, that was also how I found out that he was still married as well. I didn't care about letting him down gently, and clearly, he wasn't just an innocent, lonely old man. I stood up, told him that I would never be interested in someone like him, and to never contact me again. I picked up my bag, I started walking away, and he then reached over and grabbed my arm really hard. It hurt, and I had dark bruises on my arm afterward. He told me that he came all this way to see me, and he called me quite a few horrible names, telling me that I was a tease and that I had led him on. I pushed him away again and I screamed for him to leave me alone. A waiter approached and asked what was the problem. I told him, and fortunately, it gave me enough time to get away and then get to my car. I drove as fast as I could within the speed limit. I got home, and I saw that he had sent me so many messages. Some were him begging me to come back, others were calling me a variety of slurs, others saying how horrible I was, and I just blocked him. After that, I would get some messages from other accounts, and the writing would be similar. One managed to slip through and I recognized him. I yelled at him to leave me alone, and I reported the account. So, I've learned to do video chat with every prospective date before I go to see them. All of this just to avoid any issues, and so far, it has gone pretty good. I found someone and things are going well, so I didn't need the apps anymore. I deleted them all. The creepy old guy is a story that gets a lot of giggles now when I say it, but it was exhausting at that time. I went to one of these matchmaking parties a while back. I was tired of being alone, and I just really wanted to meet a nice guy. I'm a woman, by the way. And now, I realized that I was better off staying alone, and you'll soon find out why I feel that way. It went kind of well, and I actually ended up being asked out by someone. The guy wasn't exactly my type if I'm being honest. I mean, he was pretty good looking, but I think that he was a little immature for me. Also, he was younger too. I decided to give him a try because he asked me out for a drive, and I thought that that was a little more interesting than just sitting in a coffee house sharing awkward silences. He came to pick me up in the morning, and I got in his car and then we set off for our driving date. We planned on going to a little tourist location with some great views. We were going to have lunch, and then we would head home in the evening. It was a nice morning and afternoon. He convinced me that he wasn't as immature as I thought he was, and overall, it was a fun date. When it started to get dark out, we set about heading back to our hometown. It was when we were driving home that night that I noticed a change in his behavior. He was starting to act strange. The vibes he was putting out were very much, "I don't want you to go yet," and "please don't leave me" kind of vibe. I put up with his neediness, expecting him to change his attitude once he noticed that it was making me uncomfortable. But he didn't change. His neediness and bossiness were strong. The guy who had made me laugh and who I was keen to having a second date with was gone. And now, a domineering and controlling guy was sat in the driver's seat. We had discussed earlier how we both had work in the morning. I thought about that part of our date as I noticed how dark it was getting out. He wasn't interested in trying to converse with me any longer, nor was he interested in trying to make me smile or laugh. He had created such a horrible atmosphere in the car that I could hardly bring myself to mention to him about how late it was getting. I decided that I would ditch him as soon as I was able to get out of the car, and for my plan to work, I just needed for him to stop the car. We were going down dark country lanes, and there weren't many opportunities to ask him to stop. I bided my time, and when I saw the lights of a convenience store up ahead, I said aloud the sentence that I had been practicing in my mind for the last 15 minutes. "Hey, do you mind pulling over? I want to use the bathroom," I asked. He agreed, and I thought that I would get away from this weirdo. I expected him to pull over into the convenience store's parking lot, but then he zoomed past it. I said something like, "Hey, why didn't you stop?" And he replied, "I know a public restroom closer to home." I hated that. He could have easily stopped, but he didn't. He eventually did stop, but he stopped at a public bathroom in the middle of nowhere. I doubted that there would even be cell reception, but I checked my phone before getting out, and I noticed that I had a couple of bars. I figured that I would be able to guide someone to come and pick me up from here, or at least share my location, so I took my chance. I got out of the car, stood up, and then stooped to pick up my handbag. I grabbed one handle of the bag and I turned to walk to the bathroom. And then I felt some resistance. It was like my bag was stuck. I looked back, and I saw my date was holding the other handle of my bag. I stood there stunned. I couldn't believe that this guy could get any worse. My eyes then met his, and he said to me, "Do you really need that if you're just using the bathroom?" I had just dropped my phone in my handbag, so I couldn't even grab that. I froze. I really didn't know what to do. I couldn't be left out in the middle of nowhere with no bag, no phone, and no coat. I wasn't really paying attention to what roads we have been on, so I don't know how long it would take for me to get home. I reluctantly had to get back in that creep's car, and then we set off. I had to hide my fear from him. He was controlling, but he wasn't going to beat me. I didn't want him to think that he had some kind of power over me, and I didn't want to give him that victory. I next tried to hint that it was hot and I needed something to drink. I was surprised that he really didn't need all that much convincing. I guess that he was thirsty too. At this point, we had been driving around and around for a couple of hours. As we approached the convenience store, he parked up in the furthest away spot and said that he would be right back. He darted out of the car, and I thought to myself, "Ooh, now's my chance." I tried to make a break for it as he ran into the store, but the door wouldn't budge. He must have had some kind of lock activated. He then came back and he had a big smile on his face. As soon as he opened his door, I shot across into his seat and then pushed my weight against the door, and this caused him to back up a little. I told him that if he didn't leave me alone, that I would be calling the police. One of the convenience store staff members stepped out at that perfect time to take out the garbage bags and was alerted to our heated exchange. When he realized that he was being watched, he looked at me and then shook his head and then got in his car and sped away. I called a taxi and I got myself home. I was shaken up, but I tried my best to hold it together until I was behind a closed door. And then it all came out. I was really upset. I later found out when I spoke to the police about him that he had stalked his ex-girlfriend and had an official police caution just a month before that we went out on our driving date. It feels amazing to be saying that I got home in one piece because I truly don't know what this guy is capable of. I hope that I never run into him again. When I first met Alex, everything seemed perfect. We met at a local coffee shop, one of those cozy places with soft jazz playing in the background and a comforting aroma of freshly brewed coffee. He was sitting at a corner table, absorbed in a book, when I accidentally bumped into his chair. Apologies were exchanged, followed by small talk, and before I knew it, we were talking like old friends. There was an immediate spark between us. Alex was charming, with a warm smile and an easygoing manner. We started seeing each other regularly, and I was quickly drawn into his world. He seemed to have a fascination with art and literature, often surprising me with tickets to gallery openings or literary readings. I found his interest intriguing and refreshing. Usually my partners loved partying and drinking, but this was new to me, and to be honest, I liked it. I didn't even know that I had this side to me. As weeks turned into months, I fell for him deeply. He seemed to know me so well, always knowing the right things to say, and he was incredibly attentive. My friends noticed a change in me, and they were happy that I found someone who seemed so genuine and caring. Yet, there was always this small voice in my mind that wondered if everything was too good to be true. Despite the happiness, little things started to not add up. Once, I noticed that he was uneasy when I asked about his family. He changed the subject quickly, and I thought that he was just a private person or had a difficult past that he didn't want to discuss yet. But then, other inconsistencies started to pop up. His stories about work often changed, and there were times when I couldn't reach him for hours or even days. He never invited me to his place, and he often gave me vague excuses about renovations or how he was embarrassed about his messy home. Suspicion began to gnaw at me, so I decided to do a little investigating on my own. I started with the simplest step, Googling his name. And to my surprise, there was hardly any trace of Alex online. No social media presence, no mention of him in any articles or professional directories. It was as if he didn't exist prior to meeting me. But then again, there are people like that, those that keep to themselves and don't really put anything online. Feeling uneasy, I would gently probe him for more information, subtly asking questions about his life and his background, and he always had answers. But the more he talked, the more I realized how little I actually knew about him. One evening, I decided to follow him after our date. I know, it was wrong of me, and I'll allow you to scold me in the comments about it, but I just needed to know who Alex really was. I watched as he walked down the street, turning into an unfamiliar neighborhood. I followed at a distance, feeling a mix of anxiety and guilt. And he then entered a small apartment building, and I waited outside, unsure of my next move. And after a while, I saw something that I did not expect. I saw him through a window, but he was not alone. A woman and a child appeared, greeting him warmly. My heart sank. Is this his family? Is he living a double life? What a psycho! My confusion turned to anger and then to betrayal. I left. I needed time to process what I had seen, and over the next few days, I kept my distance, avoiding his calls and his texts. My mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. Who is this guy really? What was he hiding? I decided to confront him eventually, not with accusations, but I just wanted to seek the truth. When we met, he sensed that something was off. I chose my words carefully, expressing my concerns on what I had discovered. His reaction was unexpected, though. Instead of denying or becoming defensive, he seemed resigned, almost as if he had been expecting this moment. Alex confessed that he had been living under a false identity. He's using a fake name and background to escape a troubled past. The woman and child that I saw were his sister and niece, not a secret family, but he had hidden them because of the issues with a dangerous former acquaintance. He explained that his real name was Timothy and that he had been trying to start anew, free from his past. His confession left me with mixed feelings. Part of me understood his need to protect himself and also his family, but I also felt deceived and hurt. My trust had been broken, and I wasn't sure if it could be rebuilt. So I told him that I needed time to think, to decide if I could continue the relationship, knowing everything that he has hidden from me. In the days that followed, I reflected on everything. I realized that while the truth was unsettling, Timothy was still the person that I had grown to care for. Yet I couldn't ignore the weight of his deception, and also the possibility of being in danger. It was a really hard decision, but I knew that I had to prioritize my peace and my safety. We eventually parted ways, amicably, but with a lingering sadness of what could have been. The experience taught me valuable lessons about trust, honesty, and the importance of truly knowing someone before giving your heart away. So, Timothy, or Alex as I once knew him, I genuinely hope that you and your family are safe and doing okay. But let's not meet again. This happened about 5 years ago. I randomly just felt like I wanted to share this with someone, and I also hope that this can help other people in a similar situation. I had just gotten out of a 2-year-long relationship, living in the city I moved to my then boyfriend for. And after he left, I felt lonely and heartbroken. I was stuck in the apartment that we had shared, so I downloaded Tinder to chat to guys as a way of coping with a breakup. There, I matched with this guy. He was about 4 years older than me. He was extremely handsome and charming, and he was very much into fitness and had an amazing body. After talking for a few days, he asked me to meet, so we did. He came over to my house, and I was immediately attracted to him. He was a bad boy, the kind that I usually fall for. But he was also very sweet in the way that he talked to me. He kept complimenting me and doing sweet stuff for me. And after a few days of meeting, we ended up having sex, and it was honestly the best sex that I have ever had. I felt this intense chemistry between us. We started hanging out and having sex a lot. At that time, I did smoke weed a lot, and I know he smoked too and did some other drugs. I didn't really care much at that time. Eventually, he would keep asking me to hang out pretty much every day, begging me to come over because he missed me. When I told him that I was too tired, he would bribe me with stuff, like saying that he would give me massages, weed, dinner, romantic things, and then give me the best night of my life, etc. He didn't like it when I told him no. He would sometimes get angry, send me a bunch of messages just pleading for me to come over. He would often shower me with compliments, but then get angry when I said that I didn't have time to hang out with him. One time that I was at his house, he got a phone call from someone. After he hung up, he told me that I had to go upstairs and hide because his baby mama was coming over. He didn't want her to see me, saying because she was crazy. He told me so many stories of crazy stuff that she had apparently done, and I believed him. He was very convincing, and I believe this happened twice. And now I know I should have seen the red flags. I probably did to some extent, but I didn't care much at that time. I kept hanging out with him a lot, even though I figured out that he was heavy on drugs. One day, I was at his house and we had sex. I had smoked a lot and he was on coke and probably some other stuff too. He wanted to do it again, but he got frustrated that he couldn't get it up. He got mad and kind of blamed me for it. He yelled at me to squeeze it harder, and I just kept getting more frustrated. I felt uncomfortable and I wanted to leave, but he wanted me to stay. He tried to continue, but it didn't work. I was extremely uncomfortable at this point and I felt embarrassed. And after a while, I told him that I wanted to leave. He then told me to give back the weed that he gave me. As his mind, it was his payment to me for being with him. I honestly felt so pissed that I just grabbed my stuff and I walked out the door, and he followed me. At first, he walked calmly about 30 meters behind me, begging me to stay with him, asking where I was going, and I just kept walking and saying no. But he then ran towards me. I picked up my phone to call a friend of mine because I could tell that he was getting aggressive. I turned around and I saw him literally tear his shirt open and stomping towards me. He grabbed my phone out of my hands and then kicked me in my stomach so hard that I fell into a ditch. He then smashed my phone to the ground and told me, "Ha, you're done." And I thought that he was going to beat me up, but then it looked like he was actually trying to contain himself for a second, and he just turned around and left. I was mortified by what he had done. I ran away shaking, and I can't even remember how I got home, but somehow I did. I was able to borrow a phone from someone and called my friend. He then came over, and I had bruises on my stomach and legs and had no phone. I also called the police using a friend's phone, and I told them that I wanted to press charges. A few days later, he then messaged me saying that I tried to steal from him, that I took advantage of him just to get some weed. And a few hours later, he then texted me saying sorry. And then a few more hours later, he texted asking what had happened to me yesterday. And then, a week later, he found out that I had reported him to the police. He was mad. He said he couldn't believe that I reported him. And then, he told me that he would give me 2 new phones, or whatever I wanted, if I withdrew the report. That he wouldn't contact me anymore if I just did it. He just didn't want any trouble and didn't want to lose his daughter. I didn't answer. And then, he sent another message, fabricating the whole story of what happened that night. He kept harassing me for weeks with messages. Some days he would be begging for us to get back together or be friends. He would be bribing me. And other days, he was accusing me of random stuff and calling me names and saying that he would get a great lawyer and that he would report me to the police for stuff that I had never actually done. He kept acting like a smart ass, saying that he would beat me in court, and it all just became a big chaos. After a few months, there was a trial. I couldn't attend physically, so I testified via a phone call. I was questioned about our relationship and the incident that night. He lied and made up stories about me, but no one believed him. And as the trial was done, I received all the papers in the mail. I was shocked when I read it. He had previously been charged with violence and rape towards his ex. Apparently, there was also an incident where he had forced his ex-girlfriend to touch herself while multiple other men watched and videotaped her. There were other girls too that had experienced similar things. There was stuff like robbery, weapons, fights, violence, and torture, you name it. He had been to jail multiple times. I had no idea that I had been dealing with such a dangerous man. I'm pretty sure he's a psychopath. He has no understanding of what he has done. And the sick part is, I recently came across a post about him on Facebook. Apparently, he is pretty popular with women lately on Snapchat and Instagram. He posts stuff about his life, whining about being beaten up by random men, being tortured or robbed, and etc. That people follow him with guns. I have learned that the reason that he keeps being beaten up by people is because they know what he has done. He posted pictures of himself at the hospital to make people feel bad for him, and they do. He makes women feel sorry for him. He says that people lie and makes up stories about him, and he gains pity. He then posts all the sweet replies and messages girls send him, saying stuff like he feels so grateful for all the support. He's extremely good at manipulating people. I honestly feel so lucky that I got away at the time that I did, and that it didn't escalate any further. I checked his Facebook and apparently he has a girlfriend now, and I just pray that he doesn't hurt her in any way.
Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate it. I would also like to give some extra love to my Patreon members, my channel members, and also my tippers. Thank you so much. If you would like to extend a little bit more support for the channel, don't forget to leave a like and a comment down below. If you would like to become a Patreon member, a channel member, a tipper, or even to buy merch, check out the links in the description below. Again, thank you. And I hope you stay scared, because your fear feeds me.